What up, y'all? Help me out in the chat. How's the sound? Jake Lee's in the house. Bad Barney, no bullets in the house. Greg B's in the house. Jack Talcott's in the house. Today I just wanted to go live and go over some things to kind of I don't want to say like set the record straight, but just air out what happens over the last couple of months and set it to rest, basically. It's just a certain amount of things that need to be said that haven't been said yet, and I wanted to go live so we can do some conflict resolution, and I just needed to get some things off my chest. But I've been on a roll, man. Not to bore you guys, but there was this video that came out several years ago. And this has to do with the show and everything. So it's kind of funny story. Old Uncle Ted Nugent on Joe Rogan. I'm just going to play it for you. Remember Lou Bass? Lou Bass saying the same stuff, basically. Oh, let me bring the screen up. Lou Bass literally used these exact words against me on the panel one day. And I had already made 2 videos over the last couple of years responding to this Ted Nugent video. And several hundred people have sent me this video over the last couple of years being all, ha, 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 ha. We got you.
Kill everything. I kill 1 animal per arrow. In order to grow tofu, you have to kill every ground.
So what Uncle Ted was doing here was talking about himself as a bow hunter, but the entire meat-eating community saw this as an argument against veganism across the board for everything.
Every vole, every shrew, every snake, every turtle, every frog, every bird, every rabbit, anything that gets in that bean field, I'm either going
Lou Bass. Shout out to Lou Bass. Gotta love that guy, man.
to plow and
It's a giant piece of shit, but at the same time, he's got a heart of gold, and he's very reasonable.
dismember, which is why the
Except for the meat stuff and anything to do with his life.
crows and the seagulls follow the combines every year. And then if anything does survive my first slaughter, I'm going to come in with Monsanto and poison the shit out of everything so you can have a tofu salad and not be responsible for any death. Fuck you.
That's a really good point, and it's a point that a lot of people ignore.
And avoid because it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Isn't life full of uncomforting things? And you shouldn't be uncomfortable.
What up, Jamie?
To kill game, to feed mankind is perfect. To kill.
So anyway, you get the point. So Lou Bass brings this up one day on the panel, and then a couple days later, Dick, Freedom Grower, got in an argument with me about this, and he resorted to calling me all these names and screaming and yelling, and so I challenged him to a debate, and he's like, "I'd never debate with someone like you." But another listener to the show reached out to another listener from the show, and that guy knew a guy named Garland Farms, who's a goat and cattle allegedly farmer from Texas, who's a staunch and militant anti-vegan. And this guy so this guy like the next morning after I have this argument with Freedom Grower, the next morning I get all these like notifications on YouTube: Jeffrey Phillips versus Garland Farms in a vegan debate. And I'm like, what? I didn't sign up for any vegan debate. but the guy was going live with his buddy. So I jumped up and I was like, what is this? And they're like, oh, OTW. Shout out OTW. OTW set this up. So Anon, that's the lady who commented below you. That's who was with me in the first debate. But where was I? Shit. Oh, Garland. So they said OTW News hit us up and said that they had a vegan that wanted to debate us. So I had looked at Garland's page and I recognized him. He had actually been to my Facebook page tomorrow and was talking some shit about crop deaths. So I was like, perfect. And I looked at his YouTube and I was like, holy shit, guy's got like 250 videos that are all anti-vegan videos, just lying through his teeth. So I'm like, this is perfect, right? You know, so I ended up reaching out to a independent YouTube channel that does moderated debates that I know I know the guy who runs it and does the moderating, and he's a militant, another militant anti-vegan who's clearly biased towards carnism, and asked them if they do it, and they were like, yeah. And so like I couldn't believe it. Like this may not sound like, what's up, Chris? This may not sound like the strangest, like it may seem strange, but there aren't that many vegan carnist debates that are in good faith. You know, there's a lot of like echo chamber, like infield baseball being played by both ends. And there aren't a lot of like public, moderated, open debates that are in good faith. So I was like, holy crap, you know, like this is actually a really big deal. But like, you know, the people involved getting it involved didn't understand how big of a deal it is. So we end up, me and Allie go on the guy Garland's channel and talk to him for a couple hours, and he seemed like a pretty cool dude. He used to be a sports nutritionist. Me and Allie are endurance cyclists, so we kind of pushed on. We kind of prodded him about that kind of stuff to see how like actually smart the guy is, and he's a super smart guy. It's just I kind of had a feeling from the get-go that they were playing nice because they wanted to catch me off guard. And I was telling Allie, I was like, watch, these guys are going to turn on us like that. So we end up going and doing the first debate, and Allie did the debate with me. It was the first debate Allie's done. And so I cleared it with Garland and the moderating channel. And we ended up doing the debate, but it didn't really go really well because Garland went from being a super nice guy to being a belligerent anti-vegan, kind of like just like he was playing dumb and he wasn't really like engaging in the debate or going by the rules of the debate. So it didn't go very well. It didn't go very well. And afterwards, it was kind of just like disappointing because it was like, oh, we could have actually got somewhere. So then Garland took this as he won the debate and went around, you know, challenging every vegan in the world to a debate on that Crucible TV, on that show. So he got a debate with this lady, Ellie, who is Vegan Gaze, Gaze. And another guy called the Nutrivore, who's actually not vegan, but he is a debater for veganism because he's just like a empirical data guy, and he's looked at all the empirical data, and like basically they should have completely destroyed Garland, but Garland refused. Once he got up there, refused any questions, and just kind of was rude and argumentative the whole time. So that debate didn't go well either. So I knew at that point that I needed to get him back in. And at that point, after the vegan gays debate didn't go very well, Chris Hines, who's in the chat right now, reached out to me and was like, "Hey, dude, we should talk." So basically, like the British vegan movement reached out to me, and I went and did this second debate, actually, like with support, and absolutely destroyed Garland. Got him to the point where he knew he had to concede, but he chose to lie because he didn't want to concede on a anti-vegan debate channel in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of carnists, and thousands of vegans, because the first debate I did, there weren't that many vegans there, but since there have been buzz about the last two debates, there was tons of vegans in the chat, and so Garland just could not concede that I had won the debate, and so he lied about a certain subject that was the crux of the debate. And then me and Chris the next day did a live stream, and basically talked over what had happened in all the debates and what we actually, because we knew we won. We knew we won fair and square, and the vegans won the debate. The debate was whether or not the debate went from crop deaths, which was the original argument I had with Lubass and Freedom Grower, to whether or not the plant-based diet or the animal-based diet has more harm on the environment overall. And we had him, we'd basically got it down to one point being the crux, and Garland would refuse to concede. So me and Chris were just talking, and one of Garland's buddies popped up in the chat, and these guys have been pretty nasty towards us over the years. And I was like, "Come on up," and the dude ran. And then we were live for, I think, 5-6 hours, but 3 hours in, we're like, dude, I started antagonizing those guys. Like, if they knew they won, they'd be up here defending their position, and they're hiding right now. And so eventually Garland showed up. Eventually his buddy showed up for a little bit just to save face, and then Garland showed up, and his buddy left. And basically, Chris, Garland Farms had blocked Chris Hines for years, because Chris was like busting him pretty hard. And so Chris finally was able to talk to Garland one-on-one. It was kind of like a good cop, bad cop, because I had just kind of given Garland a pretty hard time for the better majority of a month. Garland doesn't want to talk to me. He doesn't want me to talk anymore about him or his situation. So he knew he had to, and then Chris is like the nicest dude in the world. The Brits are so friendly, and Garland's a scary American, big scary American that is very aggressive. So that was kind of the problem with the second debate. So anyway, so we were finally able to sit and talk to Garland. Garland showed up with his hat in his hand, and we were able to finally get him to concede that it is indeed the animal based diet that is responsible for more harm done overall in the world. Basically, animal agriculture does more harm than plant agriculture, and he was able to admit it. We had him concede on a couple points, but I basically not single-handedly, with Chris's help and several other people's help, we're able to debunk this BS meme that's been going around, that somehow vegans are more responsible for harm done to the world or crop deaths or anything like that. It's absolutely debunked now, all because Paulie's show, and it all happened from Paulie's show. And it's kind of crazy. Like, this is a really, really big deal as far as a vegan win. And it was all kind of, it all kind of happened. But anyway, that's not necessarily what I'm here to talk about. But I just wanted to throw that in because it's pretty funny. I've been, me and Allie have been we've fought a lot of battles this last couple of months, and we're on quite a roll right now. So I want to get this over with so I don't have to spend any more time on it, because I've been forced to, because people are fabricating stories and you know, I at least need to clear the record once, fully, in public, on you know, with the open panel, so anyone who wants to can come up and talk to me, and criticize or bring up certain points. But that's going to be later. First, I have some stuff I'm going to go through. Just to lighten things up, maybe we'll start with Sam Hyde. He's got a funny video I just saw with some interesting information in it, that's very relevant.
I've been with this girl for close to a year. She's starting to talk about marriage. She's Orthodox Russian and wants me baptized so we can get married in church. Thoughts?
I mean, is she a virgin? Or was she before she met you?
Chat saying do it.
Yeah, okay, guys. Okay. Okay, guys. I know dude. You're telling me you have an opportunity to seal the deal with a trad waifu? You should do it and be based. Okay, that's not exactly how it goes, my guys. That's not exactly how it goes. I know. You're telling me we can restore Evropa and build the white race together with a Russian, with a Putin based sweetie? You have to be a little more careful than that, okay? There's various factors. You would know. If it was the right thing to do, you would know. Make sure it's someone who consistently makes your life easier. You would know, though. You would know. You would know. If it's the right one, you would know. That's all there is to it. Sorry. What do you think about that? Is that out of pocket for me to say that?
No,
If it was the right one, you would fucking know.
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay, this is the one. I got to jump in and seal the deal right here. This is it. And if that's not the case, then that's not the case. And people, you know, when you're getting pussy, it's like you'll hem and haw. And you'll basically become a lawyer for the other person. You'll be the but she really tries her best. It's like a lot of people try their best. For a lot of people, their best is like it's like their best is like stocking shelves and then sticking their finger in an electrical socket and then like eating like tar. Like a lot of people's best is not good enough, so that's irrelevant. And what else, did he give any other details there? It's hard.
She's Orthodox.
Yeah, that's gonna immediately, like, everybody's gonna be like, get points if she's Orthodox. Everybody's gonna go, oh my gosh, she's Orthodox. That's the best thing ever. I want that. Just, you got to be careful. You can't just go with, because if she's Orthodox, does that mean that was her family Orthodox or was her last boyfriend Orthodox? You know, whatever. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. And I don't think I know everything. I think that on occasion some of the things that I say are useful. Okay, and I'm fine with that. One thing that I know and that I am certain about, fuck, this thing's so dangerous, is that this is just a fact. And if you argue with this, you're wrong. Fix your brain, okay? The guys who want like a girl that mimics them, it's like, I want this girl's great. She's into guns and she doesn't trust the government and she's hell bent on the damage that the medicine, the vaccines do, whatever. Okay, this like desire to have a girl who is she's into computer games just like me, like that's not the way to go.
That's a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend. Okay, you have a roommate. You're me and Chris Lynch in Minecraft building bunk beds. Okay, what you want is just a girl who is like inoffensive and will do what she'll think what you think, or at least not, fight with you over it.
Hardboat guy, welcome to Severe Beast. We got Mo says, no hymen, no diamond. How about them apples? You should be comfortable with her father and talk with him about the marriage. Before proceeding, marrying the wrong girl will ruin your life big, big, big time. You have to ask her father permission. Ivan with the 350 CZK. Sammy, at what age do you think you should have your life completely together? People say around 30, but in my opinion, if your life has no structure by your mid-20s, you're on the fast lane to stinky loser town.
I think that, listen, guys, take this piece of advice again. I know you're getting all pissed off and you're like, oh, Sam doesn't respect Orthodox trad Christian waifus. Just be aware of the fact that everything a woman, that women are not evil. Listen, I think women get it much worse too. I think the guys, a low test beta male guy begging for pussy and sending what these guys are capable of is unbelievable. Girls have it worse. I really think that's true. I think girls have it worse. Okay, I think that the girls who have these guys who would basically be if they had the balls to be they would do it.
Yeah.
But they're just too scared to commit to the bit and actually do a. Okay, these guys are, and they're fucking dark. These motherfuckers are dark, and they have dark souls. And they're just like a person that's of a man's age, but is mentally a child, or like emotionally a child.
Yeah.
It's like the nastiest thing you could imagine seeing. You know, it's like it's nasty. Okay, so when I talk trash about women, I gotta give it to them. I think they got it worse, at least in this area. You guys got to know a lot. I'm not saying all women. I'm not saying everything they do, but a lot of women, a lot of the stuff that they do, it might as well be all. I might as well make a blanket statement here, because it's effectively this is the machine that you're up against. All these hoes, everything that they do is designed to filter out losers and trick winners into thinking that they're the best bet. And if you don't know what hypergamy, what branch swinging is, that's the core concept to all this. Branch swinging is that if she perceives that there's a male that's more alpha than you, or that she could get, that there's a man that's like a higher branch to go to, she's going to go do it, and she's going to use makeup and clothing and whatever. And the trad thing, like wearing a sundress and being racist and all these types of things, in my experience, most of the time, that's just there to lure a man. That's not because a woman suddenly magically grew a brain and is coming to her own racist conclusions. It's because she senses that ploy is what will get her the safest fella. Okay, so that doesn't mean if you meet a girl like that it's game over. It just means you have to watch your fucking back. You cannot get all excited because you got this one of one. She's perfect. She's not perfect. You can't get all excited like that. You have to actually finding somebody is difficult, and it takes work, and it takes like talking and not blowing your load and not being a freak and just keeping it chill and praying, just being realistic, separating out the signals and the makeup and the clothes and the whatever her fake political beliefs are that she's using as a prop, separating all that versus whether or not this person is someone that has your best interests at heart and is useful and is like good to be around, all the good shit, separating the actual good shit from the bad shit. Okay. Because the message that guy sent was, I found this girl who's a Russian Orthodox Christian. What he would have said that would have made me happier about it was, I found this girl who goes all out for me and has my interests at heart, and I feel like I have my back and I can count on her. Okay, that's what you should be saying. If you're saying, I found this girl who's so hot and she beliefs
like
that
you're playing Sam
most
Hyde
popular on right-wing Twitter right now, like that's just the
Oh, it's about over. Let's finish it off.
Okay.
that's a bad thing to lead off with. If you're focusing on that, that means that the other shit is probably lacking. Okay, that's all I'd say about that. What was the last thing that I just didn't answer?
Sammy, what age do you think you should have your
Oh,
life
yeah,
completely together?
That's a tough one because there's a lot of people who who outwardly and appear to have their life together and don't, and then there's people who it's just that's not a metric you want to judge your shit on. Just be mindful of the passage of time, and you don't need to set like a I don't think setting a benchmark for yourself is helpful. Like being like, when I'm 33, I need to have 2 children. I just don't think that's. I think you need to just do the best with what you have and do it day by day. I don't know if panicking over wasted time. How old was the guy? 29? Did he say he's 29?
No, he said no, he didn't say his age.
You gotta just do the best with what you got, and not necessarily be panicking about deadlines and stuff like that.
You know, Sam Hyde says some real shit.
He's unable to face the trials
from time to time
tribulations
during
of
his
life
bits.
when he grows up.
But he says it in a way where it's like ironic and it's like some weird, dull, like reverse psychology.
And protecting circle
Damn, what, you really just letting this play? Yeah, well, we're just doing a video review after video review. You're on mute. Hello?
Yeah, I was just I got a bunch of tabs open. I was just trying to search
as Paul would say, you know, you're the daddy over here, so you know, if we're just gonna watch videos and wait till afterwards or whatever, by all means. But you know, I wanted to say Sam Hyde has that real weird unique comedy, doesn't he?
I had no idea who he was, and Allie's been into MDE for a while, and she's been showing him to me, and I don't quite get it yet.
Really? I didn't
don't quite get it yet. But he seems like a pretty reasonable dude who sometimes lets some, let some bangers out,
Yeah, some bangers. Yeah, I agree for sure. I actually like he has a TED Talk. I like his comedy. I like his humor. It's kind of weird. Some of it I don't care for. It's kind of cringe, but others it's like, okay, this is weird as fuck, but there's something that's tasteful about it nonetheless. It's a strange, like abstract form of comedy that Sam Hyde has. And then also he just has like a very offensive aspect to his humor as well, which obviously is like it holds a place of value in this world that we live in now, right? So,
yeah, for sure. The video
Sam
of him trying to get on Joe Rogan is pretty funny via that one's actually really funny. Like he's trying to pay all the cameo celebrities to call out Joe Rogan that he owes them money and shit. Like it's really funny.
Yeah, that is really funny actually.
The boxing thing he just did was pretty funny.
The what he just did?
The boxing thing.
Oh, yeah, he as the Irish character.
Yeah,
right, with the
really
Irish
funny.
accent. Oh my god, yeah, I remember. He won. Yeah, he won, and he like last second like changed up the bet of how much money he was betting. So he ended up like not winning shit, but like a couple $100, supposedly.
Yeah.
So that sucks, but that's some trolly shit someone like him would do. Yeah, sometimes you can't tell if he's joking or being serious. Like again, he has that weird like monotone type humor, where it's like he's saying real shit, but like you're not sure if he's legitimately saying it or not, or like making fun of it. It takes a certain type of person to appreciate his humor, honestly. But again, I don't like all of it. Some of it's dumb. Yeah, so hey, appreciate you letting me up here. And then we got Yurt as well. Well, and I think we got 2 people restreaming you, so this is lit.
Well, and Jeffrey, what are we doing here, man? Huh? With this title, brother.
We're getting into it.
Okay.
It's just the beginning.
I don't know if you saw my original cult thing on the subject, but maybe I can help you on how you got to do this, right? You got to go find, and I know you're good at this with the vegan debate, you got to find like an official accounting of what a cult is, right? And then find examples of that behavior in the program. And then you play those examples while giving the professional expert opinion, right?
Yeah,
Sam
yeah.
Hyde, who gives a fuck about Sam Hyde? I mean, whatever's
No,
whatever.
no. This. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. For one, and I'm getting into I'm getting into several videos here, and I have a certain presentation that I'm going to get throughout the day, and I'm going to have people talk, and people, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm simply asking a question because there's a certain thing happening, and I think as like the men of the community, we should start doing things like this more often. When we do come across potential bad actors, that's what we do. If we had no government, the men of the community would deal with bad actors, and the first step would be something like this. Is simply like, what's going on here? Community, let's hear what everyone has to say. But I've experienced a certain thing over the past, I've experienced a certain I've experienced some stuff over the past couple months, and I feel the need to talk about it, and I feel the need to be open with anyone who wants to talk about it with me, and of course on my terms, because I see a disintegration of communication being a major problem in this whole thing of no one being able to actually like get a clear sentence out overall. People most definitely not being able to elaborate or nuance anything that's going on with them or what's going on in their lives, because five people shouting five different questions at someone and answering that person answering one of them, and everyone going off of the five other questions that weren't answered. There's just been, I'm not even going to start to go into those things yet. But I'm just kind of like, I have some ideas of what's going on. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I have experience in my life that, allows me to, I have, of course, anecdotes and experience that is similar. And, and I've seen this be a topic multiple times over the last couple months with, dozens of different people. And I see patterns all throughout it, like serious patterns. And then I see a bunch of people not fucking doing anything about it. Really, and I've been in these situations. I just I can't not do anything anymore. And, if that's it, if damn, I wanted to talk to Christos, come back, dude. If this is going to be, I'm ready to turn a page on all this, and I need to, say what I need to say before I leave. And I'm just doing it openly. And I want, that's why I'm here. And whatever I'm presenting, it may not make sense to you, but it makes sense to me, and it's something I need to do. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything at all whatsoever. Everything is out there. All the evidence is out there that we need. And we just need more reasonable heads like you to come around and ask the right questions, and more people, like us to talk about them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Well, and you can just say, the disclaimer here is I'm a bozo on the internet. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? That's the preface. And then you can say whatever your opinion is, right? People are entitled to have their opinions. We have free speech in this country. You're not claiming to be an expert. You don't know for sure, right? And then you just say what you want to say. But even in what you just said there, just say what you want to say, right? I mean, it is what it is, right? You have the right to express your opinions and all that. So I don't, and then to say you don't want to convince anyone, well, then why say it at all? Like, just to make yourself feel better? Or
did you not see that they're all question marks? Like, there's question marks behind, they're all questions. I wasn't saying anything.
Right. But like,
and I'm clearly clickbaiting here too, right? You see that, right? We're all YouTubers, right? Clearly I'm clickbaiting, and clearly it's working because everyone's going nuts. So
I know, but
So okay, no. Tell me what you think I'm doing wrong. How about
Well,
that?
no, it's sort of a boy who cried wolf scenario then, right? That's only going to work so many times. You got to give him something. And for instance, when I did the cult thought experiment exercise on my channel, I made sure to include that the social media platforms themselves are largely responsible for creating that cult-like echo chamber atmosphere. I added that point in. So it's an interesting subject, right? And we could pick any YouTuber that has any popularity or any active community and probably pull out those things. But it's like you got to, it's the same thing, you know, and a little bit, this is a little bit of a run over from last night, hanging out with the We Are Awake TV and the Jack Talcots of the world, where people aren't saying anything. It's just word salad. Like, give us something to chew on. Give us some meat and potatoes. Like,
Are you talking about yesterday,
yes,
Jack?
yes, stand on something that someone can reflect on,
Okay.
and learn something from. If you're going to even bring it up, you know, clickbait is cool. I get it, but then you got to deliver something. You know, in my
I don't
opinion.
understand. Like, I don't see how you guys. I mean, not that this isn't a defense to that, but how do you not see this stuff? Because you guys are all doing live streams pointing it out, but then like you know, I'm like hinting at it like in a clickbait, and everybody's like, "What are you talking about?" You know, like there's no evidence of anything. You know, like
I didn't say that.
I've
I didn't
been
say
I've
what
been
he's talking about. I said what I'm saying. Stand on what you're trying to say, and say it so that people can digest it and make sense of it and
okay.
think for themselves.
Someone on the internet who well that's what I was trying to do before you know everybody's like, what does this have to do with anything? I'm easing into it.
Well, we're talking about Ted Nugent or something. I see fucking Ted Nugent.
Well,
up
that
there.
obviously
Fuck
had
does
nothing
Ted
to do
Nugent
with
have to do
Paul.
with anything?
Just because
Yeah.
the meme is what the meme is doesn't mean I'm not going into other subjects in my live stream. This is a
I
live
get it.
stream, you know, like I'm going to go through a bunch of stuff. But that one was relevant. It's relevant to the whole poly thing very much because they tried to bust me on this veganism stuff, and I, you know, like went out and, you know, had an international effort and debunked one of the like most lied about things about veganism, you know, ever basically. Like got a farmer to admit it, you know, and then we got guys like Timmy that's like, you know, these guys make up stories. Like Timmy Creaney's like, you stopped your podcast to sit by Paul for 3 months. You've done nothing. Like I did like 26 videos during that time, did 3 debates, massive debates. You know, like I don't know, like every time I've gone on this show, people have lied about me and everything about my life and everything about my partner's life and everything about our relationship ever since I've gone on, you know, everything. Like Paul was super nice to me the first couple months, right? Like, oh, you know, you and Ali, yeah, come up here, you know, like, you know, and like, you know, whenever I talked about our relationship or anything with me, everybody's just like, oh, it's so cool. Wow. You know, it's so crazy. You're so honest up here, you know, and it was always like kissing my ass kind of like, and I was like, what's going on? Because then I got like people in the chat going, dude, stop doing what you're doing right now. Do not bring your relationship into this panel. And I'm like, well, you know, like kind of willing to gamble on that. Like, you know, if of course, like I've dealt with trolls my whole life, you know, I don't really let them bother me. So I knew, you know, Allie's pretty thick skinned. She can deal with this stuff. We were just having, we weren't having like size, like we weren't on the rocks, you know, like at all in the least bit. We were just having some, you know, 3rd year communication problems about a couple of things. And, you know, I was just trying to, and like, I had, you know, it was like everybody was down to help. And then all of a sudden I was a psycho narcissist. Me and my girl need to break up immediately. She's disgusting if she stays with me. I'm, you know, like a complete worthless piece of shit. You know, so on and so forth. And then, you know, then it's like, then he like throws in the towel, right? And it's like, okay, it's a new day, you know, we're not going to do this anymore. You know, then it happens again. but it's directed, you know, at Allie this time. And this whole O.A.I thing that, you know, we definitely had some part in, but, you know, has been completely blown out of proportion. And there's just a bunch of like crazy monkeys running around talking about us on podcasts as if they know a goddamn thing about what actually happened. And then we have, you know, a crazy person spreading lies and a crazy person spreading lies, egging the other guy on, you know, to put himself in a position that he doesn't know how to deal with, you know, just overtly lying, you know, about something just to get him back, just to like get me back for something Paul's mad at me about or whatever. But you know, I think you know, you saw you were on the you know, you came in at the perfect time in Allie's podcast to kind of just like ask the right questions. You know,
but I'm not getting why you seem more mad at Paul than allegedly the dude that is running around lying on your partner. Why is Paul the focus if you think that dude is allegedly lying on your partner?
Paul started lying. No, Paul's. You don't think? I mean, it's the same thing. Me and her, like he's been saying the same kind of stuff about me, and you know, like he's been overtly, maliciously lying about both of us for months. You know, like he doesn't stop talking about it. You don't think I should react to that in any way and maybe want to like clear the record that this guy's has no basis for anything that he's saying whatsoever? Like I mean, the thing is about Paul's show, Paul's got 7,000 hours of stuff where he's like, oh no, Jeffrey said that once, you know, and no one's going to go watch the 7,000 hours to confirm that anyone said anything. So it's easy for these guys to just lie and say that we said something when we didn't say something, or they took it out of context, something we said once on a podcast several months ago. And Paulie does 12-hour podcasts a day. You know, like you have to be you have like who's crazy enough to go watch all that stuff, but like his diehard followers, you know, like, and so it's like he's got there's just this perfect storm of bullshit going on these panels, you know, and then the excess, you know, the hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of doing it. He's got this like little cocoon around him of like content where he can just say, oh yeah, Jeffrey said that once. You know, all the immediate yes men around him agree, whether or not it's true or not. I mean, talk about the most wishy-washy group of people I've ever seen, going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, like just on Paul's command. Like, it's pretty sketchy shit. And I think you can't deny that it happens and that he's got a bubble around him, you know. And then when he's on his panel, it's like, you know, that We Are Awake TV was the first time I've ever been on a panel with Paul, not on his show. And it was just like he had no power. And I was like, what's going on here? Like, you know, he's appealing to ridicule and like calling me names and stuff when he should have these like massive, concise comebacks for everything I say. But he's got nothing. But my biggest, you know, the first time me and Allie talked on the show, we both said like 2 sentences and Paul ranted for like 40 minutes as if we had spent 3 days telling him all of our problems, and he was completely off. And we were just like, okay, well, that was weird. And this was early on when we were like interested in what gift Paul has, you know, because like, oh, he's got this bubble around him. Because like I got introduced to I got introduced to the panel not because I saw Paulie's videos. It was just like a cool format. And like Jake Lee was like, you should be up there, you know, talking. So it was like I was trying to figure out what was going on this panel and what this gift is this Paul guy has, who reminds me of several other people I've met in my life, you know, that like is, you know, just is whose charisma just intoxicates people, you know. So
you got it that wrong. That's the question, though, and I'm just challenging you in the hopes that maybe this sparks some thoughts in you, and it is what it is. Right?
He got it very wrong. He got it very wrong, and we were just like, okay, and like because we didn't react in the right way, like he kind of like, and then like a week later, he said some stupid shit about California. He's all, you can't own a pistol in California. And like, you know, like just like patently incorrect stuff. And I called him out on it and we got in an argument. And I was like, dude, it was like the other day when you were talking to me and Allie, like you didn't even listen to a word we said. you just started ranting about something that had a bunch of shit that had nothing to do with anything we just said. And it was like similar, like it looked like someone projecting, you know, and I was just like, dude, you know, like, you aren't right all the time. You talk about yourself like a god, but like I'm still waiting to see what's like what you have to offer. You know, like, okay, the you know, all the law stuff, it's cool, you know, like I definitely, you know, that video he's got, it's a good video, you know, like, but you know, like, how are you changing lives here? You know, and like, why am I what incentive do I have to be honest on your panel when that's what happens, when you don't even listen to what we say, and then you start kind of like taking jabs at us for things that you think, you know, is going on in our relationship. And then that turned into, you know, a couple weeks later, them just saying I'm a crazy psycho egomaniac narcissist, and that Allie's disgusting if she doesn't leave me, and Paulie wants us to separate and date other people, and like all the, like, dude, I haven't seen you around, so you probably missed a lot of it. I don't know how much you watch, but I haven't seen you on the panel that much. Like, there was a lot of crazy shit that, like, I was just blown away by the stuff coming out of his mouth, you know, and how wrong it was the whole time. And that's why, like, I never reacted that much to anything they were saying. What?
Why do you keep coming back?
I don't.
Could I chime in for a moment?
In weeks. He got it totally wrong. That first time, he was totally off on all of that. He was totally wrong about the gun shit.
Yeah.
So those are two big things he was totally wrong about. You knew he's full of shit. You have past experience with these other people that have cult-like atmospheres around them. So you're well, you know, educated in what this looks like. And then you keep participating over and over again after that point.
Very cautiously, bro. Like, I knew what I was getting into. The first time this happened to me, I didn't know what I was getting into.
Cautiously by doing this bit with Brian O'Shea.
And like me, like, Mike, the experiences are incomparable. Like, you guys don't know my past experience. You're just assuming something similar happened. And it was similar, but like very different at the same time. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm dumbass walking into a dumb situation again. Did, like, me and Allie,
the original situation worse?
What? Far worse, bro.
Far worse, right?
Yeah.
So
worse.
You've heard the term once bitten, twice shy?
Yeah. Fool me once, fool me twice. I get it. But that doesn't mean I need to hide from all experiences and not co-create with people. And, you know, like, I see, you know, like, when I'm around people, I'm watching them, you know, and if I see too much of the bad traits, I start backing off, and sometimes that takes a long time. And you know, again, like, it's like it's a big thought experience. It's very fascinating at this point, you know, but it's not worth it anymore to me. And so I'm just, you know, like, I just came to do this, so I make myself feel better. So I can move on. I don't really care what any of you think about it in the least bit, like, at all. I'm doing this for me, not for any of you.
Right.
You get it?
Well, and obviously we're all doing this for our own.
Yeah, but you got, you know, it's very entertaining to you guys, but you guys got to understand that, like, you know, like, I have a right to privacy, you know, like, just because we did go public about some of our private life, it doesn't mean you deserve to hear every single piece of everything that has to do with our private life.
Well,
but that's what you guys act like. This whole I can't believe how many times I saw in the chat, they made their lives public. We deserve to hear about this. Like, what the fuck? Like,
but you just did a straw man, right? No one said
that's fine. I'm not in a debate right now.
Yeah, but I'm just saying logic should apply whether or not we're in a debate or not.
Okay, what's the straw man?
The straw man is that someone is saying you need to divulge every single detail of your life, right? That's a straw man. No one's requiring that of you.
Exactly.
Isn't that what you're here asking, though?
No, I haven't asked anything like that at all.
You came
All
here
I said
going,
was,
tell me what you're here for. Just say it. You know,
no,
don't show me a bunch of videos.
Those aren't your private details. That's about the subject of
Okay.
your in your
Well,
headline.
yeah. If
I'm
you
just saying,
think
make
I
it
haven't,
choices,
I
that's
haven't, like you watched a show the other day where I expressed how I felt about this situation. Now you're coming to me and asking me as if I had never expressed it. I've expressed this many times, just not fully and not to the point where I feel better about myself and I can move on with my life.
When
you get what I'm saying?
but you didn't get into the Paul's a cult leader in that video with
I
O.A.I.
hadn't yet. I have 7 videos I'm going through. You guys are just, you want everything right now.
Well, no, but I mean, you gotta give something that people can chew on a little bit. It was more just
for
a
one, I
suggestion.
didn't say he was a
wrong.
cult member. I said, is Paul Unslave a cult leader? Today, we're going to discuss whether or not, like these two things. I'm not saying he is. I'm just bringing up. I see. I have cause for concern, and I'm bringing it up, like I said earlier, as we should, when there is bad acting, as you guys do, because you guys all bring this stuff on your panels and try and I don't even know what exactly you guys are always doing, looping on this stuff, but it never seems to end up getting anywhere, and no one ever seems to get I don't know. It's weird, but it's irrelevant.
You should have watched my
I got
video.
some questions for you
would
tonight,
have
Jeff.
seen how to, you would have seen it. Sorry, Chris. Let's go ahead.
No,
I can't watch millions of videos from all you guys all the time.
With you, Jeff.
What's up, Christos?
Coming later. I said there's going to be some questions coming later from me.
Well, yeah, I've wanted to talk to you all week because you were someone who showed some respect to me.
I'm not hopping on any bandwagons that you're this
well,
or
hold
that.
on. Can you let me talk?
I have some questions and concerns, but you know, I'm definitely not coming in here as an infiltrator or emissary for anyone.
You're talking over me right now, so it sounds like it.
You've been talking for a while, man. I just need to get a point.
Well, that's not how this works over here.
Man, what the hell you want? I just made a point.
I just want you to not be rude. You're talking over me. If you need to say something, be like, hey, hop in.
Well, hey, Jeffrey Phillips, I apologize. I didn't hear you.
You want to hang out? Are you cool? All right. But yeah, so okay, well, I was gonna talk to him. Anyway, what's up, Zen?
Cool. How's it going? Thank you. I figured if we're talking about cults, we should talk about my crazy flying spaghetti monster cult, so. But at any rate, so here's the thing about humans, right? That which we don't understand, we fear. That which we fear, we wish to destroy. And if you know, I was just trying to pull up so we made a graphic on the Overton window. And if you're unfamiliar with the Overton window, I think it's super important for people to understand this, right? There is what is like normal in society, what is like socially acceptable in society. And as long as you're in here, you're less likely to get ridiculed by people. But if you're outside of that Overton window, you're going to get pushed back. You're going to get things. So that's why in my crazy pasta church, I advocate trolls to just level the fuck up and become more effective trolls. Have a troll with a mission and do something with your comedy, with your bit, with your whatever. And that's the thing. You can't change the world in a positive way by being a good little cog in the wheel. It's impossible. Name any person that has made any positive change in the world that was liked by everyone, that just fit with the status quo. Can anyone present?
No, and that does largely seem to be the problem there, Zen. I think he called you, is that in a lot of these circles, people do just want to hear what they want to hear and things that make them feel good, and they don't really want to be challenged.
And that which they're afraid of, such as, polyamory, such as a secure fucking person that is fine as long as you're not violating their partner, you can still be social with their partner and it not trigger them. They're not going to slash your tires, beat you with a baseball bat because they're stable and secure in themselves. But we're fed this narrative in society that you have to be this like alpha male dominant. I have to control my bitch, get in the kitchen. Like that is the rhetoric that we're told in society, in food, in media and television, commercials, radio. The whole like love triangle is the theme of the world. Like it's the
Christos,
theme
come
in
back.
most
This is why I wanted
everything.
to talk to Christos specifically.
Yeah, and here's the thing. But guess what? You're not going to see a lot of positive examples of polyamorous individuals or kinky individuals in the modern society because they're outside of that fucking Overton window. You're not going to see a lot of positive portrayals of veganism because guess what? They're outside of that fucking Overton window. It makes it's more interesting to have a flailing idiot that doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to these things because, oh, let's make a meme of them. So you know what? Hey, I'm going to go ahead and use a fucking meme and memeify myself and get the message out. So it sounds like that's what I'm hearing from Jeffrey is that their life was turned into a caricature, a big, massive straw man, and they weren't able to at least present their own thing. Just like I noticed this way before I even started getting involved with this community, is that always when Ali is there, on screen just chilling, people are talking as if Ali is just like not even there. Like Ali is their own individual and they can speak for themselves, but they never get an opportunity to speak for themselves. And everyone wants to talk about them. And it's kind of awkward and uncomfortable.
But
Christos.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Come back, Christos.
But what I was going to say, Jeffrey, and again, I'm giving you some challenging questions because these are the things people are thinking, right?
Yeah. Christos.
But we spoke the other night, Jeffrey, and you said that if O.A.I and Ali had been involved together, that would piss you off. But then you played the bit that you guys were open to that. That was the bit.
Okay, so, I can clear this up clearly and concisely. If I had walked out of the like, this is an RV. There's not different rooms, right? I was just at the floor. I was waking up. And if I had walked out here and like O.A.I and Ali was giving O.A.I a blowjob, we would have had a major fucking problem, you know? Like if this like not that we're not even into this kind of stuff, all this poly stuff right now, but even if we were, it wouldn't go down like that in any way whatsoever. We have standards, you know, veganism, you know, like right off the bat, you know, like it would never go down in that scenario. Ali and I would have talked about it several times, you know, straight out. We would have been 100% communicative with that person we were going to do it with, 100% straight up. Hey, this is our intention. You down? These are the parameters. We wouldn't just invite a homeless guy over to our house. It wouldn't happen that way. Simply homeless meat eater that we don't know who lives in his car. Like, but you guys want to believe that this happens so much that you've biased towards believing what the crazy people with the unlikely sounding story are saying. It's Occam's razor, dude.
I'm so glad that you mentioned Occam's razor before, like in the past, because that is the thing. Like the most likely explanation is likely the explanation. Why are you automatically jumping to some crazy ass conspiracies?
And remember when I pressed Lubass the other night when I was like, oh, okay, Lubass, answer this question. You say you think O.A.I might be telling the truth. Answer this question. Do you think it's reasonable that we just invited O.A.I over and Ali just started sucking his dick in front of me and like I filmed it? Does that seem reasonable? Or was it just that we just wanted to meet O.A.I because he's kind of a cool dude and we know he's fucking homeless and might want to like sleep on our couch for a couple of days while he's driving through town? You know, which one of these seems more reasonable? And then I know there's some other story about Rose 777 and Crow. He went and stayed with them and some sort of nonsense, like, you know, some sort of similar situation happened. Not saying similar in any way. I have no clue. I'm not going to be talking about anyone else's private business, but like there's clearly a pattern, you know. And then O.A.I stayed with O'Shea, before he hung out with us, hung out with Austin Murphy that didn't really have the greatest report of him. So it's like we gave him way bigger benefit of the doubt than we should have. And we should have known how wishy-washy Paul is with us, that it might not be a good idea. You know, in hindsight, probably wasn't the best idea to invite one of his little henchmen over to spend the night. Yeah.
Christos, are you able to speak now? Christos?
Christos.
So had you guys discussed that it was okay for them to engage in certain levels of intimacy?
Intimacy? No.
Yeah, kissing?
No.
Because if you go back to that video that I was in, I thought it was pretty
There's
clear.
no video of her kissing O'Shea on the internet that exists, guaranteed.
There was a video shown this morning, but
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the last conversation I had. I'm pretty sure it was admitted in that video that they did kiss.
No. O'Shea, no, that was O'Shea. O'Shea was saying that he got blowjobs and they might have fucked. And him saying the kiss was him being like, okay, maybe it was a kiss. That was him admitting that he was lying about the blowjob and the sex that he said that they had. That's him being like, okay, maybe it was just a kiss. And then it's like, okay, it's like, why would I give him the benefit of the doubt of believing him at that point after he's bold-faced lied to me, saying that I watched him I watched Ali suck his dick. Like, I know that didn't happen. So why would I believe him about I already told you this the other night. Why would I believe him about anything else? And whether or not, like, there's no, I mean, let's see it. I mean, pull it up. But there was a video that Austin Murphy, he was watching on a panel. They were watching us, and Austin was like, hey, that just looked like Ali kissed O'Shea. And me and Ali watched that video, and it does, like, it's like you're doing mental gymnastics if you're gonna say that video, like that video is of Ali kissing O'Shea. And I believe I'm even in the video, even, like, it's pretty funny. But whatever. Anyway, so yeah, that's how that would have went down. Never in a million years would me and Ali just do something like that in that scenario. Never. Like, that's not how it would ever go down between us.
So
O'Shea's whole thing saying, "Oh, you guys knew what was going on. I said it for years." Like, that's like, okay, then if O'Shea wasn't joking that whole time, so O'Shea's trying to say the whole bit was never a bit. Like, that's crazy. Like, super crazy to deny that you haven't, like, so O'Shea's just never been, like, all his funny is all 100% truth. Like, he's never been joking this whole time. We're just calling him a comedian for no reason. Like, that's his excuse is, oh no, that wasn't a bit the whole time when I was saying I was going to come bang your girl and we were all laughing about it. Like, it's very odd.
It can be both, right? It can be both a bit, and O'Shea can really be coming after your girl, which is what sort of happened.
Well, if he had those expectations, that has nothing to do with us. That's fucking crazy.
Christos,
That's
been
crazy.
I heard
anything like that.
I heard you guys calling for me earlier. I'm doing deliveries, so right as you guys were calling my name, I was stepping out of the car, and so it's been really bad. It's been really bad timing, Jeffrey. I just need you to know this. I wasn't trying to engage in some type of over talking you. I didn't hear that you were talking at one point. I didn't think I was over talking you. I really thought you had finished your point, because you see, I'm in a Taco Bell without headphones trying to listen to you through my iPhone speaker.
Cool. You've never come at me with this energy before. I've only known you to have different energy towards me. So, coming in here kind of in this situation, like,
because
and then you're kind of talking over me. It's not it's not surprised that I'm going to be like, dude, calm down. Like, it looked to me like you were getting pipey with me. So I apologize if you weren't.
No, it's fine.
But anyway, I wanted to talk to you because you have shown respect towards me. I have respect for you, but you were really quick to come in and white knight for Paulie and talk all this crazy shit about my partner who I'm in love with. And then the next day you were trying to be buddies with me again. When I was talking about the whole wishy-washiness of all these Paulie watchers, like they do this. You know, like Mr. Moose down there. Moose has gone back and forth on me like 8 times. Like he's been cool to me, then a dick to me, then cool to me, then a dick to me, then cool to me, then a dick to me. And I like 8 or 9 times, as well as many of other Paulie's yes men that are his little bubble of people he has around him. They just back and forth from one day to another. However Paulie's feeling about me that day, they'll either shit on me in the comments or like, you know, come on my panels and be nice to me and act like nothing ever fucking happened when they were just talking shit about my partner, completely maliciously lying about my partner. So I want to know like the psychology behind the bias. You know, are you simply biasing because you want it to be true because of the entertainment value? Or are you biased because Paulie's telling you that it's true and you believe him over reason?
No, it's none of those things. It's just watching the presentation on different panels of this like saga that's been happening. I mean, I guess I'm still open to being convinced that this is some elaborate long run joke, but the way
why would you get yourself involved in something like that without knowing the truth? You publicly went out
it's
and
all
slandered.
out there. It's do you guys not see like the parts that you're playing as thespians on the metaverse with all this?
But
by engaging in those times on Paul's channel,
you don't know the truth. Yet you went out and said that my girl's a
I've been inquiring.
Five guys.
I've been inquiring. No, I haven't said five guys when your girl. I've been asking you about O.A.I because it seems like you let O.A.I smash your chick, and now you're trying to. It's just.
And you're
this is
still
not because
saying
Paul
that.
is saying
You've seen
this.
everything I've said, and you're still saying that.
This is not because Paul is saying it. It legitimately looks like that.
Paul is saying it, you're repeating it and believing it. So that you just answered my question.
No, it doesn't matter who's presenting it. You guys presented yourselves multiple times, and O.A.I being over
and
there.
You
the whole
think
thing
you
has been
deserve
broadcasted.
to know more information
I'm talking
about
the broadcasting, everything that's been broadcasted.
So you think you deserve all of our details because we gave some details once about our
That's
private
the straw
life.
man thing that Yurt was talking about earlier. We're not looking for all your details. I'm not over here. Look, I was not over here asking for Brian O.A.I to spill all the beans.
What's your question, Christos?
Okay, well, first off, so I can't tell. I literally can't tell from like what you're saying right now and what I've heard before. Are you in an open relationship or not?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay. Can
I chime in there as an expert of relationships?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
As a legitimate certified expert of relationships and mental health.
Please do. I like your background, by the way.
Thank you. So it sounded to me like they were entertaining the idea of polyamory. Polyamory is a specific type of open relationship. It is not what most people think of open relationships. Open relationships is a massive umbrella. And within that is things like swinging, things like cucking, things like, clothed female, naked male, things like don't ask, don't tell, things like just on, when you're on vacation. There's a number of things. And within that is things like kitchen table polyamory, which is I'd like to know who you're interested in and we can talk about it and entertain the possibility of it. It sounded to me, and Jeffrey, please do correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded to me like you two were considering the possibility of opening a relationship towards polyamory.
We were I would say more clearly, we were hoping to get on the level communication wise, where if that came up, we wouldn't be weird about talking to each other. Like we wanted, we'd had the conversation once early in our relationship, and it went well, but not as good as I had hoped. And Allie wasn't really ready. you know, like
I
I'd
have a feeling
explained.
they wanted. Have a feeling that they want a yes or no answer. So let me try and rephrase
Okay.
that.
Then I would say
We're-
yes. I would say
Okay.
yes. Then if they want a
You
yes
and
or no, then
Ali
yeah,
were
in the future
considering an open relationship.
we would be open to that possibly, and that's why we talked to you. Yeah.
And with that said, because yes, that conversation happens between Jeffrey, Ali, and I of, oh, you know, like, can we get some insight, open relationship? We notice that there's a lot of possessiveness in the freedom movement, and there's womanizing, and there's all kinds of crazy stuff. We might be meeting someone soon. I just kind of wanted to get your input. Like that conversation happened, right, Jeffrey?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'd like to lend that information as someone that has been polyamorous my entire adult life. So we're talking about over 25 years of experience in polyamory. I have that experience. So they were talking to me about it. And then all of a sudden, so we're kind of discussing it. And then all of a sudden, like this guy's in the living room, like literally while like, I thought it was an active curiosity thing that they had. It was literally just a curiosity thing. It's not that like, it was like, oh, should Ali suck this guy's dick? Like they were at like the infancy of this type of stuff. There was no finality.
You literally walked in
decisions.
as you were on the podcast.
Literally and I'm like, oh, that's the guy that they're talking about. And I was like, okay, fine. And then, you know, they got off and like, and then all of a sudden the next time I'm on a panel, there's all this fucking drama with this guy like spreading rumors and shit. And I'm like, I've seen that before. That is from my interpretation, what happened was there was someone that assumed that this couple has a cucking fetish or that they want to be swingers. And they're using euphemisms to invite this person to possibly like fuck the female in this scenario. Now, that is, from everything that I can tell, that is definitely not what fucking happened. People can assume that in their brain, but that's not the reality of the situation. Is that accurate, Jeffrey? Yeah, that's literally what it looked like it happened. But I can understand the community freaking out and being like, oh, blah, blah, blah. You do maybe something did happen and they're hiding it, blah, blah, blah. Because as Jeffrey said, it's sensationalism. That's what you want to happen. And that which we don't understand, we fear. That which we fear, we wish to destroy. The bottom line is Jeffrey and Ali, regardless of if they do enter an open relationship or not, it highlights humanity's difficulty with just having basic conversations about super simple things like this. We can't talk about this because there's so many misconceptions involved in this and in this. There's so many misconceptions around it. So I'm glad that the conversation is happening, and it's unfortunate that it had to be like collateral damage and drama and upset feelings and naysaying and all kinds of sandbagging and bullshit. But the conversation is being had. So that's all I wanted to.
But how, and you just said you definitely know nothing happened. I mean, Jeffrey, can you say definitely nothing happened? How do you say that? Definitely, if they were spending time together, just the two of them.
The first thing he said was, Ali blew me on their futon in front of Jeffrey. So that was a lie. That didn't happen.
First thing. That was the first thing he ever said?
Well, that's the first time. That's the first thing I saw him say it. He was like, and so.
He was a lot more subtle the first time he ever said anything. He was talking about going on a hike.
Dude, I wasn't watching the
alone.
show. I don't watch the show anymore. I don't care or know like how many fucking 15 times he's been on 15 fucking panels talking about this shit. Like he literally went on Benton's channel and said that he's getting famous because he had this run-in with this crazy couple. Christos. How many, like, why would I care that he said something once on some fucking channel? I've seen him say a bunch of shit. I don't care what. When I first saw it, he said he fucking blew her in front of me on our fucking futon. That didn't happen. So that means I know he's a fucking liar. So why would I believe him about anything else?
Okay.
And I trust Ali. Ali would tell me.
I had like a follow-up question to this as well. So, like, were you and your girlfriend like at all like even midway through the thing like playing a role and kind of like playing it up? I understand the beginning, but it seemed like it was going on for a long time. Like it was a long-running joke, right?
Yeah,
like
it was a long-running joke.
into it, right? Like, but because like Brian it got to a point with Brian where it seems like he's like been legitimately hyped up and excited because he's gotten laid for the first time in a while. It didn't seem like he was playing a role or like that was one of his bits. He actually, I mean, and I'm
that
open.
would mean that,
I'm not.
everyone
I'm just,
gets like that. You're assuming why he was feeling the way he was. You're just saying it's because he got laid, and that there you have no proof for that. Like,
no,
that's not like a real thing. It's just something you think.
there's a lot of contextual. There's a lot
He
of
left
contextual
here. He
evidence
left,
which
dude.
points to it.
Christos. He left here after hanging out with us. No, like no sex, no nothing, no kissing, no fucking blowjob, nothing. He hung out with us for 2 days. We talked to him the whole time about his situation, and he left here with a different look on his face. Like he was like calm, like he always has this tension up here, O.A.I, but he was like looking different, and he was just like, man, I feel like because we talked to him and had like he had like therapy sessions with Allie, and like it was like he felt better about his future or whatever immediate future because he had come here and hung out with us for a couple days, and we were fucking nice to him the whole time. Like I know I do feel like I took a picture of him on the futon, like in the morning, the first morning he stayed, and I feel bad about that. I posted it on Facebook just like, hot look, O.A.I, because the environment pushed me to fucking like want to prove that he didn't fucking sleep with us by taking a fucking picture of him. But then like a bunch of people reacted really badly to it that didn't even have anything to do with Paul's channel. Just like, why are you making fun of your friend? And I was like, so I took it down. I felt bad, but I felt like that might have been something that like pissed him off, when at the wrong time. I don't even know, but like he just started like after he left. He did two live streams with me, totally nice to me. Then he talked to Paul, went on Paul's show, and completely broke bad on me. And so I immediately was like, oh, well, fuck you then. You're a fucking backstabbing, fucking worthless, spineless piece of shit. I invited you over to my fucking house, put a roof over your head, cooked for you, entertained you. Like, Like, I get that he wanted me to let me fuck Allie also, but that's not going to happen. I gave him everything but that. And then he goes out and fucking breaks bad on me. It's like, okay, thanks, bro. I'm never going to do a nice thing for another fucking person for the rest of my life because of that. But that's not true. But that made me feel that way. Like, okay, cool. I can't ever trust, like, wow. Shit, dude.
Like he's like
so
running.
You can understand why we're pissed, right, Christos? You can understand why I might want to make a podcast, a live stream where I clear this all up.
Sure.
And I'm sorry for the clickbait, yurt, but like, hey, everyone's here and I'm getting through it.
You do what you do. I was just saying, make it meat and potatoes. That's all I'm saying. You do what you do.
I was getting to it, bro. You know how these things go. Sometimes they start off slow and they pick up, like this one did.
I got you. What about this nighttime visit, though?
Okay.
Like if I was with a woman and she's going over to a dude's house in the middle of the night. I mean,
she was at work. She works late. I had a big debate. I went to sleep early. She had to Uber home because the master cylinder of her car was out. So she had to Uber, and she stopped by on the way home to smoke a joint with him and talk to him for a little bit before he left the next day. Like, I knew about it, like it's perfectly within my boundaries. That's completely fine. So I trust her. Like you guys like it's weird. It's like you guys don't think that like I have any relationship or any kind of trust or anything for Allie. It's like she's a piece of meat almost. Like,
no, we're just
you can't trust her.
I don't know
how would you trust your girl going over to a guy's house at night? I get how it sounds really bad, but what actually happened didn't. Like what you guys wanted to happen didn't happen. And I'm sorry that you guys don't get the entertainment.
I don't want it to happen,
sir.
You guys did.
I don't want anything to happen.
I just want to say something. Jeffrey doesn't currently identify as a feminist, but I want to warn you all, okay? There's a lot of fucking toxic ass misogyny from whatever community you all come from my biased, jaded opinion as a fucking anarcho-feminist.
I don't come from any community.
It's pretty disgusting. So I just want to say, like, if that's not the case, though, try not to like push Jeffrey towards feminism, because I see it happening in my biased, jaded opinion, because y'all treat women pretty fucking shitty from what I've heard and from what I can see.
Well, sir, I'm just
I love
meeting
that
you,
you
so I'm
all
going to
are
withhold my
feminist.
judgment. Sir, I'm going to withhold my judgment about you, even though you're rushing to judgment, right? As you try to explain.
That's fine. I just have factual, like,
femininity to me. But, you know, be
just
careful
from what
that you're
I've
not
seen
rushing
and what
to
I've
assumptions.
witnessed, I'm just saying. I have observable evidence of treating women horribly. So I'm just saying.
Where
I
has
can
why
He's
did you
talking about
only go
Paul.
to
He's just
panels,
talking
sir?
about Paul.
I talked
you know?
about
All right,
I talked about it when
all
I
right,
came
everybody.
in.
It's
I
the
even talked
hashtag.
about it when I came in.
Well, hold
Like
on.
all the time, Ali is on these streams, and people are talking to Ali as if they're like, I don't know, like an ornament or like a wall mount or something, like that they can't speak for themselves. And it's always really cringy. Like, just imagine your life partner is next to you, and they're speaking about your life partner like that. How would you feel? Not only you yourself as the male in the relationship, but how the fuck do you think that person should feel?
But sir, Zen, this is what I'm saying. I wouldn't keep bringing her back to that environment or encouraging her to go back to that environment day after day.
So you bar her access.
Paulie's been screaming from the rooftops that we aren't here to defend ourselves. Therefore, everything they said is true.
Yeah,
like that, Zen. I didn't say anything about blocking access. I said I would encourage her not to go up.
It seems
Paulie
to me
blocked us
that she
and
wants
then,
to speak
then
for
told
herself.
everyone all these lies, and then was like, "Oh well, they're not here to defend themselves." But he had blocked us. He told everyone he blocked us. Like,
but
he literally blocked us and lied about us and blocked us from defending ourselves.
She has 2 other panels of her own direct access to speak for herself, and a multitude of other panels.
And you came on it.
Yeah, we
I'm
literally
doing what
talked
she
about
did.
this, and she spoke for herself, and we had a discussion about it.
Yeah, so I don't understand what the problem is. If you're not liking how you're being treated in an area, you don't come back.
I'm not coming back. I'm addressing the constant wave.
Right.
Like,
but this
we went live and 35 people came to our chat and said that, you know, that O'Shea came in alley and all this stuff. Like, you think this, like, this is like, I get what you're doing here, but you're defending something I don't think you want to be defending.
Yeah. I'm playing an objective role. As I said, I'm trying because there's some, and you know where you lost me, Jeffrey, is where you're saying you're playing into the bit and then getting mad at people for believing the bit. That's kind of where you start losing me, is in that contradiction. And then I had a question for you. So you knew she was going to go over and hang out with Brian O'Shea? Like that, could you said you would discuss whatever happened between you because of trust. So you knew she was going to go over there that night?
Yeah.
And that was all good?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Like, like, she knows outside of the boundaries that I've told her about, that I have, that she can do her own thing, you know, like, I don't always even have to know. And she does, you know, kind of, you know, and she does take advantage of that. And, you know, and like, it's cool. Like, I have, you know, we have very clear boundaries, and she knows she can talk to me, you know, about these things.
It's,
you know, like, I know maybe we represented ourselves as a weak couple in the beginning. I don't know how, but like, I came to the panel and we were like, oh, we're gonna talk about relationship problems. Like, you know, like, every couple has communication problems. I literally went there up there. Hey, yeah, sometimes we have communication problems. One time I went up after a fight of ours, and we rarely fight. And so I might have looked a little bit doomier than I normally did. And so, like, maybe they thought because that day I had just come on after a fight that, like, we were on the rocks, when we weren't. It was just we were having trouble at that time with that one thing. And it was not like some huge, massive problem within our relationship. We are very, very communicative and very close. And, you know, if she wants to smoke a joint with fucking whoever she wants on the way home, and, you know, she doesn't violate my boundaries, I have no problem with it.
So, on that note, can I ask this question as well? And I'm just
Sure,
asking
Christo.
questions, man. So, it was spoken about. Is it true that your girlfriend still hangs out with her ex and like they go biking together? And I'm not
Occasionally.
even necessarily. I'm not making a judgment by asking this. It's just a legitimate question. It's just something I heard about. And so, like you said, getting the
Can I
record
please
straight.
chime in on this?
Yes.
Yeah, I
If
want to
people
present
do that, cool. But go ahead.
Yeah, I want to present a super novel concept to people, but this concept is outside of the Overton window, okay? If we want to talk about liberation and freedom and peace and respect and body autonomy, if we want to, like, we have to actually like be morally consistent and act on those things. With that said, are you really, like, do you feel that you are morally consistent to call yourself like a person for truth and liberty and justice and peace by controlling your partner's friendships and relationships?
You're distorting, Zen. You keep distorting what people are saying. He asked a question. He didn't.
I don't know
make
what
And the
people are
question
saying. What are
isn't
people
mine.
saying?
The question related to, do you hang out with, like, what is the intention of bringing up the question of, oh, does Ali still hang out with the ex? What is the intention in that?
Just
So
curious.
it was something spoken about. Yeah, I'm just
Okay,
curious. It
well,
was something
how
that was
about this?
spoken
Both of
about
you.
in some
Okay.
relationships. That's a cool thing, you know. In other relationships, it's just
It's
like
been spoken about like
so-
7 times. So why are you asking me again, Christos? How's about that question?
Well,
What are
hey,
you
you're the guy
unclear
that
on?
Jeff. You're the
You
guy that
just
told
said
me you didn't
on a
watch half
panel
of the
that
past
Ali
weeks or
hangs out with her
whatever.
ex. Is that true?
Like, so
what do you mean?
don't
If I
hold me to
said it,
this
of
some
course it's
standard
true.
that, oh, I should have seen this already. When you told me you haven't been watching the past couple of weeks of this whole thing, like,
Christos,
so
you
you know,
asked
what are
me.
you telling me? It's been 7 times
Look
that
at
it's
the
been
question
spoken
you asked
about.
me
So
again.
because I'm
You said
asking
you've
you and it's
said
been
this
spoken about
before.
7
Is this
times.
true? So it's been
You-
talked about several times clearly. Why are you bringing it up again?
What's the problem with just giving me like a quick answer on it? Like,
Why do I
there's an
need to
this is like
answer it?
implication in my
The
this is
question.
only
deflecting
reason
right
you
here,
guys
Jeff.
know about it is because I told you. Why would I need to answer again what I already told you to begin with, Christos?
Because this is the saga continues, man. We're gonna
So
end up
so
rehashing
since you
things
guys
as this
all
goes
know that
on,
Ali
right?
hangs out with her ex
Like,
occasionally,
come on, dude.
you're asking me again if Ali hangs out with her ex occasionally. I don't get it. What's
There's
the
an
point of you
implication
bringing
in
this
that.
up
What
right
is the
now?
Why
point?
is this such a problem that I'm asking this?
It's not a problem. It's your intent.
Exactly. Like, there's
Bro,
an implication in that. What is the purpose
you're
of
way
bringing it
too
up all the
trigger
time?
happy and
Christos.
suspicious and cynical of me right
Christos,
here,
if
man.
the only reason you know that Ali hung out with her ex is because I told you, why would you come here and ask me to tell you if she
It
hangs
was
out
something
with her
spoken
ex?
about. It was something spoken about. I remember a couple
What
times
are
when
you
this whole
wanting
thing
me
was
to
going
clear
on
up if
and you
I
were
already
on
told you that it
pause.
happened?
Yeah, is there anything else related to
Like,
the hang out with the ex
I'm
thing that you have
completely
questions
confused
about
on
so
what
that
you're
you can
asking,
move the revolve?
Christos.
Cool, you answered my question. We don't have to stall on this. You can quit with this whole gaslighting bullshit, Jeff. Man, you're real fired up tonight, dude. I'm not
Why
coming
wouldn't
against
I
you. Just
be,
let me ask my
Christos?
questions.
Why the
Let
fuck
me ask my
wouldn't I be
questions.
fired
That's
up
all. I'm
right now,
done.
Well,
Christos?
and
Good.
Jeffrey, can I just address? And again, I'm here for interesting conversation and interesting content. Okay, just keeping it real. And if it moved, friendship or whatever those things, they'd be later stages, right? Like you said, we don't know each other. We're strangers on the internet having this sort of interesting experience here. So it's nothing more, nothing less. So I'm going to ask you this question, and it's not, I'm not. It is what it is. But they're saying PaulUnslaved and Brian O'Shea are in the back. Why not allow those men up here to engage in the conversation since they are being discussed and since they can add alternative perspectives?
I have no problem with
And I'll
that
jump
coming
down
up
if
after my presentation of what I wanted to do on my channel on my live stream.
Fair enough.
Those two have been talking for months straight. It's not a big priority for me to hear Paul and O'Shea loop more than they already have in their lives. Like, that's not a big priority to me. I'm going to let them up, but not right now because I'm not ready doing what I want to do under an controlled environment that doesn't have, you know, a big guy, a big mouth guy yelling at me nonstop, so nothing actually gets done. I would far rather stay with you, Yurt, and have you send all your questions towards me, and, you know, watch the chat. Any questions in the chat, send them up. But later on, they can come up later on for sure.
I respect that. I get that. And I just gotta say too, and this is a personal thing, but Jack Talcott, I was gonna type it, but Jack Talcott, I got time for you, partner. So you just wait. You just wait, my friend. Fucking Jack Talcott, man.
The legend.
Yeah, I don't know what he is, dude. Goofball, infiltrator, deceiver,
distractor,
absolutely. King of the word salad, Mr. I'm not saying shit. And like I said earlier, that's kind
of the distractor or the distracted.
Both. I don't know. This is
Christos,
tough. So where's Allie
questions?
tonight, though? I mean, why?
You guys
I get this is kind of your time, but again, it's that dynamic where it's kind of like when dad's in the room, mom isn't here. When mom's in the room, dad isn't here. You know, so you start getting those two narratives, right? It's hard to get everyone on the same page that is paying attention when people are sort of doing that.
Especially when there's like 8 different podcasts and hundreds of hours of stuff to go through. Like, everyone's coming at me with, didn't you hear him say this? Didn't you hear him say that? What? Like, I do debates. Like, I'm a debate guy. This is like the whole opposite end of the spectrum of debate. You know, this whole like, oh, someone said something once on a podcast you can't find unless you watch 10,000 hours of footage. You know, like, this is the opposite of what I'm used to doing. So it's frustrating to have to be pulled into this type of, you know, behavior and communication style when I really don't like doing it. I like being very concise and I like looking at facts, you know. But the fact of the matter is, Paulie's act in a way that, you know, Paulie's treated me and Allie in a way where that some people would go off and you know, do stuff like that. You know, if they were not as strong as me and Allie, you know, breaking up people, people do that over breakups all the time, you know. And there's a lot of weak, broken people out there, and Paulie surrounds himself with weak, broken people and then attacks them and then says shit like that, you know, which I get it. He's got something he's doing, but that's really malicious and dangerous behavior.
And respectfully, Jeffrey, I think I'd be so much more sympathetic to that had you not laid into the bit, had you not been claiming that you were playing into the bit the whole time.
About my part in this anymore. I'm talking about Paul and how he deals with the world. It's not only me that he's doing this to, and you know that. He's on panel after panel, people saying the same thing. You said this about my wife. You said this, you did this, you did this. You're making things up. You're fabricating lies. You're maliciously lying. It's the same thing on every single panel I've ever seen him go on. People are saying the same thing. So is it Paul or everyone else on every other panel? I mean, it's not everyone. I'm starting to do generalizations. I'm sorry. Not everyone, clearly, because he has a core group of people, 150 or so people. But I've seen the same pattern over and over again. And that panel the other night, the We Are Awake TV, that was the whole topic of that whole panel, was Paul lying about several different gentlemen's lives in that panel. And I don't know, I haven't even been watching the show, so I don't know all this Talcott, a rapist, you know, or all this whatever's going on. I don't know anything about this, but I popped into your show, the whatever show yesterday for a minute, and it was the same conversation again. Paulie's making up lies about people, you know, and it's like, and then you're here like, well, what do you mean? You know, like, why are you mad at him? And I'm mad at him because he's acting bad. He's a bad actor. And I want people like you to speak up about it. And I want to talk to you about it so we can figure out ways of like figuring this out.
But what I find interesting about that comment, and it's the same thing, I hear this from Jack too, is when I was communicating all of that, you weren't coming over and encouraging me in that. You sat there as he
Bro,
ripped
I've
me
no
apart and
idea
ripped
about
Chris
I've
about.
never seen you speak on air in my life except for on Ali's panel the other night and maybe just popping into one of these shows here or there. I have no idea what you've done in the past.
You didn't see
I have
that whole
no
thing with him and
clue.
Moose? You didn't see
That
all
was
that?
I came in right in the middle of that. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with that panel. I
Yeah.
had no clue what was going on with that panel. I thought Moose did something with like GIMP or something. Like I don't even know what happened back then. I only saw you somewhat recently, only found your channel somewhat recently. I have no clue what you've been doing. So this whole like, I did a video or Paul said this, like it's like I just like
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't know
not
why
sure if
it's
you
even
were
being brought
there
up.
or
Huh?
not, but okay. Another person's asking about the specific clip that was shown and today, and do you want to look at that and
Sure.
review it? I don't think it's a conclusive clip. I saw it earlier. I don't think it conclusively shows anything. But
Yeah, it
again,
doesn't. I've seen it a bunch of times. It doesn't show anything. But that's the thing. Like,
I'd like to see.
look at this mental gymnastics and look at this like grasping at straws to somehow turn this around and make it so they're all in the right for behaving. Do you remember what Lubass said? Like, just regardless, and what Ali said at the same time, she's like, what if he put his dick in every fucking hole in me to go do what he's doing is fucking toxic as fuck. Even Lubass. You asked Lubass the greatest question that has been asked in this whole fucking shitstorm. Lubass, if O.A.I was actually lying, what would you think about that? And he was like, O.A.'s a piece of shit if he's did that. Yeah. That was a very good question.
And usually, the way these things seem to work is probably everybody is telling the truth and everybody is lying. That's my honest objective.
It's called elementary school shit,
Yeah,
like.
exactly.
I do just want to point out there's usually, they say his truth, her truth, and then the truth. We're all subject to bias, literally everyone.
Yeah. Two sides to every story with the truth being somewhere in between. But I don't I mean, so you're mad, you don't think I lost you when I went along with the bit, even though the bit was clearly asked and clarified that there was a bit going on. You think it was pushing it, even though everyone was laughing. We're all laughing every time it ever came up. O.A.'s the world famous comedian shows up and starts yelling at Ali. That's been his bit with her since day one. That's his bit with every female that goes on up there. He gets his little smooth guy voice and he starts talking like he's a black guy. And that's a bit. Like I said to you before, me and Ali are very we're fans of comedy, we're pushing the bit. And if that's our worst behavior, that you think if that's the worst behavior of ours or the worst act that we had was simply going along with a joke a little too far, then I don't really think that we have that much to worry about as far as what we did wrong.
And that was more specifically to the Christos, or you getting mad at anyone in the audience who is confused by
I'm not watching the chat. I'm not watching.
No, I'm just saying in general, the audience.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you're going to start getting mad at the audience or people participating in this who have their doubts about, you being truthful or anyone being truthful, but you're playing bits, I think that would be hypocritical. And also things can be a bit and be true. I think it was both a bit Brian O.A.I was saying, and Brian O.A.I was 100% trying to come get with.
I don't think he was though, dude. You didn't see him come over here.
Maybe not. You might.
He never you guys didn't. I mean, it's disgusting, but I wish I put a fucking camera up so you could see how he behaved. He was like having my son come and stay, like, you know, like it was like, hey, he was a polite boy, like a polite 12-year-old, you know, like.
When that's where I get a little confused.
And like we were
Where did
laughing
it
about
run
it the
off
whole time. And then
road?
when we go on the show, you know, like Ali said, we go on the panel, the three of us, of course, we're there because everyone's dying that they're seeing us all on a, you know, like, you know, I don't know, whatever. If that's the worst thing, if that's the worst thing, I'm not too worried about it. I don't think I would do it. I don't think I would change how I acted in any way. I don't think I would have not pushed the bit any farther than it did. And if I'm an asshole because of that, then whatever. But these people call themselves comedians and they have no sense of humor. And they're completely twisting around their comedy to accommodate their fucking bad behavior. And I don't really appreciate it. So, you know, like, I think Ali and I presented ourselves very well the entire time. And I don't really, the only thing I regret is trusting the panel with my personal information. You know?
Yeah, you gotta take your power back in your privacy to some extent. But then I also get the alternative point that it's interesting to engage and share yourself in that way too. So, you know, I don't think you're necessarily wrong for that either. And you know, it's this thing. You know, I don't know where this goes because in a way, no truth can be objectively demonstrated. Right? Because the people that know, and those that don't.
No,
So
like I
what is
said,
the
I'm
move?
not doing this for anyone but myself and possibly Ali.
Well, I do want to point out that
I know a bunch of people are gonna jerk off thinking to that scenario in their heads. You know, like clearly, like the second I got on this panel, all these dudes are like, "Dude, I bet Jeff's got a big fucking dick and all this shit." And it's like, Jesus Christ, you guys, like, calm the fuck down. Like,
I do want to point out something that like objective truth, like empirical truth, is extremely difficult to attain, and us humans might it might be impossible for us to ever achieve that.
Yeah.
However, we do have something called the scientific method, and we can get closer to truth. So things like evidence. So like, for example, this whole kiss clip thing, like it sounds like there's a stream going on from, I literally don't even know who these people are that are being speaking about. That's why I'm trying to focus on the things that I know in this, you know, like my vegan, you know, pony in this race. But like, if someone can literally, like people are pinging us and talking about this video, if someone could just make a clip, it shouldn't be too hard for someone to just make a clip of this video.
Yeah,
I'm not about to watch another live stream where they keep playing it. Like, I'm sorry, I just can't do that. Like, someone linked me to the live stream and I'm not going to be watching that while I'm on this live stream.
I think they have the clip ready to go, Jeffrey. I think they have it ready to go.
Then ask them for
can
the
you
clip
put it in the
and
private
put
chat?
it in the chat so I can see it. And I'd like to talk about this like supposed kiss in this video.
He says it's backstage. Are you kidding? I don't know.
I am backstage and I do not see any video clips. Let me scroll up a bit though. Maybe it was before I came in. I did come in at 3:36 my time. I'm in Vegas. So maybe it was back earlier.
I don't know if you know Yuri Tarded or Aaron David Spiegel. People are just clamoring for the link.
Oh, I got fans. I love it. I love the fans on there.
Oh, these are your fans?
Apparently, you know. I love you too. Mwah. That is to you.
Oh, is it? Oh my God, 687 comments. Jeez, you guys. That's not culty at all.
Oh yeah, I think he's saying we have the video backstage and can show it. I don't think they
give
have
us the link.
Okay, it's really easy. Like right click over the link and it should have a little drop down that says copy link. You take copy link and then you come here and then you drop it in the chat. That would be awesome.
Well, hold on 1 second. I'll see if I can do the
and I just want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to the Gophers. like that are going between the things and like actually trying to get all fucking detected in this shit and like watch both streams and communicate between the streams. Like that's pretty impressive. That's some Neo type shit right there.
Yeah. The internet sleuths.
Right. And I do just want to say, like, to the sleuths out there, like at least sometimes this week, like try and get some sunlight, okay?
They got the link there, sir.
Here we go.
I appreciate that proper instruction.
That's PaulUnslaved. Just
yeah, I determined.
No way. This is great. This is hilarious. All right, hold on. I'll tell you exactly what's going on here. Okay, share the tab. Is that it? Is that up? Is it up? Is it up? Let me see. Okay, hold on. Present. I know exactly. You fucking guys. You're so funny. You guys just wish so hard for this to be true. Present. Come on. Share screen. Brave. Hold on. There it is. So what we have here is that it? Is that it, you guys? Can you hear me?
I don't know. I can't see shit. It's like super dark and really small. So I don't know how anyone can deduce anything from that.
Is that it? No.
I had to watch it like 7 times to even see what was going on. It's the top right-hand corner.
Did you see what's going on?
It looks like she's leaning in. It very well could be a bit. I don't see lips touching in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you what exactly happened.
Like looking for the second gunman on the grassy knoll or something.
Yeah, it is.
This is, I mean, first and foremost, this is fucking ridiculous. Like this is some like ridiculous incel type bullshit, in my opinion. But secondly, I don't see evidence of anything there.
Okay, ready? Bigger? Watch what's happening. See, she's got a lighter in her hand.
I asked you she's not there. Austin Murphy he loves this. Austin Murphy, this is what he lives for, this fucking guy. Austin. He's waited all night for someone who's in the fold to get the traumas over your shoulder. Timmy, I'm going to give you some of the treatment now. I asked you direct question.
She's not there.
Austin Murphy he loves this. Austin Murphy, this is what he lives for, this fucking guy. He's waited all night for someone who's in the fold to get the traumas.
Extremely creepy.
Timmy, I'm going to give you some of the treatment.
And extremely
now. I asked you direct question.
Hold on, I got to get a paper towel real quick. I just dumped my bong over.
Oh no, bong down. Well, I just want to say, I got Lubash trying to bring me in on like some inside job, asking for the link, and that's obviously up to the host. And you know,
you saw what happened there, right? Though
I got to remain fairly.
She hit the bong. She hit the bong.
Oh.
That's how she hits the bong. Like the bong's on the ground in front of us and we hit it. You can clearly see her get her lighter, go down and hit the bong. It's clear as fucking day. These guys are pathetic examples.
I got to check that again with that new information.
Yeah. Here we go again. Ready? Click, click. You can even hear the lighter.
I honestly didn't even see the lighter until you mentioned it, but there's definitely a lighter there, and there was definitely a lean down and then a move like this. It doesn't look like a
lean down, not a lean over. These fucking pathetic douchebags. That's hilarious. But anyway.
If you don't hear the click, you must have quit, right?
Hey, that's a good one.
Oh shit!
So what? In front of her face, there's a lean down, not a lean over.
I don't know. I think, this is a problem, and I've had my own experiences on here. This is a hard thing of like being in the so-called truth community, trying to, play bits or play characters. And then what happens when we do that and it all gets mixed up? And that doesn't mean you should be, persecuted for trying to do that. I completely disagree with that. But it's just a natural consequence of that sort of thing. It doesn't mean you're a horrible person. I don't think that. But I mean, it's like the Andy Kaufman stuff, right? It's going
Are
to.
you just justifying it as being morally okay? Because you're saying it's a consequence. It's a consequence that people are fucking retarded and turn into liars. Like you're saying, oh, well, you should have expected it. I'm holding these men accountable for being unmanly. Like, hello, like these dudes claim to be masculine, but they're the most feminine bunch of men I've ever seen. And they've never met a confident couple in their life, obviously, because it made them self-destruct. So I don't really know, like this is fucking pathetic. Like,
well,
this
then that's
is
sort of
pathetic.
like did you have that knowledge before you started the bit? Did you know this was going to be an outcome?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that panel was an insane asylum, dude. Like I was like, okay, well, obviously, what's the kid's name? Harlow. Obviously, Harlow was crazy, but like Paul looked like he moderated his panel and would like control Harlow. He'd turn him down and stuff, and so it like was a good sign. But I didn't know that the intelligence level was like 11 years old of most of these people on this panel. Like I like that I learned over time, and that I know now because of how I've watched them turn on me so many times. Like these aren't people that have independent thought or can critically think about anything. They just want what they want to be true more than anything. And that's what I was saying to Christos. Like obviously you're either like biased towards anything Paul says, or you just really want it to be true because it's juicy drama. Like why would you turn against me when you showed me respect last time we talked, and just believe the crazy story? It's like you're either like completely wrapped up in Paul and he's like your messiah and you'll believe anything he says, or you're just kind of selling yourself short. And then Christos going out on a limb in public and saying all that stuff, and then coming here and admitting that he didn't really know the truth is a little like he's got to check into himself about that. Like that's sketchy. Like this is all really fucking bad, malicious behavior. And like, like I can't just sit and like be okay with watching this happen over and over again, because I've been watching it happen for a long time. And it's just like not, I'm just not the kind of guy to just be like, oh, whatever, and just ignore all the bad things about a human simply because they have a few good things. Like I just can't do it. And then especially, like I just, especially when I've come under attack like I have been the last couple months, like, damn, like, but it's just wild, But I mean, like you said, I've seen it before and I saw it happening again, and I made sure that me and my girl were cool, and like like I wasn't worried about losing Allie to Paul, like I'm not worried about losing Allie to O.A.I. Like she's not interested in these dudes, she's interested in me for a lot of reasons. I can line them up all day. But yeah, so I just it's all been really funny, but y'all are wrong, like you have been the whole fucking time. I'm not talking to you, Yurt. I'm just talking about the general consensus. But it's either it's either one of those things. Either you're completely like have no critical thinking skills or comprehension skills. You're new to the like panel. You're completely like a yes men brainwashed weirdo, or then there's, then there is the group, the outlying group that knows that there's some wishy-washy shit going on, and are keeping a watch on it because it's either interesting or entertaining or fascinating, or there's actually some concern. Because I don't know, like I just hear the same thing come out of people's mouths about that panel, you know,
So-
over and
so-
over and over again.
So what do you think in a thought experiment? What was your name, by the way?
My name is Austin.
Austin. What?
Okay. Cheers.
What do you think of that video clip?
I find it inconclusive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, objectively, I don't think you can.
Yeah.
You don't see them come into objective contact.
So it's funny too because carnists are really good at coming at people like that vegan teacher and stuff and be like, look, that vegan teacher is not actually a real vegan, because there was a lady that looked like her at some random fast food place in some podunk random nowhere, and you don't even see her face. It just looks like the back of her head, and it's just sitting at a table, and it's like, see, that vegan teacher isn't vegan. And it's like, that is not evidence of literally anything. It's really cringy to see moments like that.
It's
So,
hilarious.
I mean,
that I can't believe these dudes. Man,
it's tricky. It's tricky, and I'm not going to.
And even if Allie like was all, hey, peck on the cheek, I don't give a fuck. Like, so what?
Well, let me ask you this.
Like, we're just doing that because you guys watching are going nuts. Like,
and with that said, so Jeffrey, like, you know, again, like, you and I have only been talking for so long. You all did talk to me about this stuff. We did have that conversation. You seem like a stable person that is open to like exploring things or whatever. I'm just curious if a conversation between you two did happen related to kissing in particular. Did that conversation happen between you and Allie?
No.
Okay. So there was no consent
No
for
way.
any kissing.
No way. No intention like that. Why don't you tell everyone what the question you asked us? You know, like that last line of questioning that was just like to figure out where we were at. Remember, you were like, you know, you just basically asked us if there was anyone we knew that we wanted to sleep with and all that stuff. And like, why don't you tell them what we said? I mean, it's on my
I mean,
most people have seen it, but you know.
Well, no, I think, was that live? Because I know that we had a couple conversations about it, and some of which was just like an Instagram. But yeah, like, I mean, I asked you, like, I was trying to determine how far into your journey that you were related to non-monogamy and like how stable you were. Because the thing about non-monogamy is you can't have a couple that's trying to fix the relationship move towards non-monogamy, because that's just a recipe for disaster. And unfortunately, a lot of people do that. So I was trying to deduce if this couple was even stable enough for me to even help them on that journey, if that was part of their journey, and also to assess if that is even really what they wanted. From me, I mean, that's literally why I get paid to do this stuff. Like, I get paid a decent amount of money to help people on that journey, and it's a process. It's not something that can be done in a single phone call or something like that, to make sure that they're like, you know, that's why relationship therapists exist. I'm a life coach, so it's a little bit different of how I do things. I give them actual tools to work on and utilize instead of just like take notes the whole time. But I'm not a therapist. Therapists and life coach are different. We still recommend that people have therapists if they need therapists. But regardless, like, I had deduced that they were healthy enough and capable of entering non-monogamy, and that they were communicating well. That's why I asked the question about communication. Like, had you two, like, was there consent for Allie to kiss anyone? Because if there wasn't consent, but it was found out that Allie had kissed someone, then we'd need to figure out, like, did he see it if it did happen? Was there consent? And even if there was consent, like, literally, like, I just want to be straight with you all. If they had made that decision, then so the fuck what?
Yeah.
Like, so what? Oh, so it triggers you. You're upset. You it's weird. It's strange. Like, oh, she's a slut, whatever. You can say whatever bullshit you want, but like, who's harmed in that scenario? It sucks.
They're trying to say that we were using him in some way.
Using him in some way?
Yeah, I don't know.
How was he a victim in this?
I don't know, dude.
Can the sleuths, can the internet sleuths, the gophers, can we get, or actually, if he's still in the backstage,
Tribe's
like,
around, Tribe should come up. I respect his opinion.
Or yeah, proper instruction. If you're still in the back end, like, I'd love to know that. Like, do you feel, or no, actually, that's not Paul. I'm trying to figure out these people. Paul Unslaved is not Brian
the one.
O'Shea, right? Those are two different people. So Brian O'Shea is not in the private chat. I just like to know like how Brian felt used. That is interesting.
Well, and in the meantime, how about this just question on for all parties, and since you're sort of playing the role here of an expert, and I'll grant you that, Zen. Why would any of these parties engage in deception if they are? Do you understand my question? Like, what would be the psychology behind that?
I understand the question, but the question would be relevant if all humans were extremely stable and there was some standard that all humans were set at. But
well we can talk about that. We can talk about the psychology about that related to science. So humans have an innate need to belong. You can look into the ERG theory and the hierarchy of needs. And one of those needs is community in order to help them self-actualize. So if there was a lie from a psychological perspective, it would be to get along and to have friends and to not upset people and to not be alienated. That would be the motivation behind being deceptive in that scenario. However, that is the same motivation for someone to lie about doing things that they didn't do. For example, if someone wanted to claim that they fucked someone and they actually didn't, that they wanted to, because I'm just speaking objectively from things that I saw Brian O'Shea, like code switching, it's called. So that's whenever you kind of like act like you're not the person that you are, and you kind of like speak in this case, like Ebonics, and like, oh, they knew what was up, they knew what was down, they knew what was, and like talking in this kind of strange manner, insinuating that there was a plan to hook up, or that he assumed that this was going to happen. But to spread a rumor like that, the same motivation would be literally to belong and to have friends and to be part of the group and to not be alienated. That would be the motivation behind lying.
And he's going around to all the panel shows. Literally, he said, I'm getting more famous now because I had this run-in with this weird couple.
I mean, that aligns with my point earlier. So, is to belong, to get credibility, to build a network, to be
and
part
look
of
at how everyone backed him up. Everyone believed him in that circle.
Humans learn through repetition. They learn through copying. They learn through like literally mob mentality. I mean, it's why governments are created in the first place. There is protection in crowds. You don't want to be an outlier. But what I see, and again, even if I wasn't vegan, even if I wasn't an anarchist, what I see is a couple that wants to speak their mind and be accepted with a group of people that only semi-accept them. That's what I see happening.
Yep. That's a fair assessment. But, it's understandable. I get it. Our environment and society force us to think in a certain way about certain people. But I understand, the whole vegan thing, I get it.
Yeah, and the thing is that this brings up a lot of cultural issues, okay? It brings up slutphobia, right? Because like, so what the fuck if she wanted to have sex with Brian O'Shea? So what if? What does that mean about her? Does that mean that she's a bad person? So what if she had consent to fuck him? Does that mean that they're an unhealthy relationship? So what if, and then it sounded like Jeffrey mentioned a little something about their criteria when it comes to fucking people or including people in their relationship, that those people would, what? They'd have to be what? Vegan, right? Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So then it brings in the whole like breaking down between being in an open relationship or swinger or a cucking fetish, because I know people are talking about cucking as if it's like not an actual thing and it's like a meme that they use. It's an actual fetish between consenting adults. There's no fucking victim in there. There's nothing wrong. It doesn't mean that the man is less of a man. It literally just means that they get off. That's like saying to someone that is into foot fetish, are they a worse person? So then it gets into this whole thing about fetishism in a consensual manner. There's a lot of things that just interlock in here. And then of course we talk about people on stages. You know, I know a lot of people, they seem to, in this community, I don't know why, but maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but you keep throwing around the term in the metaverse. I don't know if that's like a common term here in this community. Keep saying, oh, in the metaverse, blah, blah, blah. But like, this isn't the metaverse. I just want to point out, because I literally make money like building metaverses for a living. So this is streaming on video platforms, which is different than the metaverse.
So I'm curious, Zen, what would make a person a bad person? So, you know, what actions are?
Yeah, well, I want to point out that good people can do bad things and bad people can do good things. I don't believe that there is like a good and bad, but in my faith, I do believe in moral consistency. So have your moral code, be clear about your moral code, you know, because even if you want to say that morality is subjective, there's objective versus subjective, right? Even if you said that morality is subjective, I don't want to talk about hypothetical people's morality. What is your morality? And then be consistent within your morality. That is how I would determine if someone is a good or bad person. Are you morally consistent according to your own moral code?
What do you think about that? Look, we are.
No, I agree with that. And this is a larger philosophical question, and I'm asking questions I have my own opinions about. Obviously, I'm just curious about other people's opinions. But there is a sort of a circularity there, right? That essentially whatever I decide is moral. That I think can lead to some disastrous outcomes. Though I'm not in any, you know, I understand the challenge in establishing objective morality as well. It's probably a larger discussion than we can have here. But I would just add my 2 cents. And again, I'm speaking from an audience member, I really think having the other parties who are involved is the most interesting, productive, and useful.
Yeah, and it sounds like Jeffrey is open to that after he does finish his own content, which is fair.
Yeah, which I totally respect. But to me, it's like, well, you know, you can't really. It's easier to suss out the truth in conversation among parties than hearing from one party, because who knows, right?
Yeah, generally speaking, assuming that both are you know, being honest actors in that seeking of, you know, unity and respect. But like if one person is willing to play ball and find truth and be respectful, and the other person is just being a belligerent, you know, like harmful person in the scenario, then at that point it's like the point is moot. As good as hopped on. Welcome.
Are we gonna sing the song?
Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I appreciate coming up. Thank you.
Good. Thanks for coming up, man. What do you think?
I love it. It's great. It's so wonderful. It really is. I really love the entertainment. And I really thought, I don't know what to think. And I thought, you know, because I was like over there. And I'm like, okay, so Brian O'Shea got a blowjob from Allie. Wow. Which I'm not judging, because, you know, if that's your thing, I don't care. That's not where I was, but I thought that because that's what I heard. And I'm like, okay, well. Huh?
So you basically immediately believed it, but, you know.
Well, I didn't have anything else to go on. Yeah. But I'm not a judge person. I was defending your position. I was like, if that's the way they like to do things, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I don't have an issue with that. That's my thing. I really don't care what people do, as long as, in my opinion, they're not affecting other people in a negative way. What people choose to do with their life is okay by me. I don't care. I really, 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 really don't. Maybe I don't want to be involved in it. Maybe it's not my thing, but I'm not going to judge somebody because I've already been all of the, shit in the world as far as, the common people are to say. I've already been all of that. I've been it, done that. So I can't, feel better or better than somebody. I feel like I'm the same as. They've had a different experience. So, I like to understand other people's experiences. It's not my business to judge somebody for what they do. And if I can help somebody with my experience by making their life easier, that's why I'm here. At least in my opinion, or understanding at this point. So I have no enemies. If somebody is my enemy, then that's them, not me, because I'm going to love them regardless. But thanks for letting me come up. And I do want to hear the real story because I've gotten bits and pieces. I've been trying to get this link for like an hour now.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it all again, I think. And maybe watch Allie's last stream too. A lot happened there. I don't know if you didn't see that, but quite a bit happened there. youtube.com/AllieFoosh.
Just tell me what's real.
It's not real. It's absolutely not real. O.A.I admitted it on Allie's
He's lying.
Yeah, absolutely. He admitted it, and he presented himself horribly, and admitted and changed the story as we were talking to him. You can go watch it. It's on Allie's channel.
I definitely think less of O.A.I. At this point, if it's true that he's just making this shit up and he's on on an ego trip.
He really did seem like he was sincere with what he was saying.
That's what I was telling Jeff earlier, but I've been trying to hear Jeff out.
That I saw, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's why I'm asking, because I was like, okay, if that's the way they roll, it's all good.
Life is good with that. Yeah, life is good. Like I don't know what their stream is right now, but I can say this much, that from my opinion, he's trying to save face because he was called on a lie publicly live in front of a studio audience. Like that happened just the other day. I was on the call and he kept doubling back and doubling back and doubling back to his story. Because he was like for example, and I'm probably going to misquote a little bit, but I'm pretty sure I got this mostly accurate. Like Jeffrey was like, okay, so like you're trying to say that, Allie sucked your dick in front of me while I was on that couch or something. And he said, well, like maybe it wasn't a blowjob. Maybe when she was at my house, it was a kiss or something. And then he wrote this other narrative that wasn't related to the blowjob. And so like he doubled back that maybe that it wasn't a blowjob, it was a kiss. And he kept backpedaling on it. And then at the end, everyone's just like, you were just called out on a lie. Like you're here live, everyone hears you, and everyone's like, and he didn't really have much to say. Like that, I mean, that
someone motivated him to do what he was doing. Someone motivated him to write a check his ass couldn't cash. Once he was in front of Allie, you can watch the video. He didn't know what to do or say because he's like, oh shit, I have to answer for myself now. And he just self-destructed. O.A.I was doing fine. He's just a self-sabotager and had to sabotage whatever good thing was happening to him at the moment. We're surrounded by self-sabotagers right now. That's the whole point of this video, is
Jeff,
talking about these self-sabotagers.
I appreciate you and Allie. I appreciate your understanding with each other. And it wasn't beyond the concept. That's why I had, some question. That's why I wanted to come up. It wasn't beyond the concept that you guys would, do that kind of thing. That's not a bad thing, in my opinion, so long as you're on the same page and understanding.
At what point did you feel like that was like a thing for us?
At what point? No, I just for anybody.
It was like really
no. Okay. No. But for me, I don't. Nothing surprises me in this world at this point because I've seen so much shit in my life.
I get it.
Well, I've just seen so much that, it doesn't surprise me if somebody is this way. I'm not going to judge somebody based on that. Yeah, if I don't agree with them and I think it's harmful to them or somebody else, then I'll try to convince them otherwise. But I think if grown people are in agreement about a certain situation, it doesn't even matter. It matters not what other people think. And I respect it because I think, I really did. I kind of saw, that being you guys, and I kind of respected it as you're being secure enough in your relationship that it doesn't matter to you. Yeah. I am not that. I cannot be that. I would love to be that, but I can't. I can't.
You can't handle your partner hanging out with the opposite sex.
Not hanging out with, and yeah, to some extent too. I mean, really, truly, because it's that slippery slope where it leads to one thing to the next thing to the next thing. I appreciate your trust in her. And I know human condition. And so you put me in a whorehouse for 3 days, I'm fucking somebody, I promise. And it's not even my fault. I'm not trying to. I don't want to. I want to be faithful to my person. And human condition just, leads to the next. So I recognize that and I protect that for my own self, for the relationship that I want personally.
I just want to point out an important word that you just used. You said human condition. And I want to make an emphasis on the term condition, as in conditioning. Because you can, in fact, be civil and let people be themselves and not make choices for them. You can do that. It would just be uncomfortable and you're not used to it. That's all.
Coffee.
Like I said, for myself, I can't judge other people based on their, experience. But for my own experience, I'm not that comfortable. I'm just not. I want this in a relationship.
I don't judge you for that either. I don't think that you're like a dork because you think that way or anything like that.
Yeah,
I think maybe some people thought that I was coming off or would come off in that way, but I don't even know. But I think I respect that still. I do respect that. And yeah.
I love this. I appreciate your candor. And I really did just come up to find out what the fuck was going on because I'm hearing, two sides. Yeah. So I like to get it.
There's been a quarter of the story told over 6 different panels, and then we're just trying to isolate from everything, not feeling like we need to say anything about it. But then it's it's overspilling almost into our lives.
Sure.
Dude, Allie's mom watches the show.
Well, I think
we've had to deal with a lot because of this. It's not.
I think the truth is important. So if you speak the truth, and there's nothing wrong with the truth. That's it. So if you speak the truth, then I mean,
why I'm here.
That's why the truth shall set you free. I mean, that shit's real. When you say the truth shall set you free, it's real.
I want to add to that though. The truth shall set you free after it pisses you off.
Maybe. It doesn't have to piss you off. Just so I want to add to that.
Tends to, though. Definitely tends
to.
Yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough.
Christos, you mad at me?
So I have a question then.
Okay, go.
Nothing that has been said with Brian O'Shea and Allie is accurate.
Correct.
Wait. I I'm guessing that a lot was said, so I just want to want to caution you, Jeffrey, about.
Well, they never. Yeah.
From what I heard Ali say, they did go on hikes alone. They did go to, like they were in environments alone. However, whatever things related to kissing and sucking cock in front of people and filming things and all of those things never happened. There is a video that is definitely inconclusive that they're trying to use as evidence, claiming that, I'm guessing they're trying to use that as evidence, claiming a blowjob too. I don't know what they're trying to claim in that video.
They said that was a kiss.
I'll say this: if Brian O.A.I is lying and making shit up, then he's a piece of shit. And I'll say that on record. That's that's
I'll
just
say
not
if anyone is
okay,
lying,
in my opinion.
I'll say if anyone is lying, it's questionable, and that's my concern. Like I'm a truth seeker. Right?
No, I'll say they're a piece of
that,
shit, especially when they know better. That's what I'm saying. And I'm sorry if that's the case for you, Jeff. I like you. I love you on panel. And I just want to know what's true, because I don't want to make a judgment on somebody for, inaccuracy. I just don't.
The super cool thing is that none of us have to make a judgment about anything. We can just make a judgment on ourselves and just say, if I was in this situation, I would X, Y, Z. And that's up to you, as long as it's aligned with your
Well, I mean, I don't want to judge this situation. I'm not going to judge Jeffrey, like I said. I'm not going to judge Brian O.A.I. I like that guy too. I still think if you're lying about something up in public, that you're a piece of shit and you're lying, and that's wrong. And that's how I feel about it. I don't believe in, that. I just don't believe in that.
He's trying to get fame from the lie. And he's trying to say that he's working on himself. And
he seems so sincere to me, and I'm pretty good with people generally. So yeah.
When did you first
No. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. No. Back up.
Yeah.
In general, as a person, he seems so sincere to me.
Of course. Yeah. Everyone will put on their best on a panel most of the time. It's what they do when they're behaving badly is what you should really look at. And that's all I'm doing coming here, is to make sure that we keep an eye on some shit. And it's not to say we're going to go beat someone up. It's just to be like, hey, maybe we need to talk to, O.A.I all together and talk to him and see if he's doing all right, because whatever he's doing isn't his fault. We all had problems growing up. We all were, either didn't have enough of our dads or didn't have enough of our moms or something.
And we just got out of lockdown. I want to point out we just got out of lockdown, for crying out loud.
Yeah. So it's it's not O.A.I's fault he's doing what he's doing. He just needs help. And it's just a weird cry. No, I mean, it's obviously not good that he's doing what he's doing, but and obviously he's accountable, but it's the deeper intergenerational trauma that causes people to do shit like that. And they ultimately really don't have a lot, it's a tough thing, and all these people, all these broken people, we're all broken because of our moms. Our moms didn't fucking put us on their tits enough or something, we don't even know what happened that fucked up along the way. But I know, because I've had kids, from inception on, there's steps, and every step needs to be taken correctly. And if one isn't, it fucks everything up. And that's what we're dealing with here right now. And I just want to make sure we're all talking about it and not letting things get too crazy, because I've seen things get too crazy and I've seen people self-destruct. I'm worried.
Can I ask, if you guys were like that, would it be an issue for you to share that with the world?
No, we would be.
It seems like you guys.
I mean, we, by our personalities watching us, would you think we would? Yeah,
Well, I would definitely think you guys are pretty open to things. I mean, I love watching your guys' dynamic together. It's really respectable in my opinion.
I just want to ask a clarifying question from you. To you, Life is Good. When you say if you were like that, what do you mean by that? Can you clarify?
Oh, if we were monogamous or non-monogamous.
Right. You got it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, would there be shame in your game if that were the case? And it doesn't seem like that to
YouTubers,
me.
Man.
Yeah, you guys
people
seem
like
like
that topic. You know,
I think
topic a lot.
I'm going to tell you this, dude.
Yeah.
In a non-offensive way, I have a girlfriend. I love my girlfriend. I want to be with my girlfriend, and I can, respect and I can appreciate beauty. And Allie is a beautiful girl, and she is attractive. So I can see, I'm not there. I kind of wish I could be there. Really, I do. I just don't have the security, I guess, to be able to, be there to, I guess, share the way you've shared online, and the way, the very first time Brian O'Shea came on, the very first time with Allie, I saw him meet her, and he was, dude, I would have beat his fucking ass
even if you knew he was joking.
It was a little uncomfortable.
I knew he was joking.
Yeah.
I knew he was joking, but he was also serious, and it made you look like a bitch. No offense, but I wouldn't handle that. I couldn't handle that. I wouldn't do it, and I'd be like, "Fuck you, get the fuck out, fuck you." That's how. But because you didn't, and you handled it so well, I thought, well, maybe they got that kind of thing going, and that's nothing wrong with that.
That's slippery slope getting to that idea.
No, I hear life's good. Yeah.
Like, I don't know about that.
Well,
I see why
I thought you handled it really well.
You perceive that to be a bitch move.
No, I thought you handled it really well.
Just, it's
that's
really
how I would accept it.
In their relationship and isn't scared by some baboon.
That's why I said you handled it really well. I couldn't handle it that well. I'm not that secure.
Allie handles stuff like that well, and she always has really funny, quick one-liners to put people in their place. And so I let her talk for herself. That's something that seems to be like a new concept. Like there has been times where we've been on a panel and like I talk over her. But the reason why I am mostly quiet when you guys expect me to be talking is because I'm trying to allow her to talk and defend herself. But then no one let her talk ever. So it was like, that's why it's just like, this is just the worst place to do this. The panel's good for certain things, but in certain environments, there's a time and a place that this might work, but it's not going to be on this panel, and then Paulie got really offended, and then he's been like,
Speaking of letting people speak,
because we don't want to keep doing the Paulie show, when we're like, I don't think we're going to do that anymore. And he really got offended. It seemed like, I don't know,
speaking of letting people speak, I know that you have something that you wanted to present, and it looks like O'Shea is here in the audience. So I don't know if you wanted to go into what you were going to do. Or
I just had a bunch of stuff I was going to go through earlier, or if no one was going to come up and talk, and it's stuff I can let run later or whatever.
Just do it. Just do it. Yeah. Now's a good time.
No, it's cool.
No better time than the present. Do it.
I'm good.
Let it go.
Okay.
I think bringing those two guys up is going to be the most productive, interesting.
You want both of them at the same time? I mean, of course, obviously,
it's totally up to you.
At the same time,
but it's totally obviously up to you. I think one at a time would be more interesting. Maybe one and then both, but
yeah,
it's your program.
Yeah. What should I do?
I mean, you've got I'm fairly objective. You got an ally here. These two gentlemen seem neutral. Christos and Aaron here are neutral, and it's you're in the power seat, dude. So I mean, it's your show. You control the mute. You control the kick.
Yep.
And frankly,
I'm just gonna mute up.
What a handsome picture! What a handsome picture Brian O'Shea has.
Welcome, Brian the Bull O'Shea.
Brian, I think you're muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and we can hear you.
I don't know if Sammy Gravano is the guy.
Yeah, just give me one. I'm on my laptop, so I'm backstage on I'm about to be backstage on my phone. So just
Okay, no worries.
Great stuff, Brian. You really home run, brother. You've been waiting 2 hours.
No, come on, man.
I'm busting balls, Aaron. Calm down, sir. I'm the gentlest.
That was hella funny.
Maybe
that was just super trolly because he was like breaking in and out.
No, but I think that's internet.
Echo.
I think that's internet, and I really, 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 really wanted to ask him what's his story about the thing, because I've not heard the whole thing. From
did he run already?
Anybody's mouth. I don't know if
he's reconnecting. He's going to a different device.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that he got lost in connection.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, life is good. I was telling them earlier, basically. I mean, Brian O'Shea had me convinced here at first. And I'm hearing Jeffrey out with this, and I can see how, I could have been deceived here. But yeah, Brian O'Shea was putting on a really good act. If it really is the case that none of this happened, which I won't lie, I'm starting to lean a little more towards what Jeff is saying. But I won't lie, Jeff, at first I was definitely getting the vibe, like kind of like Life is Good was saying. Like I thought you guys were kind of just like putting it out there and not really caring, and like, yeah, you're gonna let O'Shea come through, and I made some assumptions and judgments, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jeff, to be offensive. I'm sorry I was offensive and ran with the narrative. So I'll say that humbly.
I very much appreciate. Yeah. I think O'Shea's back.
So yeah, and I just want to say I can do that because like I'm not.
All right, shut up, Christos.
I'm not a cult. I'm not a cult member of Paul. Although it is pretty fun over there, and it was pretty cool when you guys were over there too.
I'll say I love Paul too. That it's good.
Shut up, you fucking
good information,
losers.
Except for jackasses like this.
What's up, you fucking cuckrods and you fucking relationship expert? What questions you got for me?
I don't believe you at this point. You're lying about getting bloated and shit.
Wait. So it sounds like that was a direct question to me. Do you mind if I respond to it?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So Brian, I'm just kind of curious if you can tell me.
Feminine boy.
You seem to talk an awful lot about it. What do you know about cucking?
Well, I banged Allie.
All right, I'm going to try again. Maybe let me try and rephrase it. So
beyond that, I've never done. I don't know. I've seen some videos, some cucking videos. I don't know. What do you want?
Okay, so you know about cucking from porn. Is that accurate?
Oh my God, dude, your voice, dude. Can you put a little more bass in it? Yes, sure. From porn. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. My next question is: do you know about ad hominems?
Oh my God, dude, shut the fuck. Jeffrey, why are you such a bitch, dude?
Here, I'll give you some more ammunition. I'm gender fluid, so if you can please use my pronouns, they are they and them.
Dude.
Yeah, please. Like, I'll use your pronouns. What are your pronouns, Brian?
Fucking loser, dude. Shut.
Right now I'm winning, but thank you very much. So Brian, what are your pronouns?
Oh my God, you fucking simpleton, dude. Look at Jeffrey, just like, ooh, I'll let a girl run my stream. You're a girl, dude. Shut up.
That was a direct question. Brian, let me try.
And you're a direct idiot. Shut up.
I just want to be super respectful to you. What are your pronouns?
And I don't want to be respectful to you. You're a fucking dumb fuck. Shut up.
Is jacktard, okay? I'm going to say that straight up. The pronoun thing is jacktard. It's
your failure as a person. Your failure as a man.
Okay.
You're a fucking dumbass. Convert yourself to female already.
That's it.
Shut up, Aaron.
And you can laugh about it. You can laugh and you can smile, but that's the real. And that's the problem with.
Shut up, Aaron.
So
Just bring Paul up already, you fucking dumb fucks.
Fuck off.
Brian, what happened with Crow and Rose?
Shut up and bring Paul up, you cuck.
What happened with Crow and Rose, Brian?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
What do I mean? What do you mean?
We all watched
What?
the fucking stream. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What is that, Fargo? It's a good movie.
You're such a fucking bitch. Why don't you just fucking date
am I a
this
bitch?
fucking loser over here, the relationship guy, and get it over with already?
Brian,
You sound like a bitch. You look like a bitch. You act like a bitch.
Why you
Must be a
so
bitch.
butthurt, dude?
I'm not butthurt. Allie's butthurt from getting rammed in her asshole.
Oh, so now you fucked her in
Did you
the
get
ass,
your
huh?
marijuana back?
All right, I take it back. I didn't fuck her in her ass, but I could
All
have.
right, so,
wanted.
so
Now
Brian,
he's
do you know
being
how do you know how proper anal sex happens? Like, what are some
Why are
of
you
the key
laughing about
things
that,
you have
Jeffrey?
to
Shut up,
institute in
you
advance?
dumbass. Just fucking
Because it's
get in a
all
relationship with Jeff already. Both fucking females. Get in a lesbian relationship. Bring Paul up, dumbass.
So Brian, isn't that funny? You want Paul to bring up
Shut
here, but
up,
you don't
you
address
fucking
any of
you
the
fucking simpleton.
Last time he was on a stream with us, he gave away that he lied. He can't. He's too dumb to pull this off. Freaking Lubass and hit the nail on the head. He's like, he's all O'Shea's not smart enough to get himself caught up in something unless being led, and he was led.
Bro, isn't the name of this stream about Paul Unslaved?
And like how he is
You don't
now,
have my
he just
name on the name of this stream.
Just horribly presents himself and just repeats the lie over and over again.
You're a horrible person. You horribly present every second of the day. The whole fucking world knows you're a fucking moron.
He's not a horrible
appealing to the crowd. Wow. Oh, bummer.
Appealing to just like the
Burn,
fucking
bro.
general audience that's viewing this, seeing you as a fucking dumbass.
Man, I'm sorry. You
Sick
came
burn.
on here making
Your
yourself look
life's a sick
really
burn, you
bad.
fucking loser.
We've
Now
never
bring
even
Paul up because he's the
spoken, and
one.
you came
Is
here
my
and
name in this
insulted me
fucking
right
stream?
away.
Shut up. Is my name in the title of this stream? No. It's then Paul's is. So bring him the fuck up, you loser. It's
Hey,
been fucking
Brian.
4 hours already.
Hey, Brian. Tell me what happened with you and Al.
Shut up, Aaron. You're an
You
idiot.
shut up, fag. I'm asking the question.
You're an idiot.
It's a real
Shut up.
question. Okay, you're up here. Answer the question. That's why
What's
I'm
the
here.
question?
Because I want to know what's the truth. I want to know
You're
what
an idiot.
happened. If you
Shut
say
up.
something happened with you and Allie, tell me what that is.
You're a dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Are you lying?
You guys need to just start blowing each other. All
Are you
four of you
lying?
fucking losers.
I'm asking
You need to
you.
start fucking get a centipede blow circle going.
You can't
I don't
answer
know,
the
Brian.
question.
Your name is Brian the Bull.
Melting
You're kind
down
of
right
sexy.
now.
Can maybe you and I?
Oh
can
my
spend some time.
god, shut up, dude. You fucking dumb
Shall
fuck.
set you free. I want to know what happened. That's all. Jeff saying that you never
Jeff
fucked her.
filmed it. Just tell Jeff to send you the video. I'm sure he filmed the blowjob. He's a freak.
He's saying
He's
you
lying.
never
Jeff,
did
can
it.
you send it to me, please?
You're saying
Allie-
you did do it. So
Allie's walking out the door,
based
Jeff.
on that, based
You're
on,
about to buy
based
a
on
Harley.
other things. So I want to hear it from you, from out of your mouth. What happened with you and Allie?
Shut up, Aaron. Jeffrey, why is the name of the stream
Can't
Paul
answer the
Unslaved
question.
is running a cult, but you never brought him up?
Can't answer the question.
Is my
It's
name
a
in this? Is
real
my name in this
simple
fucking
question.
stream?
It's a real simple question. What happened with you and Allie?
Oh my god, Jeffrey's not going to say one word on his fucking stream or take
He
control of
doesn't
anything.
have to. I'm asking you the question.
Hey, Brian, how come you're not answering the questions?
What are you talking about? It's already been established over days and days and days. I'm not going to placate to fucking
Right
Aaron's
here,
nonsense.
right now, right here, right now. I've never heard it from the horse's mouth, which is you. You're the horse. Big cock. Tell me what happened with you and Allie.
See, here's the thing. I never want to talk about any of this shit. And Paul says it's to protect Allie. I don't know if it's that. It's just that I don't fucking want to kiss and tell. It's just this is just stupid. Whether I'm protecting someone or not, this is
Are you
fucking
lying?
retarded. But Jeffrey's got to be such a fucking.
Are you lying?
All right, let me tell you why though. Let me tell you why
Are
though.
you lying?
Because
Tell me why you're
Jeffrey's
lying.
ego's so fucking out of control that he set this whole thing up for a little game with his ego,
It's
and
a
he lost.
question.
And guess
It's a
what?
question
Allie's a
that
fucking
you're still
just
not
Allie's
answering.
aligned with him. They're basically one person. So
It
since he's gonna
matters
go around
not.
telling me
Good
I'm
for
lying,
them.
then I have to
Then
come at
that
her and
means
expose
that's
her.
a good thing. That's a great thing, actually.
Damn, you guys are fucking losers, dude.
The question is, are you
I
lying?
cannot wait for the purge, bro.
Are
You guys are fucked,
lying,
dog.
Ryan?
And this shit really goes down, and I get my hands on you fucking losers, dude.
Are you lying? Are you telling the
You guys
truth?
are simpletons, dude. You guys
I
put the
don't
simp
care.
in simpleton,
Tell me
dude.
what happened with you and Allie. That was the question. What happened with you and Allie? Did you guys do it? Did she blow you?
Yes, she did. We did it. She blew me.
Are you lying?
Oh my God. No, I'm not.
Okay. You don't look like you're not.
Oh my God, you're such a fucking pussy.
Yeah,
dude.
you're not convincing.
I'm pretty good at discernment. I'm pretty good at reading people. And I did believe. I did believe. But I'm asking you to your face to, get your reaction, and you're not very convincing right now, for sure. So tell me what happened.
I'm not going to deal with these scumbags, dude. If you're not going to engage me, Jeffrey, like this is retarded. You're just simpleton idiots. You shouldn't even be on panel. This isn't between you guys.
You can't. You're avoiding. That's like straight lying.
Yeah.
You're seeing lies.
Jeff, if you're not going to say a word to me or acknowledge anything,
I really did have faith in you. I really did. I thought you were, even at least working on yourself or the truth or whatever. But you're full of shit at this point because you can't answer the question. I asked you, what happened?
I do want to point out that while all this drama is unfolding, like I know that people are having fun with it, and I know I'm joking and being condescending and all that. Like we're all having fun, but while we're doing this, there's a lot of people that are suffering in the world while we're distracted by this fucking nonsense.
And this kind of nonsense causes people to do this also, and everybody's having so much fun with it,
And the flip side of that is that this can be a distraction from the nonsense or the bad stuff too, right? This is a bit of catharsis, right? Because we've all had these relationship issues. We've all, this is can be productive if people are being honest, or just even if it's fun, right? It can be valuable just as entertainment.
Hey, Brian, what happened with you and Allie?
And the run.
He's lied about too much. He can't tell the story because he's lied about too much. He can't remember what he fucking lied about, so he can't tell the story anymore.
Hey guys,
I like you. I like Brian. I appreciate both of you guys. I respect both of you guys for the different things that you guys do. And if somebody's lying, I can't appreciate it. I can't. And that guy's lying, or else he wouldn't have left. That's like, your behavior will tell what's going on. So now I know the story, and I know what you're saying is real. Because before, it was up in the air for me. Now it's pretty apparent he wouldn't fucking leave. That's all. He would say, dude, I fucked her in the ass. She blew me. We went on a hike. This is what happened. Blah, 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 blah. But he can't handle that, and he left. So now I have no respect for Brian O'Shea.
We got to bring the other guy up, right? We got to bring Mr. Unslaved up, right, Jeffrey?
He's absolutely gone from the back too. What do you think, Hard Hat?
I don't know. I have some questions definitely.
Shoot.
On both sides. Well, it would have been nice when Brian's up here because he's not answering anything, and so I don't know if he needs Paul up here with him. Yeah. But I have questions on both sides because there's some shit that I've observed that doesn't add up. So I'm not sure either way, but I definitely have a narrative that I've seen that not a lot of people are saying, where I see it differently. But I definitely see shit differently than most. But I would prefer if Paul was up and Brian came up and we could ask and answer some questions to get down to this fucking bullshit.
What are your questions?
And Jeffrey, respectfully, they're saying Paul is backstage. They can see on the restream. Sorry.
No, I said Paul?
Yeah.
Paul's been back there a while. Yeah. Did I say Paul wasn't back there?
Oh,
I seen in the
Jason, O'Shea's not back there.
Oh, I got you.
Gone from backstage.
I saw in the comments earlier that someone said that Paul got you banned Paul from the chat or from backstage. So if you didn't ban him, Paul, you're listening probably, and Brian, get backstage again and let's bring it up. And okay?
I wanted to do what I wanted to do before letting him up. That's why he's been down there. I clarified that earlier.
Talk it out.
So you guys ready?
I wanted to know, and he Brian led by his actions. And I like that guy. I really do. I think he's funny. I think he's, like he's working on shit and he's doing things. However, he did not defend his position whatsoever.
So this is the Aaron interrogation process. Go ahead.
Well, tell me what happened with you and Alan.
Why are you lying, Jeffrey?
What am I lying about?
You just said I wasn't backstage when he said bring the unslaved one. I've been back there.
I just clarified. I said Brian wasn't backstage.
No, why am I back there at all?
Calm down, buddy.
2 hours and 45 minutes. Why am I backstage?
I told you earlier I wasn't going to let you up till later. You didn't have to hang out backstage.
You just proved this whole thing is about generating energy and attention and validation for you and Annie. She goes and bangs Brian O'Shea, then goes and does Relationship Anarchy broadcast with a woman half naked on the cover. There's a video of him and her kissing on the live stream in front of the world with your name under it. She's been pimping and macking on your ego since day one because you came on day one and said, I have a hot girlfriend. The way I got her is by pretending to not be interested in her. It's all there. You want me to pull all the clips and do a best of Jeffrey's narcissistic, manipulative ego? I'm sure you did.
I watched it.
And you brought a relationship expert up to speak for you who is overtly feminine, just like you. Do you find anything odd about this?
Ollie,
that our whole broadcast
your mama. You're not Papa. You're the most feminine person I've ever come across. And you came on and brought
another feminine, overtly male on, just like you, who's getting beta cucked out and has all the excuses and reasons why he knows better than everyone else how to be a man. And you're laughing and giggling at him kissing me.
Yeah, what's wrong? I don't know. You're kind of
first. You keep your gun in.
I like that.
Who you identify with.
I like that testosterone. It's real sexy.
Who try to pretend to be men with their ego. Get some water, Jeffrey. The spirit of your mama's in you. Run away. Run away now, little boy. So how many times does O'Shea have to say he banged Annie, and then you ask him over and over again when he didn't want to talk about this at all?
Because his story doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense? That he went on. No, what doesn't make any sense is the effeminate man who says a woman's going to come off of work and go smoke joints with a man and not fuck him afterward because you don't know how life works, I guess.
So I'll ask you the same question.
Because you don't know how life and men and women, you're a gay man telling men and women how to be men and women. It's laughable. If your bitch comes to my house to smoke weed, she's smoking pole right afterward. I'll bet on it. You want to bet on it? I bet you're divorced. I bet you're not in a relationship with a woman. I bet you can't show us a happy relationship with a happy woman right now.
The funny thing is, I could bring on my partners. You
have a relationship with a woman you're in right now.
Yes. You would
bring her on. You said you were going to bring her on.
I'd love to talk to her and see the likes of her who puts up with an effeminate male like you who stands for nothing.
You would lose your shit. You would get
I'd lose my shit. No, she'd be at mine and O'Shea's house smoking weed and smoking pole. And you'd be saying, I trust her. They're just friends.
And the funny thing is, they put you to shame so much more than even Allie would put you to shame. And I'm pretty sure Allie would put you to shame.
So you don't think it's disrespectful and a joke for a guy to say, I want to fuck you, and for her to even entertain him and go over his house and to either cock tease or fuck him? You don't think that it's disrespectful to the woman, to O'Shea, to Jeffrey, when there's one intention there on at least one party side, that it's not disingenuous?
That's a great question. It would depend.
Right, it's a question you won't answer because you want to remove all the accountability and responsibility from the woman, paint her out to be a victim of this misogynist society, but not point out the obvious common sense. A bitch don't come off work and go to another man's house to smoke weed, then go home to the boyfriend. Okay.
I recommend that you take a couple of deep breaths, like 5 deep breaths. 5 deep breaths.
I don't
Okay,
need
let me answer
5
your
deep
question.
breaths.
I think
Take
you do.
5
You're
of
about
these
to blow
deep
a
into your
gasket.
throat
I'm
and
worried.
sit back,
I'm
buddy boy.
literally
You
worried
ain't no
about you.
expert of nothing.
I'd like to answer your question.
You don't know yourself. You're
I'd
confused.
like to answer
You're
your question.
lost. And you're a
I'm lost,
false,
yeah.
defalcating,
Confused,
defrauding
false.
narrative
I'm
painter who
feminist,
saw
I'm
me
gay,
backstage
I've
with
never
a
been
video
with
too and
women.
acted like you didn't see it.
Yeah, okay. Can I answer your question?
Right,
now?
you
Of all
ain't
those
shit.
things, can I
The
answer your
woman
question?
who's
now?
with you knows you
No,
ain't
I
shit,
can't?
and she's
Okay, I
either
can't
gonna
answer
want
your
to
question
fuck
now.
or fight me just like you, because you're a bitch just
I
like she
thought
probably.
you were gay. You have a woman?
I have multiple women.
Oh.
Right. Multiple women. Because
Yeah,
I
and
can
if I brought
imagine
them on here, you
multiple
would lose
strong,
your shit.
inspired,
You would
honorable
so lose your
women wanting to
shit.
come home to your goofy, effeminate ass every day. What you mean is you have goofy bitches who use you when they need you and have other situationships with men who they actually honor, like
that
me.
also. That
Right.
too.
I'm
Yeah.
sure you do.
Can I
You're
answer
beta
your question
cucked
now?
out. You're right where the women want you. We put you in a hierarchy of using you like Allie going out with the ex-boyfriend 2 days a week, according to Jeffrey, to bike ride, going to see O'Shea to smoke weed, and then come home to Jeffrey. So they're pimping on you. You all don't have multiple women. You have multiple women using you for what
Jeffrey,
they
any
need,
chance
then
you can
going to
mute him for a
fuck
second? I'd like
men
to
like
respond.
me. See? But I don't fuck.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
You can try to mute me, but I could unmute. So you could try to paint a picture that
How's
you're
that
ultimately master.
Okay, thank you.
You're off
Wow,
panel,
that was
Paul.
interesting. That was pretty ridiculous. So to answer your question, it would really depend on what she wants, because she's not an object and she can speak for herself. That's the answer. But apparently some people think that, you know, women are objects and they don't have their own autonomy and they can't make their own choices, and that they just be a victim of your sexual assault regardless, just because they're simply in your presence. And that's not part of my paradigm. And it's not part of the paradigm.
Hey, Jeffrey, was Allie's pussy stinky like when I first showed up at your place? Like around that time, was it stinky for a day or two? And then it cleared up? Like about day 3 that I was there?
We should do a bingo. We should do, you know how we do Carnus bingo? We should
Does that
do
sound
like
about
a
right,
Brian
Jeffrey?
O'Shea lie bingo and just see which ones he checks off each time, because there's a new field that just opened up on this bingo card.
Does that sound about right, Jeffrey?
Hey, Jeff, can I ask, where's Allie?
Ask him a direct question.
Can she come on here? Because I'd like to see her reaction. I'm pretty good with people and their reactions. That's all. I mean, I
No,
love
she's
people.
at work. Shit, I was muted
Okay.
that whole time. Damn it.
Oh, yeah.
She's at work.
Well,
Yeah,
I was.
and she needs to work right now. She's put too much time into all this as it is.
I don't think there's any reason for anybody to lie about anything. I am curious for my own self what's real and what's true. That's all. I mean, I'm really not trying to antagonize, and I like you. I like Brian O'Shea, but I don't respect somebody that doesn't tell the truth. I just don't. And if somebody's fucking lying, that's a problem for me. Then I'll beat them down to the end, or, berate them or whatever, like, until they can figure it out. You don't have to lie. There's no reason to lie.
Yeah.
And if that's Brian,
I
and
learned
it sounds
that at
like
like
it was
13.
because he ran. I don't know that. I'm not sure of that, but it sounds like that because he fucking ran. He acted in a way to me that was not true. And so I'd like to see Allie. That's why I asked, because I can generally presume.
Did you see her
something.
last? Okay. Did you see
I
her
haven't
last
seen.
live
No, I
stream?
haven't seen
Yeah, because
anything.
this is like, we can't keep going over this over. It's been like gone over so many times. This isn't done to convince anyone of anything. We don't really care what anyone else thinks. This is just something I did for myself.
Well, I'm only asking for me, not
Yeah.
No,
you can watch
tell me to
Allie's
fuck
last
off,
stream.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't go back and watch that shit. It's like here and now. That's how I do.
Yeah. Well,
I'll never go back and watch shit again.
The answers are there if you want them. It's just one. It's not like a 10-hour stream like Paulie does. The answers are there, if you want them. And O'Shea showed up and performed even worse than he performed today. It was very clear again, that he was completely full of shit. So Yeah. So what do you?
What about this
Hard Hat,
little?
you got
Here's
some
what I was
questions for
looking
me?
for. You know, and again, I still really don't know, as none of us know. Only the people that can know. But the truth has a certain ring to it, a certain level of detail, a certain level. You know, I mean, when you hear the truth, there's little details. So when he's asked what happened and he can't, there's no details. But the one thing he did provide detail on is this thing when they were snuggling, and you came out, Allie popped her head up, and you shoved, or told her to keep snuggling. Did that happen?
Yeah.
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 Right. That has the ring of
like
truth.
she jumped up, you know, because she's uncomfortable. You know, she was, you know, like whatever. And I was just like, it's okay. You know, it's not like it's not like she was blowing him, you know, like they were just sitting there. And it's like, it's no skin off my back. I'm not going to get upset. And like, I even explained this, like I knew, you know, like I was.
Can I ask you this? If she did, like,
I'm not like above them observing. Hold on, give me a second. I'm not like above there observing. I was waking up in the back of the RV, and like I knew exactly what was going on. And I even told Paul later on. I was like, you know, I got a little, you know, like, and you know, we're all practicing detachment here. So like, you know, I was really, you know, I was sitting in it and being like, okay, I'm feeling a little jealous, you know, like. But I'm not like getting really upset because they're just sitting there, kind of sitting there, you know, like whatever, cuddling, you know, like if something else was happening, the whole different scenario would have gone down, you know.
You seem very secure to me in your relationship. And the question that I have is if Allie was doing something with somebody else, would that bother you?
I want to piggyback off of that, and I just want to point out the irony in this entire situation. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I'm pretty sure that if he was just continued being a decent person, he might actually have a chance, which kind of a surprise to me. If he just wasn't a deplorable human being spreading rumors, like he might have actually been able to get somewhere with her. If he was a decent human being, that's the irony of this entire thing.
Can I ask you this? What do you what are your pronouns?
Who is you? Are you talking to Jeffrey? Or me?
Yes, sir. No, you.
They, them, or just simply use my name, Zen.
How old are you?
I'm almost 40. I'm 38.
38? Okay. Thanks.
Yep. I've been a relationship anarchist. Well, I've been a relationship anarchist for the last 7 or 8 years, and in open relationships my entire adult life. And anything I could get from monogamy, I can get, but better as a non-monogamous person. So I don't see the point in being monogamous. There's been several times that I've been just in a singular relationship, me and my partner, but we've always had the option. We can always explore it and discuss it like mature fucking adults and just come to like consent and just move forward rationally and calmly. I have people like I said, if I brought one of my partners that I've been with, like been very, very close with for like 7 years, I think, if I brought her up right now, you all would lose your absolute shit. And I could literally text her right now and she'd probably come up. And that's the irony of this entire thing. And then I have someone else that I'm talking about that I have like little to no drama in my love life. And the reason being is because we just talk like adults. There's no backstabbing. There's no skullduggery. There's no lying, deceiving, cheating, any of the crap. Because we just talk like humans. We talk and we don't try and own each other's like thoughts or heart or motivations or path in life. That is what anarchy should be. And you can apply that to your relationship as well if you wanted to. You just have to be mature and just like talk about things when you're uncomfortable instead of spreading rumors and lies and doing weird shit.
The truth shall set you free.
Let me chime in here. Hey, shut the fuck up, you fed. All right. You've been antagonizing people for no goddamn reason. You're fucking passive aggressive.
I was gonna say that you look so much better right now without your face right up in the thing. That's all. That was where I was going.
Wow, that was interesting. Hard Hat, you've been so quiet and patient this entire time. I'm kind of curious if you have anything else to contribute.
You got some
I like
questions, right, Hard Hat?
Pardon me? What's that?
Said you've been patient. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was just saying you've been patient, and I liked your contribution to the conversation earlier. So I was just curious.
Well, off topic. I honestly, when you said you go by they them, I'm a little less than 10 years older than you, but I don't understand any of that stuff, honestly, and I'm not sure what it means. Yeah, like I'm not sure what it means. And does that mean, are you bisexual, and that's kind of why you went that route, or what is it? That's all.
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. So the first thing to know from a scientific perspective, and I'm talking about scientific consensus. So if any of you are like, oh, this sounds like just something crazy you pulled out of your ass, you can look this up, okay? So there's a difference between gender and sex. These are not the same thing. Sometimes they overlap, right? So sometimes a person will identify as a male, as a man, and also be born as a male. So they have a penis and they identify as a man. That, for example, would be someone like Jeffrey, from what I can tell, and like you, Hard Hat, and they're considered cis males, right? So they're born, like they identify as the way that they were born. So, okay, so the reason why gender is not the same as sex is because it is a social construct. Like if children, so look at it this way, right? So if there were multiple children, right, and they were just born on an island and they did not have the television, they did not have the radio, they did not have anything, right? They had no outside stimuli. Do you think that magically those with vaginas would want to wear pink all the time and want to play?
Hello? Oh, buddy got cut off.
Looks
Hello?
like it. I'm sure I'll be back. So you have some questions for me, Hard Hat. Shoot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Buddy coming back because I kind of disagree with what he was saying, honestly.
Well, it's like a side. I mean, is that relevant to what we're talking about right now?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
But I was kind of curious about that. But anyway,
I'll be back.
Yeah, I see where he was going with what he was saying, and yeah, I'm not down on that. I don't see that actually. Yeah. Yeah. So how's it going?
Okay. Yeah. Good. I'm happy.
I think what he was saying was real. I think what he was saying was true. I think that he's saying if you are not conditioned to believe a certain way, that you probably wouldn't be gay, like the way that they're trying to do things these days. So I agree with him in that way. I think that, but I think naturally speaking, most people, if you're a guy, are going to be attracted to girls. And if you're a girl, you're going to be attracted to guys. So anything outside of that may be, kind of abnormal. You don't see dogs fucking other dogs, boy dogs fucking other boy dogs. You just don't. You don't see boy bears fucking other boy bears. So what I'm saying,
what are you talking about, my G?
I think you do.
What are you talking about, bro?
No, you absolutely do.
No, I'm in agreement with that guy. He's right.
I know,
you wouldn't want to wear pink if you weren't taught to wear pink. That's what I'm getting at. He's right.
Yeah, I get that. I understand why you might agree with that position, but you go into animals and bears and what?
Yeah, because we are animals.
I'm just joking with you.
Because we are animals. We are. It's like, our being is, and our natural state of being is to go with the opposite sex. To say they, them, he's, like I identify as, a binary dose penis kind of guy. Now I have two penises, and so I get to, because I say so. Because why? Because I've been conditioned by society to believe. This is why I agree with what he was saying. I do agree with what he was saying. You wouldn't just wear pink because you're a girl. You wouldn't just
wear
Yeah.
blue because you're a boy. You've been taught these things, and that's why it's dangerous to teach little kids that it's okay to choose that you feel like you're a girl today at 5 years old. That's wrong, in my opinion.
He was going over what I really noticed, because I'm not the internet YouTube guy until this last bit, and just being on Paul's show, but people like to fucking not answer a question and just use big words and talk all the way around shit to I don't know, avoid just stating a thing. And if you put a kid, a girl, and a boy on a fucking island to say, oh, she won't choose pink in this, that's not the question. She's going to grow up to be a woman on that island, and he's going to grow up to be a man on that island. Back when I grew up, we had tomboys, and they hung out with us. And guess what? In their late teens, early 20s, they turned into women. Right? It was a phase. They went over it. They didn't take hormones. They didn't fucking cut off their breasts.
Wait. I'm confused. Did you say that? Oh, okay. So, all right. Never mind. I misunderstood.
Yeah. So, I mean, and yeah, people grow up and they are gay, men and female, like whatever that happens. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. But also, back then you kept it in the closet or this and that, and then of course now that I've learned, we get to this gay rights, it shouldn't be illegal, then gay marriage, and now in my fucking city where I live, like back years ago, those the guys that dress up like women and put on the shows, the whatever shows.
Right shows, yeah, I know the media's.
They were in bars, right? They were in bars. You went to a bar and you saw them. Now they're having it at the public library with kids there, and our mayor has now made it illegal to protest that, right? And it's like, we didn't give a fuck when you had it in a bar or you did it on your own, but now you're bringing kids involved, and that's why people have that progression, right?
There's a lot of things. Wait. Sorry, 1 second. Like, I like this. You're bringing a lot of great thought-provoking stuff, but I want to kind of address a few of them, like one at a time, if I could. Thank you. So first of all, I'm talking about gender and sex first and foremost. You mentioned orientation, which is different. Okay, orientation is not sex, is not gender. These are not all the same thing. Just because you're born with a penis does not mean that you're automatically going to be magically attracted to vaginas. We might be conditioned that we're supposed to be that way, but some people, would you agree that some people are just born gay? Yes or no?
No, I don't think when you say we're conditioned to be a man to like females, that's not fucking conditioning. That's Mother Nature, right? So you're kind of throwing in some words there.
Let me try and ask again. Do you believe that people that are just born gay are just born gay? Yes or no?
Born gay? No.
No. Okay. You think?
I think they're probably conditioned to be gay, maybe.
Okay. What about gay people that have never met any other gay people and they happen to still be gay? They've never watched the television. They've never been exposed to drag queens in libraries. Are you saying that doesn't exist? That gay people just don't exist? Like,
no. Of course, gay people exist, but yeah, of course they exist. Like, that's Mother Nature, right? I'm sure shit like that happens, but you can't.
Because humans are rare. Humans are actually rare. Most species on Earth actually don't give a fuck about the dangly bits. They just want to fuck. They just want to get down. A lot.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's very true.
That's not true. No, absolutely not. You're wrong. 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 In nature, a male mates with a female. In nature, a male mates with a female. So you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're misspeaking. You're lying. So go ahead and say what you want to say, but that's not true.
Please slow down. I don't want you to argue my argument. I want you to look it up, because my perspective is biased. All you have to do is look this stuff up. It's real simple, and I can give you step by step.
How many dogs? This was my point before. How many dogs that are male do you see fucking other males?
All the time.
They
Jeffrey,
try.
have you seen that? Because I've seen that all the fucking
That's
time.
yeah. That's
Hey,
about
dominance.
But
That's about
yeah, but
dominance.
it's not because they want to
Stuff
fuck
like
that
Wizard
male.
says. But hey, you guys, Zen, can you stand down?
Okay. The bottom
Look, it's
line is
okay
can
for you
look
to be
this stuff
gay,
up.
bro. But it's
I'm
not
not
okay
gay.
to teach the
That's the
kids to be
ironic
gay.
thing.
It's not
Like, that's the
okay to
super
teach the
ironic thing about
kids to
this.
be gay.
It's also not
It's
okay
not
to teach people
okay.
to be heterosexual.
What's going
We
on
agree.
right now is a
We
matter of
agree.
conditioning. What you've been conditioned to, what you've been taught. And now what they're trying to teach our children, which is not okay, and I'll stand
If
up
you're worried
against
about
it
children,
all
then
day
talk.
long. I will
Speak out
not
against preachers.
accept it. If somebody becomes or
Speak out
is
against
gay, born into
actual
gayness,
sexual
I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm not judging people. As an adult, you can make a decision, but as a child, you're being conditioned. And to teach them to
Hey,
fuck other guys is not okay.
Life
I
is
don't
good.
agree.
Hold
I
on.
won't
Hey,
agree.
life is good. Hold on a sec. Question to Buddy though. Do you think it's okay though to be having those drag shows and bringing it to kids and having kids watch that?
I think science is important. If you want to protect children, then you go to who is harming children. The 80-20
Okay.
rule says
Here. Hey,
20% of what's actually
point
happening.
here.
You can get
Hey, buddy,
results.
I want to prove my point on this internet. Motherfuckers, you don't answer the question. I asked you a
If
direct
I'm gonna let you
question.
guys do this here, you gotta like let people answer questions. Like this
Yeah,
is the whole
let me
problem we're
address
having
it.
here
And
is
I'll-
not letting people
I'll
like
try and
this
address
isn't
it
even,
directly.
you
I'll
know,
try and
like
address it
just
directly.
as respect, you know.
Child abuse is bad. Child abuse is bad. We should speak out against all child abuse, not just the child abuse that you don't understand. That's what I
You know a politician when you ask them a question and then they answer something to it? That's what you just did. I just asked you if you don't think no, hold on.
No,
I asked you, is it okay to bring the kids into the drag shows, right? And then you went
There's
off on a total.
I'll answer that directly. There is zero wrong with having children be in front of people with funny outfits. We do it all the time. It's called Sunday school.
That's the problem.
It's called Sunday school.
Buddy, respectfully, you can get fucked. You're wrong,
called
bro.
Sunday school.
You're fucked up,
Sunday
man.
School? What is Sunday school? Answer
Yeah,
my question.
church, it's programming. Don't get me on church, bro. I'm not into the fucking Bible.
Thank you. We agree. Then speak out against all child
Anyway,
abuse, not just
okay.
the one you think happens.
Yeah, let's end this because it's gonna go nowhere. Because fucking you, obviously, that's it, man.
Yeah, because you won't
It's
concede
actually
anything.
sad, man, because it's that's why our society's so fucked up. But
Yeah,
anyway,
because we don't have science and education and civil discourse.
oh, you're gonna go, go back on science, eh? Trust the science. Is that it? Trust the science.
Yes, trust the science.
Does
We can
not
talk about
say
science.
a guy fucks a guy. It doesn't.
It does.
Nature.
It does. That's
Man,
you're
gay.
so.
Whatever.
Are you
dude.
denying all of Roman
I don't
and
care.
Egyptian
Doing a
civilization
moderated
ever
debate
existed?
this next week about this subject. You guys should go
Yeah.
there. It's an open
should
panel
definitely
and
come to
talk
that.
to them about it there.
Buddy, you know what? It's fucking pointless. That's why this world's a clown world. We're too far gone. We got a fucking million of people thinking like this shit, and our society is absolutely falling apart. Our family structure, and then we're gonna go look at the science, look at the studies, and it's all manufactured fucking bullshit.
Hey, hardhat.
That's why we have the hierarchy of evidence. You can separate bad science from good science.
You can't blame somebody for believing what they believe. You can't blame them. That's what they've learned. That's what they've understood. That's what they've experienced. So you can't blame them. However, I don't agree with teaching children to fucking change their, physical identity or
if
being.
you can provide
I just
evidence
don't
that
agree
someone
with
is
it.
doing that, then I'll agree with you.
It's
Can you
happening
provide
right
evidence?
now.
Can you provide evidence that like a drag queen is going to a child and being like, you know what? You should change your gender.
No,
Can
yes,
you show
that
evidence
is.
of any of that?
The evidence is that that's what you're showing them. That's what you're teaching them. That's the
Okay.
evidence.
There's a lot of horrible things that are taught to children on the television constantly. Violence.
I know. And
child
television
abuse,
is the
warfare,
enemy. Television
famine.
is the devil. I don't watch TV. I'm an advocate for not watching TV because it's all programming. We've been programmed. And when you first, when you wake up and you come out of it and you don't have to, you can think for yourself rather than think for what you've been taught.
So by that logic, wouldn't it be important to think for yourself about things like social structures and gender and relationships.
I've
and
given it a
all these
lot of
things you're talking
thought,
about?
and I look at nature for the answer.
Okay, yeah. Well, nature has the answer, and nature and
Yeah,
science
nature
says that
means
gender
that you
and sex are not
co-create,
the same
you
thing.
get together,
Lady, what's
Look
going
it
on?
up.
do it.
Look it up. Just look it up.
Hi, Wolf
You can
Lady.
say whatever you want.
Hello.
I don't agree.
Hi, everyone. There is the belief, something they do teach in couples counseling is agree to disagree. There's my first little tidbit. I have a friend who just passed away recently, not from any disease. It was just a heart attack. Who was born with all of the parts, male and female, and her parents chose not to choose one over the other, and he never chose to pick one over the other, and he was bisexual, interested in both. And there were some that were quite cruel and called her it, and I hated that 100%. 100%.
So how are you harmed by someone choosing their own pronoun and asking for you to be respectful of their pronoun? How are you harmed?
There's nothing wrong with it. I don't feel there's anything wrong with it. But I will say, as a mother, when I found out that they were teaching sex ed now in 3rd grade, not just you're a boy and you're a girl, because you have certain parts, it was because they literally were getting down to the naughties, the literal sex. And that typically was not taught in, the whole I'm a boy, you're a girl until 6th grade. And then in junior high, it was more explicit. And, I only had an issue with it because I thought that was too young. But I failed to think of what their purposes or their reasons behind it was. Teen pregnancies, as soon as they started doing that, teen pregnancies dropped by 70% at that point when they were taught sooner. As far as gender picking, gender choice or labels or pronouns or whatever, I did not think should be taught yet. I think acceptance should be taught, or at least acknowledgement, understanding, but the whole changing and whatnot, I do not feel that should be taught so early, and they are.
And we'll agree with that. I feel like parents should be parents, and not only should there be comprehensive sex education, ideally for like children, but also mainly for fucking parents, because most adults clearly have a really hard time even having a discussion about things like gender and sex. There's just not enough comprehensive sex education period in the world. That's a problem.
And they do. They have issues, some parents, like my mother, never even bothered to tell me that at some point I was going to have a period. I'm sitting there on the playground at 11 years old playing tetherball, and everybody starts laughing at me, and I didn't know why, and I had blood everywhere. And I was taken to the nurse's office, and the nurse was very comforting. And she called my mother, and my mother turned around and said, "Now you explain it to her." Like she didn't want to be bothered with, And it was like, oops, hold on.
Fire alarm. She's cooking. Oh no. That's funny.
Sorry, Jeffrey, for like hijacking this conversation.
okay.
All I want to say is just look this stuff
Great
up.
panel.
That's
Great
all.
panel.
Go ahead.
Jeffrey, did you have any more of a bit related to the topic at hand?
Oh, I don't know. I got some stuff I just wanted to go through, but I don't yeah, I don't know. Let me see if anyone else. I'll put the link up one more time.
Yeah, and ChatGPT is like the thing everyone's going there. It's literally a compilation of most of the like language ever created on the internet. Is basically what ChatGPT is. It's like an extremely powerful resource, and it cuts out a lot of biases, and it cuts out search bubbles that Google uses. That's why I don't recommend, if people are looking for actual truth and actual fact, you don't use. I assume people here know that in the truth movement, but ChatGPT, you can literally just say, is sex and gender the same thing, and it'll spit out an answer, and then you can ask for references, and it'll give you links to look it up yourself.
Hi, Sly.
Hi, Sly.
Jeffrey. Hi, Life is Good. Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, Wolf Lady. Sorry you burnt whatever you was cooking. Hello, young man. I listen. Aaron,
I didn't burn it. Go ahead.
Aaron, I want to tell you, babe, this is what you see me, right? I keep it real with everybody. I'm me, you know what I mean? I don't make up. I don't try to dress up and pretend that I'm somebody I'm not, right? But I live and let live. Can't nobody persuade your child to do anything.
Horse shit, dude. That's a lie. That's wrong. You're wrong.
How?
As a child, you are very impressionable, and what you learn is what you know. So yeah, you're not saying it correctly. I'm sorry.
But you're
I
responsible.
appreciate you. I love you. I think you're awesome. However, that statement is bold-faced, not right.
Can I have my own opinion, please, Aaron? I do respect you to the utmost, but can I have my own opinion, please? Please allow me to speak my opinion, and then maybe you can throw me under the bus for it, right? I understand that children are impressionable, right? But it's still your responsibility to teach your child, right? You can't hold somebody else responsible and then say, oh, well, they're teaching your children to do this. They're teaching your children to do that. No, you are responsible for what your child learns. If you don't want your child to learn about sex, you got porn bombed. You don't want your child to learn about stuff like that. And if the schools are teaching it, then you take your child out of that school. But you can't, oh, hey, they're teaching your child to cut their feeder off.
Hey, Slash Eye.
Hey,
sweetie.
I don't believe it. Yes.
Sweetie.
Yes.
We're all in this together.
Right.
And it takes all of us to speak truth and stand up for what is right, and to tell a child at 5 years old that it's okay to dress in, cross dress, or, be gay, or encourage them to, be with the same sex.
Nobody can encourage your child to do anything.
Absolutely, they can, because children are impressionable.
If your child wants to be gay, your child wants to be gay.
Let them be gay on their own. But
nobody
to have
can
it in the public influence is not okay. I don't agree.
I mean, you got. I mean, this has been going on for centuries. This ain't just start happening. Right? Some of them top people in Congress.
Yes, it has started happening. Yes, it has.
Jeffrey, listen, I mean, I'm sorry, Aaron. My mother had a friend.
This has only happened in the last 5 years.
My mother had a friend.
Really.
I'm 60 years old.
What's going on right now?
Let her speak for a moment, please.
I'm 60 years old, Aaron. My mother had a friend. She dressed like a dude. I thought she was a dude. My mother had to explain to me, right? because I was confused. I didn't know. My mother explained it to me, not
Why
the
were you
teacher.
confused? Why were you confused?
Because
this is my point, sweetie.
My mother.
This is my point.
My mother
As a
had
child, we don't know
mother-
any better. We only
my
know what
mother-
we're taught.
That's why we got parents to teach us. My mother had to teach me, not the man, boy, lady. My mother had to tell me the difference. My mother had to tell me you accept people for who they are.
I accept people for who they are, but I'm not going to teach somebody to go against nature. I'm not going to. I just don't believe it.
You stand on your truth and you don't teach people that. But you can't say, oh, well, you don't know.
I can say, don't teach the kids that. I can. And it's my responsibility to say that.
You're right. You can say that, right?
My
but nobody's teaching your child anything but you. Okay? Nobody can teach your child anything.
That's not true. We have a public school system. It's
and if your child come home and say, yo, we had a man dressed as a lady, then you explain it to your child. Then you go up to the school and you say, hey, what's going on? And the school say, well, this is what we're doing.
That's
then you
what
say,
I'm doing right here, right now. You're exactly right. You're absolutely right. I'm doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. I mean, you. Everybody's pushing this fear thing. Oh, they doing this to your child. They doing that to your child. No, you are responsible for your child. Rap music. Oh, they listen to rap music. Look at what they call each other in the N-word. You teach your child that's not right if you don't want your child to be that way. You teach your child about rap music and let your child know it's just music.
Nope. As a society, we all have to stand up. The problem is right now, what's going on is look at the media, girl. Okay, look at the media. They teach division.
I'm 60,
they
Aaron.
teach division, divide, and conquer. And so what I'm trying to say is, we are all people, but it is good to have good, moral foundation. I don't even know moral, whatever. But this is
gotta
how
have
things
moral
are.
foundation. You have to have a moral foundation. You can't hold nobody else responsible for what they do, Aaron. You have to be that person to stand. And if you don't want it around you, then you stand for it. But you can't shut nobody down or kill nobody because they different.
Look,
come on, man.
I never said any of that. I never said any of that.
I know, but I'm just saying.
A kid at 5 years old that it's okay to change your gender is wrong.
No, you don't teach your child that.
You don't believe that? You think that it's okay? They're
stop saying what other people do
who are very impressionable.
Hello.
I wouldn't teach my child that.
My children used to do certain things, or my children, I should say, would go and do something over at a friend's house. Let's just say, like eat ice cream just before dinner or something. Okay, I'd say, and they'd try and go get ice cream just before dinner, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Well, you can do it over at Sarah's house. Well, just because Sarah's mom lets her do it doesn't mean it. I'm gonna let you do it. That's on that. And on the other end, by the time I was in first grade, I learned why a certain uncle by marriage was now kissing a man in front of me. I didn't know that, and that my auntie had married him. She didn't know either. As soon as she found out, they were divorced. But that wasn't why. It was because she caught them doing the naughty, and the kids were locked outside on the back in the yard. And she happened to come home for lunch. That's why. And come to find out, he had met this other person a few years ahead of time. He wanted children. He thought he loved her, but he loved him more, or whatever. So I grew up finding out very quickly, very early that. And now, you know, for many, many, many years, I still call him uncle because he's my uncle, even though he was by marriage. And he is very much so drag queen. Does the singing, does all this stuff, is in the parades and stuff like that. And found out, you know, a few years later, no, not a few years later, I guess one of my cousins decided she wanted to explore both sides. And she's now married to another woman. So I was very confused as, you know, a 6 or 7-year-old about the situation. And like I said, I had a friend who just recently passed away 2 months ago from a heart attack, who was both, and was called many, many, many names, and biblically, you know, was from God hates you, you're going to hell, da 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 da, because da, da, da. And I had to correct the guy. I said, look, I understand your, you know, full Bible thing and everything. That's great. I said, but he was born that way. Well, then he needs to pick. Why? You know, one day he was Cindy, one day he was Jim. And I'm sorry, he had the classiest female shoes I could ever find. Beautiful.
And I just want to piggyback off of this and say, like, if we're in the truth and freedom, if we're in the truth and freedom movement, like, what harm, like actual harm? Like, I know, oh, the children, they're fragile. I agree. I want to protect children. We want to do that. We all agree on this. No one debates that, okay? But what actual harm is being done by gay people?
By what?
What actual harm is a transgender or of them, they or her, whatever? What harm are they doing to another person, right? What harm are they doing to your child that you're not allowing?
Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
What harm are they doing to your child when they tell your child, listen, just listen. Okay, let me just tell you something. Wait.
Hold on.
Hear my analogy for a second, please.
Please.
If I tell you that all black people are bad as a child at 5 years old, then what are you going to think?
You're going to think all black people are bad.
Right. So what harm is it to tell a 5-year-old that it's okay to change your fucking sexuality, though you're a male, to be a female? Or that it's okay outside of nature, this is natural.
Would you tell your child that, Aaron? Aaron, would you tell your child that, Aaron?
Both my daughters are gay.
All right, so what the problem is, Aaron?
What the problem is that's how society has become to condition they
wanted to be gay on their own. It
takes the parents, it takes the adults in the room. Gen X, we're it. Gen X is it. Because the rest is and
He's
you
not
too.
Gen X.
And I'm surprised you have this opinion. Really, I truly am. But it takes us as adults to say, look, guys, this is not okay. We're not promoting this crap. We're not.
So wait. So you gave a perfect example earlier.
Aaron, don't promote it.
I think they should be aware, but not.
Which means that it's up to us to stop it.
Wait. You gave it. Wait.
You can't scroll
stop the machine. That's where we're going. See, this is a machine.
Stop that, Aaron.
And it takes all of us.
Why? I don't want to stop it. I don't want to stop it because it's
you don't
not
want procreation.
No, I'm 60 years old. No, I don't.
You don't want that for your children, your grandchildren?
I don't have any children, Aaron.
Okay. Stop for just a second, okay? So you gave a great example of teaching children that black people are bad. And it sounds like we all agree that doing that is the wrong thing to do. We shouldn't be giving biases of ourselves and imposing it on our children, okay? It sounds, we agree, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Life is good. I want to see if I'm not misrepresenting.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree that people are people. And
Okay. Wonderful.
2 + 2 is 2 or 4. Sorry.
Okay.
And
Okay, so there we go. So we agree that telling people that other people are bad is a bad thing. Like black people or gay people, like it's probably bad to say, to teach a child, oh, a gay person is invalid, right? Because what are they saying about your children? If they're saying that gay people are invalid, what are they saying about your children? Life is good.
you just said people are people.
Right.
That's it.
And I
People
also
are people.
realize you're right. You're absolutely right. And I agree. And I also agree that, or I believe that we have to teach our children the right shit. And
As
that to
parents.
me is not right. It's just not. It's
your
anti-natural. It's not natural. It's just
but
not.
it's your
A man and
but
a woman are supposed to be together. That's all there is to it.
Let's
If it
take the
comes
future.
outside of that by itself, then that's natural. That's okay. But to promote that is not okay. It's not acceptable. I don't agree.
Who indoctrinated you to believe that, Aaron? Who indoctrinated you to believe that, Aaron?
Okay.
You were taught that, Aaron.
Okay. Sly,
You
what
were
if
taught that.
are you, Sly, can I ask you a personal question?
Yes.
Are you gay?
Yes. No,
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not. I haven't been with anybody for 14 years. No, I'm not.
But you like girls?
I used to like girls, and I used
And
to
then
like
what?
boys. And I used to like boys. I used to like girls, and I used to like boys.
And that was natural for you.
Right.
Came about naturally.
Naturally.
Right. This is
Ain't
what I'm
nobody
getting at.
persuade me to do it.
This is
Ain't
what I'm
nobody
getting at.
tell me
Exactly.
Oh, well,
when you
hey, don't
do a
wanna go
drag
hang out
show
with
in
these
front of a
girls?
5-year-old kid, that is persuading them. That's
No,
what I'm
it's
getting
not.
at, and that's not okay.
Well, who? Wait. Well, what
This is a
makes you
slippery
think
slope
that?
logical fallacy.
Well, what
Hey,
makes
I
you
got
think
something
that's
to
my
add.
behavior, though? Wait, Mary. I mean,
Anna.
please, Anna. I'm sorry, but what makes you think that that's all gay people's behavior that they parade in front of their children? What makes you think something like that?
I didn't say that. I said this is what's going on, and I'm not promoting it. And it does take all of us to say, no, let's teach some moral value here. And
How
that's
about
not
you
it.
teach
That's
your
not
own
it.
children?
household.
You
Teach
teach
your
your
house.
own children, your own household. You take care of your
challenge
household.
with that is the challenge with that is the TV. The challenge with that is the school system. The challenge with
Bullshit.
that is
You have control over that, Aaron.
You're right. You're right. It
You
is up
have
to you to teach your own
control.
child. It is up to you to teach your own child. And it's also up to me to stand up for society as a whole. As a humanitarian, I love all people. I'll say that all day long. I don't care what you have to say. I'll say all kinds of shit, but I still love all people. But I'm not promoting teaching little kids that it's
Then
okay to
don't
be a
promote
fucking
it.
drag queen. I'm not.
Then don't.
And
Then
it's not
don't
okay.
promote it. Then don't promote
Don't
it.
take them out on Gay Pride Day then.
Exactly.
So life is good. If you found out that your lesbian children were in fact drag kings or drag queens, would that make them less valuable?
Look, my daughter came to me on her 18th birthday when I took her out for her birthday, because in Oklahoma, you can take them to the casinos on the reservation. So that was my plan. I took her to Burger King like she wanted. And we just come out of the casino when we were done. We went to the casino and we come out. She says, "Hey Mom, I gotta tell you something." I said, "Yeah, what's up?" She says, "I'm a lesbian." I kind of chuckled and started walking. She goes, "Are you mad?" I said, "What the fuck for?" I said, "That's you." I said, "I think I knew when you were in your single digits of age. I could tell that she was interested in girls. I knew she was dating this black girl. that she knew from junior high. I knew
Did
it.
you indoctrinate her? Did you make her do it?
Do what?
Yeah, did you tell her it was okay to be gay? Like, did you say,
I looked at her and I said, why the fuck would I be mad? I said, that's you, that's your body, that's your thing.
No. Listen, the question is, right?
I was getting there.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, babe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She asked me straight up, you're not mad? I said, no, I'm not mad. I said, that's you, your house, your business, or whatever. I said, but I request that you do not do the whole kissy, like making out thing in front of me or your dad, because it will make your dad uncomfortable. I said, because he's old Southern Oklahoma. They don't believe in that. That was that. That's all I asked. That was it. I said, I don't care if you hold hands. I don't care if you give each other hugs, whatever. I said, but what you do in your bedroom is your business. What I do in my bedroom is my business. That's simple. I was not mad. I was not scared. I wasn't worried she was going to become a drag queen out there for everybody to see on Gay Pride Day up on this big old float. I wasn't worried about none of that. That's her business, her thing. That was her thing.
And the question, what he was asking you though, did you indoctrinate her? Did you teach her to be gay? Did you?
No.
Did you know what I mean? That's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's
okay.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're
she
right.
knew about our uncle.
You didn't have to indoctrinate her. The system has. That's
No,
my
they
point.
didn't.
Yeah.
No,
When
they
you're
didn't.
teaching a little
system
5-year-old and you're doing drag queen
Her whole-
story hour to a 5-year-old, you're teaching them that
You
is
got
an
that from the
okay
media.
way
No,
of action.
her school
If I told you
that she went to, listen, Aaron.
Slideshow,
Aaron, it's been going on for years, Aaron. This is
I
not
know
listen,
it's a natural thing. It is
the
natural,
schools,
but it doesn't
listen.
have to be promoted in order for a child
It's
to be
not-
so confused that they think that they're choosing something
you
outside of their
teach-
nature. Yes,
you
that's the way
teach
it
your
works,
child.
dude. I'm
You
telling you.
It was not
Can't nobody
in the
indoctrinate your
schools.
child. You teach your child.
It was not in the schools.
No,
it was
wasn't.
not in the
When I was
schools.
growing up.
Not when I was going.
But I
and
saw
definitely not in Oklahoma, which is the Bible Belt. I didn't even fit in because of my religious choice. I was let go as a substitute teacher, even though I was more educated than any of the other substitute teachers. I had my bachelor's in 3 different things. And let me tell you what, I was not called upon again for my services because of my religious choice. Great. Lovely. Okay. You know, it is what it is. But no, I did not indoctrinate it. She knew of our uncle and yada yada. And I never taught her anything otherwise. I was honest and truthful with her when the question came up. But that's the thing is it never came up for a long time. She was forced by my second husband to date 2 different men, 2 different guys, one in junior high and one in high school. She was forced. So he wouldn't look like a bad dad in the Bible Belt. And to me, I was like, fuck.
Aaron, can I share something with you? I was indoctrinated. Let me tell you how I was indoctrinated by men, grown men messing with me when I was 3 years old. How about that?
Yep.
Well, did you ever consider that may be why you chose women? That's
No,
what I'm
that
saying.
no,
fucking
no,
with,
you,
fucking
no,
with your
no,
psyche.
no. Excuse me. Well, then those adults were wrong, and maybe they did play a part in it. But those adults were adults, and they did it to it. They messed up a child's mind.
Just
So if you
exactly.
say
You're
that
proving my
that's what
point. Those
No, no,
adults
no, no,
that
no,
are
no, no.
doing drag
These
queen
were
story
wrong.
hour are wrong. And
These
it's
were
not
not.
okay.
These were not
Okay.
drag
If
queens.
somebody was coming at
These
you
were
at 3
not
years
drag
old,
queens.
I would stand
These-
up for you. I promise
They
you I
were
would.
doing 2 different things.
These are not drag queens. These were grown men that was fucking my
It's
mother
the same
and trying-
fucking difference,
no, it's
sister.
not.
It's
No,
one
Yes,
thing,
it is.
Aaron. It's
not.
one thing. It is
That's
one
not the
thing
same thing.
to be
Ain't no
misabused.
school teach me.
Right?
Ain't no school tell me, oh, when
Do
you
you
go
think
home,
it's
some
not
man gonna
abuse
play with
for
you.
somebody to teach a little child that it's okay to dress as a fucking girl when you're a guy? You don't think that's
Don't
abuse?
nobody
I
teach
was a
That's the
tomboy.
problem.
I
This
wore
is what
guy
I'm getting
stuff.
at. This is
Can't nobody
indoctrination.
teach you.
It's
Can't nobody
conditioning.
teach
It's
your
wrong.
child
I
anything.
stand up against it. I can't agree.
If you
Jeffrey, are you
That's
there? Can you hear
fine.
us?
That's fine. You don't have to agree.
If you don't
But
think for
manage your
yourself,
own household.
if you don't think for yourself, Aaron, and
I think
know
this is highly unproductive. I'm just kind of curious of how long we're going to entertain this.
well,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand why you can't people just can't live and let live. Like if it's not bothering you, right, and if it's not bothering your family or teaching your children anything, like are you angry? Are you angry because your daughters are gay? I mean, like, what is the problem? What's the issue?
Nope. None. None whatsoever.
What's the issue, Aaron? Are you angry that your daughters are gay?
No.
All right. So if you don't have an issue, then don't create one. This is how we stay divided.
No, the issue is teaching. That's the issue.
No, you don't have to teach it. Why you keep saying other people?
So do you believe that your children are taught to be gay?
By
Do you believe that
an
your children were
uncle or some
taught to
shit
be
when
gay?
you were
No,
3 years
no, I
old.
didn't say-
You got
I didn't
taught
say an
that
uncle.
men
I
are
didn't
fucking
say-
pigs. Okay,
Wait,
that's not a
wait.
good
No, I didn't
teaching.
get taught.
This is what
I
I'm
didn't
getting
get
at.
taught- I
It's
didn't
not
get
okay
taught that.
to teach
I
a
didn't
child to suck your
Aaron.
fucking dick. Okay, it's
Aaron.
not okay. This is what
Aaron.
I'm getting at. It's the
Aaron.
same kind of concept. It's
Aaron.
crude.
I
didn't get
Wrong.
taught
It's,
that it was
it doesn't make
Jeffrey,
sense.
control your
It's
channel.
unnatural.
Wait, Mary.
It's unnatural.
I mean, Linda. I mean, Ann, I'm sorry. I didn't get taught that it was okay for men to put their hands in my pants. I didn't get taught that. Men, I don't know where they
You
learned
did
that
get
from.
taught that.
But I
You
didn't
did.
get how.
Aaron.
When
after
you're
that,
3 years
here's
old,
plenty.
you
Hold on.
experience something that you should not have experienced.
There
Right.
are
My
plenty
mother
of females out there.
My mother wasn't responsible, Aaron. She didn't teach me that.
There
My
was
mother-
there,
3 years
just
old, you
because
don't have
she
a
was
fucking
abused.
choice. You don't
My
have a
mother-
choice at 3 years old.
Aaron.
You don't have a choice at
My
5 years
mother-
old. You don't have a
my
choice at
mother-
7 years old. You're
my
learning.
parents-
That's it.
There's a
parents-
You're
difference,
learning,
Aaron.
So let's
Parents-
learn the right shit. And the
There's
shit
a
that we're
difference,
learning is
Aaron.
not okay. It's not right.
My parents, or don't your parents teach you, Aaron? Do your parents teach you, Aaron?
Did your mom stop you from being molested
She
at 3
didn't
years
know.
old?
She didn't know, Aaron, until I
Yeah.
told her.
Some parents don't know.
Until
So I'm
you
here
tell
to
them,
stand
right?
up yep, that's why I'm here to stand up against that.
How are
Because
you going
some
to?
people
Who are you
don't
going to
know any
stand
better.
up to? But who are you going to stand up to?
I'm
You going to
standing
go?
up to society the way it's
Who?
going right here, right now. I'm not
How?
accepting it. This
How?
bullshit about open mind and teaching kids that it's okay to be gay and you should be gay or it's okay and you can change your
Nobody's
sex
teaching.
at 5 years old.
Nobody
Dude,
is
it's going on
teaching
right
you.
now. That's why I'm talking about it. That's
No,
the only reason
you're
I'm talking
listening
about it.
to the.
I
You're
don't
listening
care.
to the
As an
mainstream
adult,
media.
you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't
You're
care.
listening to the mainstream media, and you're going with
I'm
that
seeing
left right. That left right
that
shit.
is the mainstream media. That's the
But
Instead of
narrative.
thinking for
I
yourself.
I have something to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your question, Aaron, to her was, about her being sexually abused and mistreated. Is that why she became lesbian? And let me tell you what, there is a huge difference between being sexually abused and being a drag queen or whatever, or just having a choice. Okay?
That's what it is, a choice.
Yeah. And so Just
Your
because she
choice,
was
your choice
abused
becomes
doesn't
very
mean
limited once you
that's
are
gonna
abused
make
like
your
that.
child
Your choice
gay.
becomes very limited. Let me tell you something
All
about
right, guys,
psychology.
I'm throwing in the towel on this one.
In
You
general,
guys,
psychology.
everybody.
Happy. I don't know
I'm
what you
muting
talking about.
everyone.
I'm happy as hell.
Sorry, I'm muting everyone. Sorry, guys, you're all muted. We can do
It's
this
okay.
another time.
Thank you.
On another time, hopefully. But there was a point to this show.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Well, at least we're off the alley topic. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know for those that don't know, I sent Jeffrey a message apologizing. It was me. This whole thing was my fault. I poked the bear earlier whenever O'Shea was here, and I was like, "Oh, I'll give you more ammunition. I'm gender fluid," because I knew that it would like fucking throw off the whole thing. So I'm glad that we're having a conversation. I just wish it was a little bit more productive. All of this stuff you can literally just look up online instead of using your own biases. You can actually use science and facts. So that's all I get.
You can Google anything, and you know what the science?
No.
Says
We're done.
about
Hold
COVID.
Manage your own household.
The science.
That's what it comes down to. Manage your own household. Okay? That's what you got to do is manage your own household. If you don't want your kid to drink soda at 5, then you don't. That's simple. If you don't want your child going to a house where they allow that or will not honor or respect you as the parent of that child, then don't take the child over there. Manage your own kids, your own household. It's that simple. And don't assume that someone is going to go one way or another just because of how they were raised, or I should say what they were exposed to sexually, mentally, emotionally, physically. Okay? It's that simple. Manage your own household. And with that,
Thank you guys so much.
I
for
say
letting me
good night.
Be up here, Jeff. Love you, man. You're awesome.
Jeff,
I
thank you
appreciate
for letting me up.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Sly Shy. I do love you
other
so
people
much.
wanna come up
I think
too.
you're awesome. This guy.
Thank you, Sly. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'm heading out.
Life is good.
Thank you. Life is good. It was nice chatting with
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Jeffrey. Man.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so
Who was that?
I kind of wanted to see what their bit was. They're pretending to be Ali. I kind of wanted to see what they do.
Jeffrey.
We've had some, yeah.
You
Go
know, I'm gonna let you, because you done dealt with a lot in this past how many hours? 3 hours, almost 4 hours. You done had to deal with a whole lot, right?
Yeah, it's been more than just 3 hours. It's been like 3 months.
Well, no. We ain't. We
Yeah.
gonna let you.
We're in the
I just
now.
said
We're in the now.
This past 3 hours, right? You
Yeah.
done dealt with a lot, right? We'll talk again. Trust me, me and you gonna talk again, right?
Thank you.
I thank you. I really did come up just because I've been listening to all of y'all all night long. Everybody, I've been in and out of everybody's place, right? So
Yeah.
shout out to everybody. Jeffrey, just stay strong, man. Just, I see you kind of are like we not sure. I'm not sure, you know what I mean? Because you give that look, but you do you. If that's how you, if you comfortable with you, do you. You know what I mean? But we're gonna talk.
Okay.
We're gonna definitely talk. Sir, most, but I can't say all of that, preacher.
You can just call me Zen. My friends call me Zen.
Hey, Zeph. It was a pleasure listening to you. I appreciate you. You know what I mean? No matter what they say about me, I am whole, right? I am me. I am comfortable with who I am. I'm asexual. You know what I mean? I'm not for men, I'm not for women. I'm for me. Look, I done slapped my own self, but I'm for me. I take care of me. And I don't let nobody persuade me that, I don't fall into all of that. I don't get indoctrinated into believing the lies. You know what I mean? Because that's what they are. They just push all that shit out for us to get divided and have these arguments.
All a
and
distraction, every bit of it.
That's all it is. You know what I mean? And, I say live and let live. That's my motto. Live and let live. If you're not causing me no harm, injury, or loss, you know what I mean? Like,
yep.
I ain't gonna mess with you.
I appreciate that, Sly. It was great meeting you.
Thank you.
That is the premise of my faith here too, is to live and let live, to actually let live. Because you can't use that argument without actually letting, things live.
And that's my truth. Jeffrey, you see who I am, right? Have I bullshitted at all since y'all been knowing me?
Nope.
That's what I'm saying, man. Jeffrey, we gonna talk, man. We gonna talk. I'll talk to you soon here. Thank you, preacher.
You're welcome.
Bye.
So Jeffrey, I don't know if you want to continue this or how you're feeling. You got steam, or I don't know what your agenda
pretty
is.
tired. I might continue it another time. I had a bunch of
Yeah, so that was
thanks
funny.
for hanging out.
Yeah, and I sent a link to this video to someone close to me because I know that they'd get like such a kick out of this because I kind of like insinuated about them earlier. So, but thank you so much for the time and energy, and to those that are masquerading as haters, or we know that you're our biggest fans, and the Overton window doesn't push on its own. You have to have outliers. You have to have people that challenge the status quo. And if we're moving towards truth and peace, we just got to keep doing it. So that's that.
Cool, man. I'll catch you later.
Okay, peace. What is this? What is you just pulled up?
I was just gonna leave this as the outro. It's an interesting
Gotcha.
video.
I'll hang out to watch.
Huh?
Oh, I said I just want to.
Oh, yeah. It's just it's interesting.
The term puer aeternus is Latin for eternal boy. It is mentioned for the first time in the Metamorphoses, written by the Roman poet Ovid. The child god Iacchus is praised in his role in the Eleusinian Mysteries, initiations related to Greek goddesses, and the most famous of the secret religious rites of ancient Greece. In later times, the child god was identified with Bacchus, another name for Dionysus, and the god Eros. He is a god of life, death, and resurrection, the god of divine youth. Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist Carl Jung rescued the mythological term of puer aeternus and used it in the exploration of the psychology of eternal youth and creative child within every person. When the subject is a female, the Latin term is puella aeterna. It is an archetype, a primordial structural element of the psyche, and like all archetypes, has both a positive and a negative side. It can bring the energy, beauty, and creativity of childhood into adult life, or thwart self-realization and doom us to both unrealistic adolescent fantasies and experiencing life as a prison. The eternal youth archetype is the first one we experience in life and remains vital throughout our whole life. It is closely related to the mother archetype. A puer or puella avoids individuation and fights against his or her inner drive towards psychological wholeness. This stunts growth. While they have a great imagination and rich inner life, they do not bring it into consciousness and thus do not progress in life. The potential remains hidden and unused, stored away in the depths of the unconscious. In The Matrix, the main character Neo is offered the choice between a red pill and a blue pill. The blue pill allows him to remain content and comfortable in a simulated reality. It is the idea that ignorance is bliss. The red pill, on the other hand, allows him to confront the harsh truth of reality and to embark on the quest of self-realization. The puer will often choose the blue pill. Those who find themselves unable to commit to work, to form satisfactory relationships, to commit to the discipline of education, to carry the weight of responsibility, or who feel that their life has become meaningless, will find the integration of the archetype of eternal youth invaluable in their life. In her book, Puer Aeternus, a psychological study of the adult struggle with the paradise of childhood, Jungian analyst Marie-Louise von Franz gives us an in-depth exploration of the Puer Aeternus. The negative aspects of the Puer Aeternus is used to refer to a certain young man who remains too long in adolescence, and usually coupled with too great a dependence on the mother. The natural response of a mother is to protect her child. However, when the child is kept in the comfort of the nest for too long, he is unable to face the trials and tribulations of life when he grows up. He, therefore, flees from the cold, cruel world and seeks his childhood under the nourishing and protecting circle of the mother. It is the unconscious temptation to return to the womb. This creates a mother complex. The puer is the man-child who refuses to grow up, take responsibility, and face life's challenges. He expects other people, typically his parents, to solve all his problems. Since he lacks zest for learning, he never develops a proper understanding of anything. Von Franz writes, such people usually have great difficulty in finding a job, for whatever they find is never quite right or quite what they wanted. There's always a hair in the soup. The woman is never quite the right woman. She's nice as a girlfriend, but there's always a but which prevents marriage or any kind of commitment. The puer is aware of the transitoriness of life, so he does not give himself wholeheartedly to any experience. He knows that the end will be a disappointment and a parting. The puer is always getting ready to say goodbye, which makes it more likely for the experience to end, thus erroneously reinforcing his beliefs even more. It is a typical pathological reaction of the puer to train himself not to suffer by anticipating suffering. He anticipates the disappointment in order not to suffer the blow, and that is a refusal to live. It seems to him the rational thing to do, but thinking too much is a disease. He gets stuck in his own reflective hyperconsciousness, a self-created bubble which isolates him from life. One of the problems is that if the puer enters life, then he must face the fact that he's entering upon his own mortality and the corruptible world. He must realize his own death. That is a variation of the old mythological motif where after leaving paradise, which is a kind of archetypal maternal womb, man falls into the realization of his incompleteness, his corruptibility, and his mortality. The puer is usually in a sleepy daze, so that sometimes one feels inclined to pour a bucket of cold water over his head. However, this is only an outer aspect. If one looks deeper, one will find that he has a cherished fantasy life within. The puer may become a megalomaniac and think of himself as someone special and exceptional, a hidden genius, or the next big philosopher. But he has no tangible product to show his genius. He is an artist without art. The puer daydreams and engages in passive fantasy, which is very different from Jung's technique of active imagination. Daydreaming about success instead of visualizing failure can make one more prone to failure. Jung writes, the puer typically leads a provisional life due to the fear of being caught in a situation from which it might not be possible to escape. Plans for the future slip away in fantasies of what will be, what could be, while no decisive action is taken to change. He covets independence and freedom, chafes at boundaries and limits, and tends to find any restriction intolerable. The provisional life is a term used to describe an attitude toward life that is more or less imaginary, not rooted in the here and now. The person harbors a strange attitude and feeling that his job, house, car, creative endeavor, or relationship is not yet what is really wanted. They are but mere placeholders until the real thing arrives someday. Jung described it as the modern European disease of the merely imaginary life. The puer eschews commitment and responsibility because it requires a rigid lifestyle. He escapes into the world of fantasy to find temporary comfort. The puer tries to go as high as possible away from reality, ending up like Peter Pan, the boy who wouldn't grow up, who lives in Neverland, a place where people cease to age and are eternally young. The puer aeternus is also known as the Peter Pan syndrome. This has become an increasingly common problem in our modern age. Such a person is missing a sense of identity, which results in disquieting feelings of fragmentation and worthlessness. The poor compensates in his behavior by pursuing the ecstatic high in drugs, alcohol, sex, sport, and daredevil escapade that transcends the inner depression which threatens fragmentation, granting an illusion of selfhood which underlies his restless search for that state of stability and harmony. The person living provisionally is alienated from his own reality, spending his time ruminating on fantasies that go nowhere and that achieve nothing. In the ancient Greek fable, the astrologer who fell into a well, Thales of Miletus, considered as the first philosopher, is said to have been so lost in thought that while gazing at the stars, he fell into a well. How should one have knowledge of the heavenly things above if one knows not what is beneath one's feet? While the poor has a vivid imagination, he is not capable of transforming these insights into action, because he lives in an ethereal realm and misses the blood and guts of life on earth. As a result, the poor is not very successful in life. Von Franz writes, in actuality, for instance, he gets up at 10:30 a.m., hangs around till lunchtime with a cigarette in his mouth, giving way to his emotions and fantasies. In the afternoon he means to do some work, but first he goes out with friends and then with a girl, and the evening is spent in long discussion about the meaning of life. He then goes to bed at 1, and the next day is a repetition of the one before. In that way, the capacity for life and the inner riches are wasted, for they cannot get into something meaningful, but slowly overgrow the real personality. The individual walks about in a cloud of fantasies, fantasies which in themselves are interesting and full of rich possibilities, full of unlived life. You feel that such a person has a tremendous wealth and capacity, but there's no possibility of finding a means of realization. The poor usually has a great capacity to simulate the contents and to listen, so that it seems that he's going to implement them. But he never applies the concepts he has learned, for he's not grounded enough in reality. It is a trick which the poor performs. The realization that they should adapt to reality is an intellectual idea to them, which they fulfill in fantasy, but not in reality. Though it might seem simple, the poor is unable to cross the border from fantasy to action. The word human derives from the Latin word humus, which means earth. To be human is to be humble, down to earth, and grounded in earthly experience, which contains a rich source of nutrients that heals us. The poor is like Icarus, who in Greek mythology is warned about hubris and not to fly too close to the sun. However, he ignores this instruction and flies so close to the sun that his wings melt. He falls from the sky, plunges into the sea, and drowns. Jung writes, the provisional life, where one does not exist really, they are only a spectator, so any experience is ghost-like, perfectly abstract, without a trace of realization. Jung tells the story of a 25-year-old girl who had an extreme case of provisional life, which led to her suicide. She proved to be absolutely inaccessible. She lived things, she did things, but she did not know what she was living. No matter how hard Jung tried, nothing touched her, because she had no relation to the world at all. A few months later, she shot herself. Jung writes, I saw the corpse. She had shot herself through the heart in the street and had not lost consciousness for a minute or two. The expression on her face was completely altered. For a long time I stood watching her face and asking myself, what kind of expression is that? It was the most extraordinary, the expression of someone who was convinced, say, that a thing was black, and to whom it was very important that it was black, but to whom one had finally proven that it was red. And it was as if she suddenly realized it was red. It was a look full of bewilderment and a sort of pleasant surprise. I saw what happened. At the moment when she shot herself, she understood what life was for the first time. Sometimes people have to injure themselves very badly in order to awaken to what life really is. This shows how deeply unconscious people often are. The inner world must complement the outer world, and vice versa. An over-reliance on the inner world, in which the ego cannot get out of Neverland, will make it impossible to advance
What's up, Nicholas?
What up? How you doing?
Pretty good. Long
Yeah.
time no see, man.
Yeah, definitely. I just don't understand the name calling and all this. Just I don't get it. Like when Aaron was asking questions, yeah, and like I understand with like the point that you were making with about Paul having hundreds of hours of video. Of course, who the hell is going to be able to parse through that unless at the time that is being like if they're rewatching it, they can just timestamp stuff at least at that point. And then maybe writing down the title so they remember it because there's so many videos like was it twice a day, so there's a lot of content.
You
can't really parse
gonna
through it.
actually go do that? Who cares enough? That's the thing. No
Yeah.
one cares enough to go scour through thousands of hours to figure out the exact context of what was said. They'd rather just remember it the way they want to see it and repeat it the way they want to see it because they want to see this chaos because it's fun drama and it's exciting and entertaining.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't see like the whole build up before like he even arrived at your guys' place, but I it's just fucking ridiculous. I don't even understand how it's gotten this blown up.
All these comedians have no sense of humor.
I like when I was watching her live stream, Allie's live stream, what was it yesterday?
Yeah.
I mean, I was timestamping a lot of stuff. I was just rewatching it. I paused the live stream that you were doing right now, and I went back and watched when Brian was on there, and so I was timestamping some of the stuff, just because you guys made some good points. But so, because I remember today, just now in this live stream, you said that like she hasn't kissed him, like she didn't kiss him when you guys were hanging out, and so, but then yesterday she didn't say yeah, she did, but she didn't say no. So that's the only thing I wasn't sure about. Other than that, it's like big whoop.
Exactly. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's like everyone's interpretation of how she should have acted at that time and said what she should have said. Everyone's going to think if you got 100 people, 50 of them are going to think she acted the wrong way. The other 50 are going to think she acted the right way. So it's like, like you have to just look at the overall presentment and judge accordingly or not judge at all and not think that it matters at all in your life or anyone else's life, which
I know it's really not a huge thing. Like I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like and to go with what you said, like I know you made a point, I think it was earlier, but when you're talking about just making assumptions without like trying to listen and hear some of the nuance and all this extra stuff that goes along with maybe me talking about a certain couple sentences. So like I mean because we and you've talked off air and we talked about my backstage conversation with Paul. Like if people remember that live stream when I jumped, like I literally got off as he was going live, and just the timing of all that stuff and what I was doing. And I talked to him about my mom, got some because she went to jail or was about to go to jail, so I was asking for some tips or anything like that to try to fix that. But then I also talked to him about when he was making assumptions about me and Lindsay. So like I've personally experienced what's some very little of what you've experienced in terms of just, hearing a little bit about what I've described, what I've chosen, like you did, like you've chosen to share, and then having that, like running with it. And then because like Lindsay, for instance, she laughed at something. Like he said, we probably have matching pajamas. She started laughing. And he thought that we actually did have matching pajamas simply because she was laughing. And he was like, oh, see, she's even laughing because she knows it's true. It's like, she could be laughing about anything. She might have just ripped ass and we were muted and you couldn't hear the fart. And then she's just laughing because it was funny. Like, you don't know what she was laughing about.
Chaos
so like
on these panels, dude.
I know that.
Chaos.
And then the comments, like some of the comments from these people, it's just, holy shit. Would you guys really say this stuff in person? It's so embarrassing. I'm only 30 years old and I'm seeing these people that are twice my age talking the way they're talking.
Faceless people that don't have, that don't show their face. They just have a name up and it's just like, all right, the odds are we know who those people are.
And then even Brian O'Shea, when he just came on live, it's like, I've talked to Brian, I've communicated with him privately. And then the way he was acting immediately when he got online, like, or got on this live stream. I mean, it's just terrible communication. It's just, I just don't understand. It's just, but and people were getting frustrated because of the title and all that stuff, and it really wasn't addressed. And I know that you had a bunch of videos that you were wanting to play before you had Paul come up, which is what you had said earlier.
I didn't have any real plan on what I was doing. I just wanted to come up and
Oh, I
just
thought you
do
said
whatever.
earlier that you were.
Well, I mean, like I had a plan, but it wasn't like a set in stone plan. But
Oh.
it definitely, you know, things got hijacked. That's for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's at 5 hours in or 4 hours in, I'm just like not as motivated, and you know, I'm just not seeing much of a point at this point. You know, maybe I'll do it another time, but maybe I won't. But yeah, things have been crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's why I've chosen to not really come up sometimes, because especially if I was going to talk about somebody else, because I'd rather say it to them first initially, and then from there then say like basically the same thing publicly, because they already know what I said. So like I try to do my best to do that. I try not to like. Because like a Hard Hat, for instance, like I like Hard Hat every single time I've seen him. I like him a lot. But then he was listening to Zen at first. Then once he bounced off, then he was really saying how he felt. And then Zen came back up, and then Hard Hat continued to be the way that he was. So then it's like he wasn't acting that way right before he got disconnected, and then he changed it right away once he left. It's like I try my best not to do
you didn't
that.
want to listen to any of the nuance, you know, and it's like, well, you should at least let him get his words out so you can understand them before reacting to them. But whatever.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like,
because I've experienced
we're
that
all bad communicators.
Yeah, at times, absolutely.
Yeah.
And but it's like seeking to understand before being understood. And I have a hard time doing that with certain people, but on here I really try my best to listen. Like even when I do interviews, when I've done interviews, like it's my platform, whatever else, I don't try to interrupt them when I'm asking them questions. I'm trying to get more detail and let them talk until they're finished. I guess that's just because I'm used to having, or at least watching like maybe like James Corbett interviews where it's like pretty formal and all that stuff. So that's just kind of how I've operated when I make content. So I just try my best to listen to people and then have a conversation. It's so ridiculous when I see this stupid name calling back and forth. Like, how old are we anymore? Like, I don't even understand. It's just really
It's
frustrating.
pretty, I mean,
I haven't been keeping up on much of this stuff. Besides, like I watch Allie's live streams because you guys are, you know, it's a lot more laid back.
Yeah, it's just I'm not used to dealing with this much either. You know, and then I've done
I guess
like
that's
I've done a bunch of debates in between all this too, and like had to present myself in front of thousands of people and research and write opening statements and shit in between all this stuff. So it's been a crazy month. Like I definitely feel like I got possibly like a little bit more gray this month.
Yeah, I can understand
gray.
that. Yeah,
but I feel, you know, like it's been one of the most you know, it's been a pretty exciting couple months, and definitely like made a lot of steps overall as a human, for better or for worse.
Yeah, if you have a bunch of hurdles coming your way and you're, you know, still standing after all of them, you get a good perspective that way. More wisdom.
Yep. That's true. But yeah. Zen, I want to play you a video. I want to see your opinion of it.
The experienced man, sexually experienced man, is more desirable and more attractive.
So we've got Natasha, we've got a real girl in here. First of all, Natasha, I want you to be totally honest. All right, this video is for men. It's not for women. So
Zen, do you know Harley? Zen, you there?
I'm sorry. No, I don't know either of these two individuals.
Okay, these are friends of me and Allie's. This is Harley and Natasha. His name's he's a YouTuber named Durian Ryder. He's a vegan guy. He's probably one of the biggest vegans on YouTube. Like kind of, well, not necessarily, but anyway, he's a goofy dude, goofy character from Australia. But yeah.
we can be brutally honest. We can crush feelings. It doesn't matter. I don't need to hold back I want to just say it from a woman's perspective, a girl who gets hit up all the time by guys, a girl with a lot of options. We're going to get your honest opinion here. So the question is about one-itis. Do you respect orbiting beaters? There's the answer, guys. All right. You don't have to never listen to what a word a girl says. Watch the reaction. If you didn't see that reaction, play it back. Next question.
You just said don't listen to what a girl says, so why am I even on here?
Because you watch the body language. We're looking for body
so you
language.
can ask me questions or
Well,
not?
we'll ask you questions. I just asked you the first question. You gave your answer, and we appreciate that. We appreciate your brutal honesty.
Well, would you like words about that?
No needed. And guys, or maybe you can verify this. Should a man trust what a woman does, or should he trust what a woman says?
You should trust what a woman does.
There you go.
Because women say a lot of things, but does their walk match their talk? A lot of times it doesn't.
There you go. How many orbiting beaters have you had in your life? Would it be thousands?
It would be thousands from the age of 12.
And what is an orbiting? What does an orbiting beater do for you as a woman? What sort of needs do they meet?
An orbiting beater meets emotional needs for a woman when her number one option is not available. So that could be conversation, quality time, compliments, affection, but it can also be favors. So favors done for the woman, or it could be financial, using the man for coin. But yeah, I'd say it's so emotional, and then with physical, it's favors, and there's also finance.
These two are
Sex?
crack up.
Sex with the orbiting beaters.
Yeah.
No.
Fine, that's the someone do that into a story. Thank you very much, Natasha. All right, so that's the cold hard truth. What else can a guy ever get out of the friend zone? Once you put a guy in a friend zone, can he get out of that?
No, because if he's in the friend zone, there's something that he's done, and that's etched in the woman's mind forever, and she will remember the man for that. He could totally transform himself, and that would lead her to, think about him and maybe change her mind. But how common is that? Is a man going to totally transform himself into a desirable man that she would want when he was originally an orbiting beater? So I'd say it is possible, yes, but it's highly unlikely.
So it's more like unicorn level. Maybe unicorns. We don't have any proof unicorns don't exist. Do you have any proof of an orbiting beater transforming the friend zone? Have you ever had an orbiting beater, transcend your friend zone?
Well,
thousands.
Well, that would be you back in the day.
Me
versus now.
There you go.
Yeah, you is who I know that transform themselves.
How did I transform that?
Well, I only knew you from age.
Okay, there we go.
We'll get rid of that.
Yeah, so Raven is likely confused. But yeah, so Raven's like, I don't know what's going on. Jeffrey, do you want me to address the video, or do you want me to introduce our friend here on the?
Introduce our friend.
Okay, yeah.
I was just wasting time.
Raven is amazing, and just to say, Raven is amazing, and Raven can speak for themselves. Raven, who are you, and why are you here, and how do we know each other?
Zenith and I work together. We have multiple business together. I'm not sure what is happening here, but
Yeah, there was a claim earlier that I was gay and I don't know women in my life and I don't have sexy women in my life and I could never get women and all of that type of stuff. And as someone that is very close to me, I'm sure you have your opinions about me as a person.
we run a business where we promote a lot of different types of social media influencers. So I'm not really sure how Zenith and I run that business. Zenith is the main networker who connects us with all of our very lovely, mostly women, social media influencers.
Yeah, and am I a beta cuck that could never get a woman, or have you known women in my life?
You bring me. You have me as part of your vetting process. Where, hey Raven, come meet my new partner. Like at least once a month.
Jeez, man.
So I told, like, now, Jeffrey, do you see if I actually, like, when they're like, oh, you probably never talk to women, you don't have any women in your life, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, if I brought some of the women in my life, the entire chat would lose their shit. If I brought Raven on, what do you think would have happened earlier?
Wait,
They do that.
What even is happening here?
Jeffrey, go ahead and explain.
Oh, what happened?
Everything.
What was the
Yeah,
question?
like give context to everything that is today.
Oh,
and
the
stuff
whole
that
thing?
happened.
Wow.
If you'd like, yeah.
So my partner and I started watching a certain community, like a panel show like this, where several people would be up there, run by a intoxicatingly charismatic guy. And we started watching for a while, and kind of like we were having just a little bit of communication problems, and there, it's all about, working on yourself and working on, things in your life and conflict resolution and stuff. So I was like, cool, maybe me and my partner can just, like, whenever we come across something we're kind of stuck on, use the panel as like a third party to kind of hear both of our sides and help us out. Like, it's, anyone, like, it's, instead of paying, like a couples counselor, maybe we can, get something off this new type of media, that's like positive. So, we started trying to do that, but like never were able to get out any large amount of information at all about who we are or anything about our relationship before getting attacked by hundreds of people, including the host of the show. And then they just basically started maliciously slandering us all over all kinds of podcast shows and live streams and all kinds of stuff like that. And I kind of just did this today just to kind of like, have an open panel and see what people, have people come up and, well, I didn't even necessarily do this to have an open panel. I did this to kind of do a little bit of a presentation, but it got turned into, it kind of descended into chaos. But yeah, like we're just kind of, this was just kind of something I wanted to do to air my grievances. And Zen's, a bunch of people have been around. Zen's helped out a lot. And it's been an interesting and unique experience that I have learned a lot from. And yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, Zen, I don't know if you are like what this really homophobic chat knows about you, but I mean, the thing about relationship anarchy and polyamory is you get to fuck a lot of people if you want to. So can't keep a girl, I don't know.
Yeah, so there you go. I didn't pay you to come up and speak on my behalf or some bullshit, right?
No, you just were like, hey, you want to join this live? And I was like, okay.
She looked really confused when she was backstage. I was like, this person looks mad at me.
Yeah, you're like, are you here in good faith? I don't know what's going on.
Well, we had people like literally someone was streaming like literal porn a second ago whenever they popped
trying to
on,
get
and
the
someone
channel
else
shut
tried
Yeah,
to
I was
hack it.
just saying that in the comment section. That was so pathetic. I cannot believe people are being like this. It's it's so pathetic. I don't get it at all. It's
And they're all names of people
I thought
I've
I was
seen
messed
for the
up, and
last
then
couple
people are
months. It's
just
crazy.
acting like this and saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna get the whole video shut down because I'm gonna have this show up."
How can they play a video if they're not here?
It's like a black drop. They'll use their picture when they pop up. It will be like a green screen, and it'll have like some sort of image on it that will get like banned by the algorithm. So this whole stream might disappear, but it doesn't really matter because I don't, I just wanted to do it.
I think you might be able to edit it if you go.
Yeah, I'm sure
to YouTube. You can. I think you can trim something out and then just put it back up, and then it should be fine.
Yeah, probably
because you shouldn't have to waste or have it get deleted this 4.5 hour stream.
Yeah.
Damn.
I don't know how productive it was.
It
was pretty productive. I'm just tired, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys should come on. You should bring her on the Alley show sometime.
I gotta say, Ali's show is so much more productive and like level-headed and chill, and like that's why I was like, I don't know how much. I mean, I'll do the debate, of course, and I figured I'd support you today for this, but like Ali's show is legit, and like I'm glad that she's doing
about your debate.
Yeah, what are you debating?
I think, Raven, I don't know if I probably told you about this person a few times, but there's an anarchist in the social media influencer, and she goes by the anarchist model. And like I like about like 60% of the stuff that she does, because she speaks up for missing and murdered Indigenous women, and she talks about liberation and anarchy and stuff, but she's really close with Larkin Rose, or at least she positions herself as being closer with Larkin Rose. How close they are, I have no idea. But lots of people kind of simp for her and stuff. And she's generally an okay person. Yeah, but unfortunately she's not morally consistent. You know how we feel about that, Raven. But she's of course a carnist and B transphobic. But she's here for liberation and world
is
peace and
this
stuff.
a vegan thing right now?
No, yeah, Jeffrey's vegan as fuck, and so's Ali. Jeffrey's
No wonder why we're getting hate.
Yeah, exactly. So that the cult leader thing you see at the PaulUnslaved, you can look up that person and his like madhouse of people that Jeffrey and Ali were active in that community for a bit, and then they kind of started their own stuff, which I think was an awesome choice. And so today descended into transphobia for quite a while, and it was really fun.
Yeah, 2023. Come on, guys.
Yep. But so you're doing a debate with Cheryl, and I'm going to be moderating it on my channel, and we may also do vegan on top of it, which would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, of course, the topic, I think, hopefully the premise of the debate is going to be like who's harming children. Like it's about, protecting children and stuff, and like these damn drag queens and the woke mob and that type of stuff. I think that's going to be the main topic, but hopefully we'll be able to talk about Big Broccoli, because that's her thing. It's the whole Illuminati vegan agenda, and that we're all brainwashed and stuff, which is great. So
we should meet up first. Once you get her on the horn, we should meet up first and hammer out the premise. And then, a couple days later, maybe do it.
Yeah, and I've been doing a lot of deep research on it, and I think I actually found the vegan agenda. I don't know if Jeffrey, if you saw it, but it's pretty nefarious.
No way.
I sent you the link. Yeah, you should.
Is it as bad as the gay agenda?
Oh, well, let's say this. Okay, Jeffrey, if you do click the link that I sent you, don't read it, don't expose it yet, okay? Because I think that this is going to be great to expose. I think I sent it to you on Instagram. I believe I sent you a link.
Can you put it in the chat right here?
Yeah, I'll put it in. Let me make sure.
The private chat.
Yeah.
Hey, Zenith. Somebody said about like 10 minutes ago that you're echoing really bad, and it's not really bad, but you are echoing. Is there?
It's
if you
not
go
that
to this,
bad. I haven't.
Yeah, it's not that bad, but
yeah.
It's just like the echo of the room. It's not like you're saying something and then it's repeating itself. But is it connected to your headphones, or like, because I see the mic coming from your headphones? Is that the one that you're using for StreamYard?
I believe so. This headset is weird sometimes, but I'm in a room that is like super echoey. Like it makes sense
okay, that must
I
just
don't
be
have
it
the
then.
cloud at all.
It's not that bad.
Because you don't have like another microphone that's possibly being used, right? It's just that one that's connected. Okay. All right. Well, we can't fix it.
Maybe,
It's
but
not
I
that
think
bad.
that the difference would be nominal. I think it's just the room I'm in.
Oh,
So you have this the flying spaghetti monster in the background. That's one of our projects there. Somebody wanted to.
Oh, we are all inside. We're just flying spaghetti monsters.
Oh my god, are we all pastafarian right now?
I think we are. I don't have a sieve on me. I don't have a strainer.
Love it. Did you show off our shrine?
No, I haven't done any of that type of stuff yet. I'm trying to keep some of the like shameless self-promotion to a minimum. It's just that's the only reason you're here is just because like you were brought up the question and stuff, and like people in my life brought up the question and all kinds of weird stuff.
Oh, you're super laggy. Big broccoli.
Oh man, I said don't share, but that's okay. It's not a big
shit.
deal.
Sorry. I thought you said share it. All right. I'll take it down.
I wanted to share whenever we get to Cheryl. You know, because like, yeah, if you want to read it and then like react to it rather than share it or read it aloud. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, it's fine. I wasn't clear. It's not a big deal. It's just fun.
Oh, really quick. Angela says, Angela, nice to meet you, Nicholas. Nice to meet you, Angela. Thanks. And then Jeff, when they were saying they had that kiss video, I do remember yesterday that Brian said that they made out. So it's like he said that. Yeah, I know. He said that they made out on air, and then when we're rewatching the clip just now, it was supposedly then just one kiss. So it already is different than what he just said yesterday.
Oh yeah, no, it's all. That's why he couldn't tell. Like homie earlier was like, dude, what happened? And he couldn't even. He's
just name calling.
And he brought up anal sex too. He also added anal sex in there.
Yeah, no, it's obvious. O'Shea's a very sick man. But
because I remember being on that panel too. That because you saw the clip, I was in that panel. Like I was literally there. I remember seeing Austin's face and him saying, "Oh, they just kissed," and I rewound it right then. I went to the other tab which had the YouTube live stream, and I backed it up, and I was rewatching it, and I said no.
No, because someone said that right off the bat, and we were like, "What are they talking about?" Me and Allie looked at it, and we're like, "What are they talking about? You're hitting the bong." And then it never came up until today. Today, then everyone's talking about it, and it's like, dude, like, look at the video. You know,
and how long were you guys already smoking?
Go off. You can hear hit the bong. Like it's hilarious.
And so when you guys were in that RV, how long were you guys already smoking in there? How smoky was it in that RV?
What?
Was it clam baked in there?
In this RV.
Okay, exactly. So because people were saying in the comments when they were playing the video and you said that she was smoking a bong, they're like, I don't see the smoke. And I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe the RV's already clam baked and you can't even tell the difference because it's all smoke at that point. So that's what I was thinking, and people were just assuming. It's like
no, they're grasping and
I know people need to ask questions. That's the thing. They're just saying, "Oh, there's no smoke." It's like, were you smoking already in that RV?
Internet sleuths.
I don't get it.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's why when
I'm glad we're entertaining people, I guess.
Yeah,
but
and I did like Yurt being here too, because he's usually like he said, he tries to be objective. That's why when I first saw him when he had Paul on his channel, he was just super objective, and I was like, I like this guy. He's very level-headed. He's not just name calling. He's asking questions, trying to get an understanding.
Yurt's a beast. He couldn't.
Yeah,
he came out of it was like divine intervention. But yeah. So
you missed it, Raven. It was like some real, like super immature bullshit, like incels, like lying about actually having sex with someone that they weren't having sex with, and then like trying to spread rumors to get popularity, and then people debating about it. Like it was super bad.
Yeah, it's really, really fucking cringy.
But where'd they come from?
What's that?
Where did they come from? Are they like fans of whoever you're debating?
the internets. You know, they just came out of the internets, and like this guy's going around, you know, like telling people that he's going on to like channels and doing podcasts and telling people that he's getting famous because he had a run-in with a weird couple and like this crazy story that he's told everyone. And like, it's like the dude's like, he's clearly very, very traumatized at a very young age and kind of got stunted there. And he lives in his car. And like, we, you know, tried to show him some friendship and he just couldn't handle it. Because he's got a buddy who he likes better than us that doesn't like us anymore. So he decided to white knight for that guy and just lie about everything. But he lied so much that like a bunch of holes started emerging. And then he came up on Ali's show. And he was just like, he just presented himself terribly and admitted that he lied and kept changing the story around. Yeah, it was really, but then that just like where you'd think these people would just disappear, they just like are coming at us harder now. So, you know, I just wanted to ruffle some jimmies, if you know what I mean, by making us a really good thumbnail that's just painfully relevant, and I'm watching everyone lose their minds as I go up here talking about just whatever today. But it's been interesting.
Yeah. And Zed, what do you have to do with all of this? Like, you're here for
Yeah, no, I'm a friend of Ali's, and we've been internet friends for I don't know, like a couple of years, I think.
This is the person you're debating, or
no? Ali is
my partner.
Jeffrey's partner.
Oh,
yeah, they're both vegan and anarchists and shit. So like
because we're vegan, a bunch of people told everyone that like my girlfriend's just a complete whore and she's fucking 5 people, and like, and then we hung out with one of the guys from the panel, and then he left and said that he like banged her in front of me and I filmed it and all this crazy stuff like that. And it's pretty funny.
Oh gosh.
Thank
It's
you,
so
Tommy.
funny how triggered people get when they find out you're vegan.
Yeah, no, they just can't get past it, you know. And it was funny because like, yeah,
I know. I heard them saying 3. I heard them saying 3 to 5 before, and I'm like, how are they getting this number? What's happening? Is there something that I just did? Because I know I haven't been watching it. Like this was like a week ago, I think, a week or 2 ago when I saw this. It probably was like a week ago, and I just know I haven't been watching. So there's so many hours that I haven't seen. So I don't know what happened since then.
It's everyone knows that Ali's banging 3 to 5 dudes, and why is it 3 to 5? Like how is it's not like it's not 2, but it's not, and it's not 6. It's 3 to 5. Like it's very, very arbitrary.
Man, if any, like if even, because I know like with you said that you and Ali, obviously you like comedy and all that stuff, so it was like you went along with it and all that. But for me, oh my god, if they started saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck her" or whatever, I just
I know, and again, like I get it.
Man, that's just it's just because I try to treat people the way I'd like to be treated, you know. So if I were to say that to somebody when they're dating somebody else, it's like. Like I understand when they talk about like polyamorous relationships and all that stuff, it makes a lot of sense. I can see that, like communication, like that's it, being open and honest and having that understanding, it's consenting. Like I get that, totally agree with it. That's why when Paul had mentioned that, I get it. But at this moment where I'm at, that's not something I can do at this moment. I can see how it can be healthy. It can make sense, like your ego, you know, like you were kind of doing with Brian, you know, kind of being like waking up and being a little jealous, like they're like sitting next to each other. Like that's tough, man. And I've been through some trauma recently, or a couple years ago, and I caused trauma, and it's something I still got to work with. Like I have a ton more to do. I'm still being stagnant. I'm purposely not like proceeding further like I could be. I could be doing way better within a month instead of it being like me dragging it out another 6 months or something.
I wonder if you really caused trauma.
Well, it's just not, I guess, not learning from my mistakes, using
sounds
true
like
wisdom.
You're very guilty over.
Yeah.
I wonder I wonder if the guilt is actually worth it. I wonder if whatever trauma you did, you claim to do, actually was trauma. And that would be cool to get in with you about that at some point.
Yeah.
Because you do seem like you really care, and and it seems just my impression, like you beat yourself up a lot about a lot of stuff, and I have a feeling like a lot of that stuff you beat yourself up over probably isn't valid. You know what I'm saying? And that's just kind of like that's a very uneducated speculation. I'm not diagnosing that or saying anything like that, but it's just I get that feeling just after hearing, just after talking to you however much we have, which isn't really that much, but you do seem very honest and open and straightforward, and
yeah, because I mean, I totally I gotta be. It's also because I know my potential. I have been a lot more consistent in terms of not doing things that are unfulfilling, but doing things that are genuinely positive for me in my life, whatever those around me. So I know I can be better. I know that I'm capable of doing that. I'm just not doing that. So I'm just observing that throughout the day or whatever else. But then I get myself stagnant because I do it. I look at it in a negative way instead of it. This stuff is happening for me, not to me. It's happening for me so that I can learn from it, make different decisions. I do know better. That's the thing. That's why I let myself down. But it's just about changing and just willpower, changing habits, all that stuff. So yeah, I totally agree.
Did you listen to that Sam Hyde video I played? He mentioned that.
No, I didn't.
Setting setting unrealistic goals is it's just never a good idea. Or setting any goals really. It always ends up kind of just like kicking you in the ass in the end. But yeah.
You guys are opposed to setting goals?
Well, I think to me, a list is just a plan is just a list of things that don't work out. I'm a loose planner, and Allie's like an over planner, and we like butt heads on that a lot because we'll be out on our bike somewhere in like Texas, riding across Texas, and I'm just like, who cares? Let's just go north. And she's just like, like she can't handle it. And she's got her face in her phone, while riding her bike all the time. And I'm just like, get off your phone, babe. Like, we're going north. That's just, and I'm like, I grew up, a sailor and like a Boy Scout. And I was like an EMT. My dad was a paramedic. And I with the Boy Scouts, I was went in the ambulance with it. Like I've been doing I'm just used to winging it. Like I grew up on sailboats and I know how to, I'm resourceful and I know how to get to where I need to go. Allie, me butt heads on that because she needs like plan. But then because of that, we usually end up both depending on each other and then not knowing where we're at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up like 70 miles in the wrong direction riding across Texas once.
Oh my God.
Because
on bikes?
On bicycles, getting chased by dogs nipping at our legs and shit in the middle of the night. It was crazy. We were going to this there's this farm that they've regenerated and the family stopped doing cattle and it's just a sanctuary now. Super cool vegan couple, like rad place to camp. And it was like $35 to just camp there, and we were going to camp there, and we rode in the wrong direction. Literally, Texas has the same addresses on the same streets. Just the city names change. And in California, that doesn't work. There's no double addresses on any double streets. So we just like thought we were going the right direction the whole time. And we had like passed this place by like 80 miles. And then it was just like the middle of the night. And we're getting chased by dogs, and neither of us knew where we were. But we we figured it out and just rode to a motel. Just called it a night. But yeah, I don't know where I went off on that tangent. Oh yeah. Oh, the lack of the unplanning and the not having a plan and not making lists and stuff. Yeah. It might be I think it's a fun thing. It's kept my life kind of exciting, but there has been bad things that have come of doing things that way.
Yeah, I'm definitely a planner when it comes to like life goals and business and stuff, but other than that, not really.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, it's one thing I'm learning about. Like for me, I'm trying to build habits, so I have like a few lists that I have, daily things, habits that I want to build, to-do lists, and then just I mean, I don't hit all the marks all the time, but trying to just be more consistent. I think that's great, and then just executing. That's something I'm trying to learn and just be more, positive.
Don't beat yourself up if you don't complete them, like me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, he's in the chat.
Ellie, are you able to hop up? I'm guessing she's still at work or coming.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Denton, who do you want me to debate? I'm not into debating anyone right now, dude. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm kind of more in Ally's camp. I tend to like overplan, to be honest. It's a bit of a compulsion of mine, and I gamify the shit out of my entire life, and then it does become difficult to keep up with it. So, I can't say that I got it figured.
My my dad got the man cancer, the prostate cancer, and he went vegan immediately and just sailed off in his boat for 3 years. No plan. And he came back and they tested him and they're like, you're in like complete remission. He just did yoga and ate vegan the whole time and just sailed all over.
It's almost as if meat isn't a fucking carcinogen.
Yeah. It immediately went away. And he's been he went back to it and it came back, and he's been trying to get me to like debate him into being vegan again. Maybe I'll have Zen do the hypnosis on him. That sounds really cool. I do really want to see that. Like, I would love to do a video, like where we do a deep dive on that and like actually like test it out. What do you think, Nicholas? You want to be vegan? He can hypnotize you into being vegan.
No, because I have been for sure. I was for 6 months. I did what was a 1.5, 2-year process of slowly trying to wean off of it, and like switching out of milk and lunch meat and then actual dinner meat and all these other things. And then I don't know. Like I was trying to do a bunch of different things, trying to.
What was your motivation though? Like, why did you decide to go vegan?
It's just inherently wrong. There's just I can't see any way around it, honestly.
Yeah.
Like animal, just remove the L from animal.
Why did you stop then?
I was starting to like I don't know. Maybe it's just I didn't transition slow enough. I know that I'm missing something because I know that it's not right inherently. So I know that I'm missing something in terms of like the process that I was doing or whatever else. Maybe just how toxic I am or whatever else. Who knows? I got to get more information on that for sure.
You should see a vegan nutritionist.
Really?
Yeah. That was vague though. You said that you think you were missing something. What were you missing, and what was happening?
That's the thing. Like I'm not sure. Like because I was getting a massive brain fog. Maybe it's just from detoxing. I don't know. But I was getting massive brain fog. Just not feeling right. Feeling really like I wasn't really in the present moment. I felt like detached. It was weird. I didn't like my brain was just not functioning that well. So like I just didn't feel like I was in the moment. I didn't feel like I was there that much. It was weird. But
kind of sounds like malnutrition.
Yeah, it was like I was trying to like eat, like I was gardening. I was trying to eat my own stuff.
Were you taking B12?
Yeah, I was trying to take supplements. I was doing like hemp seeds, doing other seeds. I was gardening my own stuff, and I was not using chemicals. Obviously, I'm trying to like build the soil, provide a lot of minerals, all these other things. I'm not sure what it was, but like I've seen that documentary
too much at once.
It's possible. I think maybe I just didn't take enough time to like fully like keep going in that process. I don't know. I've heard of like the law of what is it? Something like where you just gotta give your body more time because you've been
you're detoxing. You gotta give it. Like my buddy's on like a harsh calories in, calories out, and he lost like 200 pounds, and he's like, I want to get off of it because I can tell I'm not healthy. Like he's skinnier, but like he's not healthy because he's starving himself. And he wanted to switch to vegan, and he switched to vegan, and he gained like 2 pounds, and he stopped, and he's just like, I can't do it. It's and I'm like, dude, you're gonna fluctuate when you're changing your diet massively, like Yeah,
I felt like
best
shit
thing to
when I
do is
first
just try and be
started
vegan
'cause I
on the
wasn't
weekends
balanced.
and then try and add more days.
Yeah, exactly. Just the slow process. Because I watched that documentary Earthlings, and I know that because I am eating meat at this moment, but I try to get it from like a local farm, grass fed, pasture raised, and I know that that is a difference in terms of it being grain fed and shot up with antibiotics. It has a bunch of gut bacteria, stomach issues, all that stuff. And then the way that they do the things, like obviously it's way worse factory farming compared to that, but even still, like you're ending the life prematurely. They don't want to die. Clearly they don't want to die. They're not choosing to sacrifice their life. They all have souls. These animals, anima is soul, like it's just literally like in the word basically. So it just I love like my mom's dogs, like all three of them, like they're fucking great. They're each individuals, completely different, just like any other chicken or whatever else, a horse. They're all gonna be different. So like I know that if I were to see them, I would never want to harm them. Absolutely not. So it's just about me learning more, like because like you did the debate. I haven't seen them yet, but it's like I need to have that more information because I know I'm missing something because I know it's wrong. I know that I'm just lacking information. That's all I need to do is just get the
Perfect
most
candidate.
information, make the best decision possible, and just be informed about it.
Yeah,
Not make
do it, Zen.
mistakes or whatever.
How much does it cost then?
So was it like $800? Yeah, I think you need a.
I'm still adjusting it. I don't know if I'm going to go for $500 or $800 per session,
Yeah.
and I can make you go vegan in a single session, and I will guarantee that one session I will make you go vegan if you really genuinely want to go it, and that'll test if you truly want to. You're spending $500, you're spending $800. You must mean it, right? And I will continue to support you if you're having cravings or whatever, you fall off the wagon, whatever. I'll continue to support a person. However, I'm offering it for free for people that are genuinely interested in trying it and want to review it, because I do need some, like references and referrals, I need some data and some evidence that this works. So if you are genuinely interested, I will drop the link. Have you ever been hypnotized?
No, I've thought about it. I've just never. I didn't even know that was actually something that could happen because I've never experienced it. So I'm just like, how does that happen? But I've never personally been hypnotized. No.
I mean, not professionally, but if you watch TV, yeah.
Oh yeah,
exactly. So me and my intern are still working on it. It's not perfect yet. It's kind of ugly. We're working on it. So give us some patience. We just launched this program, but I'm willing to work with people for free, not only for the hypnotherapy, but also the life coaching. It is a pretty extensive program. Both of them are going to be high ticket. So this is a great opportunity for people that are genuinely interested in actually implementing. And I dropped that link there if you haven't already seen it in the StreamYard for you, Nicholas. If you want it, I'll drop it in chat in YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Private chat.
Cool. I'm gonna head out. Thanks for hanging
Thanks for
out.
coming by. Nice meeting you, Raven.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great night.
probably talk with you more. Bye.
Stream soon.
Yeah, and it's funny too because already people were like, "Oh, but they're just in business, blah blah blah, this and that." So like, if you had questions for Raven about like our involvement, that would have been your opportunity. But Raven even said, "What did they want pictures or something?" So like,
yeah,
what is the evidence?
They do want pictures.
It's like, yeah, I know that's probably the thing right there. They're just fucking waiting.
See, Zeta, like, you just said why weren't they asking questions when she was up here? Like that's what I'm saying. Ask like,
right,
yeah, they disappeared. They vanished.
Well, that's the thing is that they like to try and ask the people that they don't want the direct answers from instead of just like asking the direct questions to the direct people. So that could have been happened, but it is what it is.
How you doing, Jack? Jack's had a rough week too. I know.
Damn, I like your shave, Jack. You look good.
I trimmed it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was time for a change, time for a restart. But hey, yeah, my week has been as welcome to the club, Jeffrey. Good to see you, brother.
Oh boy.
Holy crap. Hey, I was listening to what you were saying. did I understand that right? You've got a technique for hypnosis to transform people's diet. Is that what you were saying?
No, that wasn't
Okay.
exactly what I was saying. It's not about diet at all. It's the people that genuinely like, for example, Nicholas, he acknowledges that it's a moral imperative and that going vegan is what he wants to do, but something held him back. He doesn't know what it is. So just like with helping people quit smoking, you're not like doing anything unethical. They want to quit smoking. So if someone genuinely wants to go vegan, like that's their choice, that's their decision, I can help them go vegan in one session. That is the claim that I'm making. I'm certified as a hypnotherapist.
Beautiful. That's something I haven't spent much time looking into, but I know of others who I admire who spent a lot of time digging into that themselves. So, hey, transformation is why we're here. It's the entire purpose of life, right? Is transformation, and we transform by learning. And we learn when we stop this damn argument nonsense that the egos have been creating, right? The chaos. You doing all right, Jeffrey? I just bounced in and out. I didn't give a lot of attention tonight.
No, it's okay. No, it's been fun.
All right, good.
You know, I just needed to, get something out of my system, and
that's what I got.
Yeah,
that's what I got from the little bit I saw was, get it out, put it on record, and try and clear the air. But
yeah,
man,
and then move on.
Well, so now, I mean, all right. So what's next? What's the next step?
I don't know, man. I probably, I mean, we have like a lot of plans for the summer, and we're just going to go do all the plans we have for the summer,
Hey, I got something for you. You ready, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
And I wish that both of you here so that I can ask this question. We can do it publicly. I think everyone's going to love this, right? This is going to be a lot of like clickbaity feed, blah, blah, blah. Here's the like hot and saucy question. Are you still at least open to the idea of being non-monogamous? Do you feel like your relationship is stable enough and you might actually explore that? Or is this like totally like just destroyed that option for you?
No, it's absolutely still an option. I might, in the future, but not currently.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Like, take some time, make sure that you two are like in a good place. And if you genuinely want to do that, like I said, I offer this program for free. I will help people. And one of my specialties is helping people open up their relationship. So maybe people would find that interesting and saucy and all that shit if you all did go on that journey. So
yeah, interesting in a way that doesn't have to make you feel guilty.
Yeah, and I said it in your comments section, a very important process of open relationships and specifically BDSM, whatever you're finding new partners to play with, is what's called vetting. And Raven and I, we advocate for something called closed loop vetting. So that's not just going to the people that you think will like them and ask them their opinions. It's also going to the people that you think would give them bad opinions. So you can have an objective perspective on their life a bit before you do things like, I don't know, like invite a stranger into your home. So not taking a jab at you. I'm just saying that, like, people learn things.
Fair enough.
They learn them the easy way or the hard way.
Yeah.
Hey, can I heard something I disagreed with you on the idea of plans and purpose and goals. I understood what you were saying. People make plans and the gods laugh, right? It's a joke. Why bother? But I've learned to kind of have fun with the goals idea. You can create goals and have a loose plan and just adapt and have fun, allowing your goals to change as you change and just get bigger and more unbelievable.
Oh yeah, goals. I love having goals, and I love those goals evolving over time. And I like executing goals. I started this podcast talking about a 2-year goal I had that just the other night I succeeded at, and it's like kind of a big deal. But yeah, goals are legit. But yeah, the plan is just kind of, it's always been kind of wishy-washy to me with plans. It's like I said, it's just a list of things that don't seem to work out. And just like this live stream, I'm looking at all my tabs open on the top. Like I literally like had a plan for this this podcast, and it's completely down the drain, but I would prefer things to happen this way, and I would prefer to have this happen this way opposed to that, how that might have happened. So it's just, it's you just gotta, you can't get bent out of shape when your plans don't work out, I think, is the better way of looking at it. Yeah,
that's exactly the key. We can take the actions, all the efforts, and make the best plans and strategies in the world, but we really don't control the outcomes. And so it's best to have it, but not be attached to it. And, have fun with the journey. Allow yourself to do what feels right in the moment, because in the moment, that's the only time we can choose, right? So, I don't know, man. Life is an interesting game, and I've been having fun meeting some new personalities, some bright perspectives, right, on different things. And Nicholas, good to see you too. I like what you've been saying too. I can't remember what.
I believe that shit.
He has his vibe is like, he's got the vibe of a good kid. So you're like, you know what? I think, like, you seem like a good kid.
Yeah, regardless of what was spoken.
No, you're just so genuine.
Look 10 years old.
Well, that too. You do have a look of innocence. It's purity. It's like it's admirable.
Thank you.
You do. I can see your intentions. You wear your heart strongly.
I know, and that's why some of this stuff with like people like assuming things about other people and then talking shit and name calling. It's like I when I first came on Paul's thing, I was trying to just interview him. That's why it was my first thing, and then I just saw the open panel. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. So then I jumped on it, and it was nice. Like it was more laid back a few months back, like November, October. Yeah, it's just I've never had bad intentions in terms of like trying to pull one over on somebody. It's like that. Like I want to create with people and converse, and not like, why am I gonna? I barely have any like real friends because I choose to not be friends with other people because I don't really get along with them in terms of like my philosophy and the way I live and what's important for me versus them. So it's like, if I'm meeting people that at least share a lot in common with me, why am I talking shit about dumb, minute crap? Oh, you kissed him. You didn't get. Okay, let's just get over it already. Like I don't understand it anymore. Like with me, like when I started sharing stuff about me and Lindsay, it's like some of it was taken, like it was like I wasn't able to be heard fully, and then things were assumed and presumed because of certain actions or the way I reacted or whatever else. And it was frustrating, and like I did at least talk with Paul about that to him directly. So like that's why I'm speaking about it now and saying that. But that's why I haven't really been going up. I don't like. And I have a tendency to not really speak up unless I'm like actively upset and frustrated and pissed off. Otherwise, I do try to I am a little bit more passive, and I got to speak up a little bit more and not worry about offending people because I'm trying not to do that. I'm just trying to be honest or try to express myself. And I know I'm not having that negative intent. Like if I just disagree with somebody, I should at least say it, because I'm not going to say you're a fucking idiot or you're a fuck nut or whatever.
Yeah,
but that's just me. Like with Paul, like when I've talked to him, I always talk to him like this. I've never gotten rowdy or Like, and he doesn't have to be like that with me. Like, if I respect somebody, they can just talk to me. If they're saying harsh truths to me, as long as they're just talking to me, it's fine. You don't have to like yell at me or whatever. I try to listen as best I can, especially if I respect the person. If it's my dad, no, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm kind of just going to phase out, but because I don't respect him that much.
Can I, careful there, if I may, this is something I've been learning, right? We were warned not to judge, right? And if we judge someone, we may withhold our respect. Well, we're not going to learn from those we don't respect because we won't listen to them. That's what I've been dealing with Paul. He has no respect for me. And maybe that's with Jeffrey too. He's whatever, but he doesn't listen to the feedback that's being offered. So
like, I stopped giving feedback pretty quick.
I didn't. All I want to suggest is be generous with your respect. Okay, be generous with your forgiveness, your mercy, your compassion. It builds you into a greater you.
That's really hard for me.
It can be, but it comes easier with practice. I promise.
I just want to say real quick, I agree with you, by the way, that's great. And talking about people is awesome, but you know, in what I mean by that is talking about the good things about people, elevating people and edifying people is great. I see Mr. Slave wants to join on. Mr. Slave and I had a conversation. It was pretty fun. So I don't know if they're interested in joining or not, but they're
no, he
very
wants to debate veganism. I don't want to debate veganism right now.
Yeah, they have very strange perspectives in the world. That's for sure.
Yeah. No thanks. Bye. Yeah. You know. I might just get back to I might just wrap this up. I don't know. It's been cool hanging out. Thanks for coming by, Jack.
Hey, I was gonna step out. Yes. Thank you, brothers.
Thanks, dude.
Have a good night, okay?
All right, sleep soundly.
Peace.
Peace.
Jack. See, but when Paul talks about like him getting that monthly income from the government, like that's I obviously I agree with that because that is inconsistent. Like I understand that.
Well, is it because how much money has how much tax dollars has he paid into that system?
Yeah, I know, but I guess because me personally, like when they had those COVID stimulus checks, the first one I gave to my sister, I didn't use it, even though I needed it. Like I was pretty broke.
I get it, but I don't get it at the same time. Like it's like, yes, it's taking money from the government. Yes, but that's your money they stole from you at gunpoint, basically. You know, so it's like, I know. I'm not like that critical of that kind of stuff. You know, especially when you don't have much of anything else. And I don't know, but that's not like the worst thing in the world to me because it is kind of like, you know, like he did get robbed his entire life for 50% of his freaking, you know, 40% of his fucking wages, you know, so like what's the big deal?
I know that, but
I get it. He should be doing better, you know, he should be doing better, but who am I, you know, like dude put in his dues, I guess.
But I guess it's just me because like even with unemployment, like even people would like my dad would say, "Oh, we'll just get unemployment. You've already put so much into the system." And I think to myself, it's like I don't want fuck them. I don't want to take their shit. I want to be even though like you said, like I still understand what you're saying, and that's true. Like we are getting it taken from us. But I guess it's just me. I'm usually easy at finding something to do for work, so maybe that's why. But yeah, I just for me that's my principles. I just try not to do that. I don't want their blood money.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's just it's like a minor offense in my opinion.
Yeah. Just all that inflation though with those stimulus checks. I was waiting for that. and that was just part of the reason why there's inflation. That was great.
If you had taken that stimulus and put in crypto, you'd have made like $70,000.
Yeah, my brothers are like the ones that are mostly into that. I've invested in some things over the years based on them. They got a lot of good knowledge.
Yeah,
they've been following it for quite a while.
All right, let's. What was the? Did we finish the? What do you think about the Harley and Natasha video? Well, it's only halfway through. I was just wondering what your opinion, Zen, on the Harley and Natasha video. There's a. I mean, we could finish it. It's not finished, but
yeah. Well, the first thing, because again, I'm about logic and science and reason, and when anyone is talking about alpha males versus beta males,
well,
like,
yeah,
the man that wrote the literal book on the science of alpha males has dedicated his entire life to dispelling his own bad science, because these fucking incel communities got the term alpha male, they got it completely and utterly wrong, and they took his own book and bastardized it and created a major cultural rift. He feels guilty for the science that he presented to the world, and I'd love to give you a YouTube link related to that if you're interested in that. So yeah, so that's alpha male, this and that bullshit. Like, if you really want to come at things from a factual perspective, you need to question what an actual alpha is. Because the science that he presents now is the fact that the alphas of any communities, when we're talking about the animal kingdom, are actually the caretakers. They're the compassionate ones that listen. They put others before them. They are not the bullies that his flawed science presented. So he's dedicated his entire life to trying to right that wrong. So when people are just taking this whole alpha male thing, like that is so fucking wrong and dangerous to children, because then you make stupid people famous, and we have people like fucking Andrew Tate, you know, like being a mentor to these fucking young children. That's grooming children. That shit is abhorrent.
I have to agree there. Do you know Mr. Slave? Zen? Oh, you actually know him?
Yeah, I destroyed him on a debate not too long ago. Maybe I'm not being charitable enough. We had a debate and he was tired. It was late at night, and the debate did not go in the direction that they were hoping.
Oh, well, if he's, I was just worried they were like going to throw more porn up or something, but if he wants to come up, he can come up if he's, no.
Yeah, I mean, he tends to have salacious stock images of women for some strange reason, and
okay,
I'm a BDSM practitioner, so like I support the right of others being kinky, but I don't support others imposing their kink on others. And this individual literally dedicates their entire life to advocating for their kink as like some sort of moral framework for society, and I think that that's kind of highly questionable. So
interesting. Lots of wild opinions this month being flung around. Nicholas, what you been up to?
Just work, taking care of my mom's dogs, taking them for walks every single day. This guy right here, Murphy, he's laying down. He's got massive thyroid issues, so I don't know, just trying to, I got like some syringes of shit that I'm giving him, and trying to give him some Shilajit, which gives him minerals, all that stuff can help with the thyroid, trying to give him a little bit of iodine. I don't know, I gotta take him somewhere, some naturopathic doctor or vet, sorry, but yeah, my mom's gonna be gone for maybe 3 to 6 months. So
that's right, yeah,
so I'm taking care of them for the entire time, but it's fine. It reminds me of my other 3 dogs from my childhood, and it's like I want to take care of them. I've known them for so many years, so it's not an issue, but it's nice for the company and responsibility, because I have to step up. I can't not feed them. I can't not take them for a walk and let them out. So yeah, it's good. I mean,
little bit of responsibility.
Yeah, consistency, and knowledge, because she got she got kicked out of her house last year in like July or something like that. And I was living with my dad. I've been choosing to live there because the rent's been super low, or I didn't have to pay rent a couple years back for a while. And so I was able to prep, do other things, do my gardening, be able to do a lot more. But then she got evicted, and then she's been divorced from my dad for like 17 years, and then she comes back here, and then she has 3 dogs. So
yeah, and then you got to take care of them.
Yeah, and then she was taking care of them, but she was like cooking and all that stuff to make up for not paying rent, and so she was doing a lot of the cooking and cleaning, and so and she was not really working during the weekdays, so she was doing that when I was away, so I didn't really have to do it because she was just doing it when I wasn't even there. And what am I going to clean, because it's already clean when I get there. So then I just felt like I wasn't, doing much, because like now that she's gone, I feel a lot better. I feel like more of like I can get more stuff done. I feel more capable and be more positive about things. So
do you you and your girl live together?
No, she's like 15 minutes away.
Good. That's good.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to read this book. This guy actually reached out to me, and that's how I found out about him. But it's Shadow Awakening by Odysseus Andrianos.
Yeah.
He just commented on one of my videos or something like that and said, "Hey, would you want to interview me?" I said, "Yeah." After I edit a lot of my videos, my interviews that I've done previously, then I'll do more interviews. But I've been slacking on doing that. But yeah, it's about shadow work. It's like basically a workbook too. So it's got questions and all that stuff at the end of each chapter. So it's not just reading, but you're actually having to maybe take a notebook and write that stuff down and answer it. And so I got to start doing that. I shouldn't be fearful of it. I've already done shadow work. I'm like, what am I scared for? Because I've already done it so many times, and I feel so much better afterwards, so much lighter, so much more positive.
What exactly is that?
It's a shadow awake. It's basically shadow work. So it's just introspective, work. He gives some like information about, I forgot what some of the chapters are. I just started it. I've had this for a while. I bought this a long time ago. It was last year. It's like quantum thinking, breath work, shadow integration. It's taking your trauma, like the bad things that have happened in your life, that you're like the stories that you now tell yourself, and the things that you like associate yourself with. And that's my identity, is my past, which is something I tend to do. So like, I know I have that issue, and that's also why I get so upset with myself, is because I know I can be doing better, and I have the information. I have like resources.
You can't force that kind of stuff, though.
I know my hands aren't broken. I can actually write things.
Yeah.
So I'm not like a cripple. So I can do it.
Yeah, that stuff. That stuff will happen. Like, I mean, think like, at least in my situation, like I was in a really big band. I got a really still to this day, a lot of people follow me, and they've been begging, like trying to get me to do music. And, it's just, I've like met with 5 different bands. I've recorded like 15 different songs, and it just never felt right. And then like, meanwhile, I'm 45 now, like I still have, I can't die without making a comeback in some way, at least, even if it's just one song. But anyway, like it's just having the, like thinking back, it just never felt like the right time. And like whenever I tried to force it, like I was forcing it by like starting new bands and meeting with people and producing, and like when it wasn't really the right time, it didn't feel like the right time, and then I never ended up, it was just a bunch of waste of time, because it just wasn't done in the right time. When I had the actual motivation and enthusiasm to do it, and everything else that I've tried to force in my life just absolutely didn't work. And it wasn't until I actually let go of control, that, the good things actually just happened on their own. But like, like trying, like, especially with like self-work and stuff, like you just, reading faster does not help, and like reading more books does not help. It's just, you already seem very cerebral, like you already seem like you're a very thoughtful person. And that's kind of what books are for, like trying to make you use your imagination more and actually like do deep dives and stuff. But you just can't. You can't. It seems like you have a lot of expectations and a lot of goals, you just and I remember being younger. You know, I know you're in your 30s, but it's been a while since I've been in my 30s, and I remember, you know, like all throughout life just being like, you know, feeling like I should be doing better according to someone else, you know, and not actually like you know, and having that actually like cause, you know, like we go to school and we have our family and we grow up and we still think like, oh, you know, the kids at school, you know, oh, our family, like they control us in some way, oddly enough. For very long after we're, you know, away from that, we still think like kind of like we still have this group of friends around us and stuff, and this family members that want us to do a certain thing. Yeah, but like you really just got to do what's best for yourself, and you know, and just take it easy, like we were talking about with Jack, like the list of things, you know, plan is a list of things that don't work out. It's good to have really good goals, like your goal should be to continue YouTubing, you know, like continue doing interviews, you know, or like try and at least do 2 a month, you know, like just sticking to that, not like the caliber of the interview or like, you know, how many books you read, or you know, like it should be like loose stuff that's just like, okay, cool, and then you'll notice that you'll start doing more than that, you know, and then you're like, oh, I'm killing it. Like right now I'm on a crazy roll. Like I just fought so many wars and like came out on top on so many of them, but and it's just, you know, I'm just still I'm still kind of blown away by the whole I know I keep coming back to it, but the what is his name now? I forgot. Uncle not Leonard Skinner. The metard guy I was talking about earlier. Like I debunked like a massive thing and a massive false stereotype. Like, and it's like, that's like a lot bigger than like, we just did a bike race or I did a podcast and did well. It's like I really wanted to debunk that argument so bad. The whole crop death thing. Like, I was like, this is just complete bullshit. And it just kept going. And I really I made 2 videos over 2 years about this subject. And then went out and like found a farmer. I mean, I didn't even find the farmer. It just fell on my lap, dude. Like just fell on my lap by going on these panels. And it was like, you know, it took two huge debates and like so much brain power and shit. And I haven't been to school in a long time, you know, and like it's been a lot, but like, you know, the dude, after doing 2 debates and having tens of thousands of anti-vegans attacking me for like a month, you know, that farmer came to my live stream and confessed that he conceded. Like he was like, you were right, like correct, you are right, I was wrong, you know, like the animal agriculture industry kills more animals clearly than the plant industry and whatever diets. And like, I don't know, it was a big deal, and it was a big deal for me. It was something I really wanted to do that just like, you know, it just like happened. And I put some effort into it. I put a lot of effort into it, but it wasn't like, you know, I didn't expect what happened. I didn't expect what happened to happen. But it did. And it was way bigger. Like, I just wanted to make a good YouTube video about it and be like, all right, that guy's fucking wrong. But like, I actually got to get a farmer to admit it at the end of the day, which was, I don't know. I know it's just vegan shit, but it's like, it's a big deal for me. I've been vegan off and on for 20 something years of my life, and it's something that I'm really into. So, you know, yeah, goals are really good, and especially when they're goals that make you happy, you know. Yeah,
like when you were talking about like me doing like interviews or something like that. Like I had one that was set up for today with a Wizard.
Yeah.
And this gentleman that I saw that. Oh yeah, yeah. And then this gentleman Corey. So like I made a post on Paul's Facebook, and I was in like a Telegram group for What on Earth is Happening, which is Mark Passio's like thing. So I made this little post, like I made a message, and I asked, like, I just said a couple things, and I tagged
the natural law. I think I saw that. You were like,
and so
hey, I'd love to learn about natural law or something like that, or what was it?
I was talking about how the
trust law or something,
like the natural law, like Mark Passio, James Corbett, like I don't know, Last American Vagabond, We Are Change, all these other people, Dan Dix. Like, no, I've never heard anyone really talk about common law or the license issue, and that was basically all I said.
Hold that right there. So when I worked for We Are Change, when I was working with Luke, I wrote.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, for 3 years I ran We Are Change. I wrote an article that by the time I had left We Are Change got 16 million impressions, right? 16 million impressions. I wrote an article. Guess what it's about? Supreme Court upholding traveling in the United States. And it was 16 million when I left in 2014, 15, something like that. And I've seen that article go viral 2 more times since then. But yeah, Luke from 2013 to 2016, I worked with Luke. I lived in Central America, writing abroad, and just like kicked it down there, and wrote for We Are Change, and ran the Facebook and the YouTube and everything. It was when Luke got like this magic ticket to just fly anywhere in the world. Like some fan of his gave him some crazy ticket that he could just fly anywhere at any time. So he kind of turned into like a travel blogger for a while. Like it was before he really started reading the news again, like as a mainstream news guy. But yeah, I left because he was getting upset that I was posting about stuff going on in Israel. And I was like, well, I can't, give me a break. Like, so you want me to admit like, but I left at the right time because he got some people running it after that were just like slippery, and I had done 3 years straight running all that stuff, so I was pretty much done with it. Luke's all right. He's all right. He's not the worst.
See, and that's something that's my passion, is like, because I have so much respect for some of these people that I've watched over the years, that's something I would want to do as a job.
Yeah, you kind of seem like a little mini Luke to me, and I think that's why I want to talk to you about what you're doing as far as like doing interviews and stuff, because I always feel myself wanting to like, because I did this stuff for so long for like several different outlets and several different people, and it's pretty, if you stay consistent with it, it's pretty easy. This has been the most consistent I've made, I think like 240 videos in the last 3 years, after making only like 35 over 10 years. And it was once I went vegan and high carb again. It was the high carb shit really like, woo, changes your life. Sugar is bomb, like it's the best stuff ever. And I just, the second
and it's so funny to see people like claiming that carbs and sugar like are bad, and like trying to equate like fruit sugars with like high fructose corn syrup. And it's like, it is the Dunning-Kruger effect, like played out in reality.
Sugar's got a bad rep, but it's fucking straight fire. And when I first started dating Allie, she's like a, like endurance athlete, and like I was watching how much sugar she ate, and I was like, are you insane? Like, a lot of sugar. And it took a while for me to unprogram myself. And then when because I've dodged sugar my whole life, I was raised McDougal, vegetarian, and no sugar though. And so I just kind of always dodged sugar because they've always said it's bad. And then becoming a road cyclist, and starting to test you know, how food works in your body and how far you can ride in a day, you know, whether you could ride 25 miles or 75 miles, like it depends on what you eat that the day before and that day, and your glycogen stores and all this stuff, and just sugar. My entire life improved once I started actually like eating sugar. And like you know, like your brain runs off sugar, your heart runs off sugar.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that starch.
And they're starving themselves of it.
Right. Yeah. People don't realize that starch converts into glucose, and glucose is literally needed to operate your brain. So,
and your
like,
thyroid, all these women with like autoimmune diseases, they're all sugar phobic. They're all their thyroids are all fried out. They drink coffee all day. You know, like they're
my boss is
fatigued,
a
but they
great
drink
example.
coffee all day, and they avoid sugar. They're the sugar's the devil, and I'm like, no, your thyroid, your whole hormone system runs off sugar, and you're starving yourself of it. And then there's the keto and carnivore thing, the keto thing, and the carnivore thing. You know, like I got this carnivore kid that I destroyed in a debate. That's like a big YouTuber, and he like wants to fight me. So like Sam Hyde style, like do like a real fight. And it's just like, dude, you would die. Like I'm like it's funny, like there's like my cardio at 45, my cardio, you know, if I'm well trained, is like there's no way. Like I'll run circles around you until you collapse. Like you don't have, if you're low carb, you know, and you just eat meat all day, your entire, like, you know what diverticulitis is? Like your whole system gets backed up with it. It doesn't make you fast or, you know, strong, but people have just been taught
But it's that
by
protein
media,
myth.
like like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Everyone should look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it's like, it's funny. It's funny shit. But yeah, sugar's bomb. My entire life has changed. Everything. My health got better. My headspace got better. My you know, exercising, everything got better. As it felt like basically like probably equivalent to these dudes that are like my age that get on tests, that get on TRT, testosterone. You know, they're just all woo back in the saddle, you know, like feeling like they're a kid again. But like going from low carb to high carb, like it had to have been the same thing. Like it's crazy. But and then people watch me eat and they're just like, are you, especially in Southern California where everyone's so like vegan here, you know, they just like, they see me, you know, like eating, like it's just like I make videos and I'll just be like pouring sugar on stuff, and people just, I'll put pictures up and they're like, how can you eat that much sugar? And it's like, oh, this is just a snack. Like I'm gonna go ride 100 miles. I need energy, you know, like how else am I gonna get it? Eating meat? No, it takes forever to break down. Like we have glycogen receptors on our tongue. There's no fat receptors. There's no protein receptors. There's sugar, glucose receptors on our tongue. So it instantly hits there and it goes into our system. There's not like that for fat, protein, anything like that. Fat tastes like nothing. Protein tastes like nothing. Like why would meat taste like nothing if we were supposed to eat it? Like, and like, why are, you know, like you see all these videos, these carnivores, they're like, oh, this meat, it really doesn't taste like anything, you know? And it's like, well, wouldn't you think that if we're supposed to eat it, it would taste really good, you know? And then,
But
like,
instead, they put a bunch of vegan sauces and minerals and all kinds of stuff on it to make it even like edible, and to cook it to make sure that they don't die, literally like die from eating it raw. It's
holy
crazy.
shit, Illumatommy's beasting it in the comments.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time tracking.
I briefly saw like his long list of comments. I'm not sure what's going on. He said that I was the first. Earlier, he said I was like the first couple that Paul was doing Dr. Phil on, and I think it was. I don't remember. Oh no! Yeah, it was.
Maybe not the first.
Never mind. Yeah, because it was October, November. Yeah.
Yeah. Tommy, yeah, I understand that carbs aren't like tests, Tommy. But at least like my as far as like, you know, like I actually felt like different, much more different after a couple months, like in general. I didn't like get all super buff or anything, but I do maintain my weight now better than any time in my life. When I was younger, I would fluctuate like crazy. get kind of chubby, get kind of skinny, get kind of chubby, and that definitely doesn't happen anymore. Oh, Tommy in the chat, killing it. But anyway, okay, yeah, I don't trust this black cat. I feel like I've seen this guy say like positive things about me in the past, but he's coming up with we already had the one guy do the black dude porn, and he's coming up with the black dude face. Kind of makes me a little worried.
Hey, you can't, like, it's possible. He might show a dong again, or someone might show a dong.
I think I missed a couple of those today. I'm sure there were several loaded up, but I've never seen so many people backstage in my life.
Oh, I didn't realize you did.
Oh, there was like, I don't know, it was full. I don't know how many they allow on.
Do you have the premium?
Yeah, I have premium.
Is it like you have like the top one, not the middle tier? Okay.
Oh, I might have the middle. Oh no, I don't have the one with 100. I think it only has like 20.
Okay. Yeah, because I just bought. Yeah, I just upgraded yesterday, like a couple days ago, before I was going to do that live stream. But
all right, we'll see. Now he's Osama bin Laden. Why does that make me feel better?
All right, I do got to go. It's almost 11 o'clock. I got to.
All right, dude.
Brush up and.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thanks so much. Take care, guys.
Yeah. All right. All right, Bad Cat. This is your last turn. Do you have a mic?
I do. Is
okay,
it working?
there you are. What up, dude? What you got to say?
You know, I've been trying to get my audio issues fixed like the past fucking 2 hours, so I haven't been able to even follow along with what the fuck you guys were trying to say. Like, it went from like drag queens to drag queens in school to I don't even know what the fuck else. So I guess I'll just wait for the next stream so I can put in my opinions and thoughts and 2 cents and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Things are kind of winding down. But yeah, I'm glad you got your audio worked out.
I'm coming back for Zenith.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you got him here right now. Or no, yeah, I don't want to start that again. Actually.
Yeah, we're all calming down right now. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Being reasonable.
And I have my own platform as well too, and I mostly do civil debates on Discord, so I'm in some pretty big servers and been around for a while and stuff. I don't do a lot on YouTube at all. So this is kind of like my first like great reveal of the most blasphemous preacher Zenith on YouTube. So
Discord is the most toxic thing that has been released in like the past 5 years.
Is it really? Why?
It's getting pretty bad.
So in my opinion, you wanted to play a game with your friends. You got on Skype and you got in a call and you were playing games. That was it. Discord, it's like this weird like ladder climbing business place, and like the only reason to interact with it is to climb the social ladder. It's like fucked up. It's like, whereas when you used to play video games with your friends, you just joined.
It uses gamification.
Yeah, now you got to join, and then you got to wait for you to get dragged into the right lobby with all the privileges and shit, and you got to make sure that you have like the good rep and shit. It's just like, I just feel like it's really just bad for like the online culture in general. I feel like it's really affecting Zoomers in a bad way.
It's literally just any other social media. I don't see any difference between Discord's community and the YouTube comments. Like, you gotta admit, there's a lot of toxicity in YouTube comments.
Oh
yeah, but at least Zuckerberg, for all his flaws, he like stays on top of like the Chimo shit, and like Discord is like rife with that. Discord is rife with rumors and pedophilia problems. I refuse to use Discord because it's just like a scummy new tech. It's new tech. It's scummy new tech is what it is.
Discord is the reflection of the leaders of said community, just like YouTube is the reflection of the leaders of said community.
What community?
So I'm saying no two servers are the same. So if you don't like how one server,
no, but the way Discord operates. Okay, you know, 2 servers are the same, but the way Discord operates, like the way the website is plotted out, it encourages these awful like chat rooms. Right, the goal isn't to fucking play the game. The goal is to climb. The goal is to climb the social ladder. You're spending more time in Discord to use Discord than you are playing the game that you got Discord to play with your friends.
If the server has that monetization, the gamification with the like roles, unlock the roles with your like. Not every server is like that. I have several servers that aren't like that.
If I join your server, do I get put into a waiting room?
Well, again, I have several servers, so it depends on which one you're talking about. Most of my servers are 18 plus. So yes,
If I
want
join
to
your
make sure
server,
that
am
you're
I-
not a fucking literal child, because we talk about mature topics, and I don't like talking to children about mature topics. So yes, the
See,
answer
that's
is
what I'm
yes.
talking about. Discord is scummy censorship, new tech, and I understand that. No, I respect.
It's
You don't want people
anti-censorship,
under
which is
18 to get into it.
interesting too. It's less censorship there
It's
than
not
in a
though. It
place
gives you
like
so
this.
many tools to be a censorist. It gives you so many tools to do that. If you want to play video games with your friends, you can launch Skype. If you want to run a guild, like Discord is for people to run a WoW guild. It's not. You don't use Discord to play with friends. You use it to climb a social ladder.
I just want to say that this is a testament of humanity's ability to grow and learn. I used to be you, okay? I used to talk mad shit about Discord and be totally anti-Discord. That's who I was. And then I just opened my mind to the possibility that I don't know everything. And I gave it a shot. And then I learned that it's actually a very powerful medium with the right leaders, with the right people, because unfortunately we're in the deficit in the world in the year 2023 of good leadership. We have people like Trump and Biden running the most powerful
What
government
does Discord
in the
have to do
world.
with Trump and Biden?
Everything. So what it has to
No,
do with
not
it is
everything. Not
if
everything.
the server has horrible leaders, it will become a horrible Discord server. If the server has good leaders, it will become
What
a
I'm
good
saying is
Discord
Discord perpetuates those leaders, as you're calling them. I'm going to call them server owners. Discord encourages those server owners to become toxic. It monetizes playing games with their friends. It turns socializing with people online into a ladder climbing contest, like you're sucking dick to get a promotion at a company.
Okay, so it's decentralized. Discord is arguably more decentralized than YouTube because YouTube is owned by a mega conglomerate. It is a pyramid scheme. The people up here make all the decisions for everyone below it, whereas Discord is made up of several little hierarchies. It's decentralized.
So it's an oligarchy as opposed to a monopoly.
Arguably more so, yes. So with that said, if you don't like one community, you can literally choose to go to a different community. Whereas on YouTube, you can't choose to go to a different YouTube.
Yes,
There's
you
no
can.
such thing as
Yes,
that.
you absolutely can. There's Rumble and there's BitChute and there's Odyssey. Don't
Okay.
discount new tech / alt tech because.
Okay, pause for a second. There's a miscommunication here. I'm talking about actual YouTube. You can't choose a different actual YouTube. You can choose similar platforms. I agree. However, within Discord, yeah, it is one mega platform, but it is decentralized. There's several separate servers.
I get what you're saying, but what those servers are on is not good.
Man, technology is a knife, is a match. You can use it for good, you could use it for evil. How are you using said technology? That's the question.
I'll ask you this: what does Discord do that previous software didn't? What do you get from Discord that previous iterations
It's
of
so
similar technology in the
Man,
past didn't offer?
it's so crazy that we're here having this conversation because that is literally the question that I used to have. And I argued to people and I said that you can just choose a better platform. There's nothing that Discord offers that other communities don't offer. And I'm here to tell you that I was wrong. Jeffrey cannot write a bot. Here, I'm answering your question. Jeffrey cannot write a bot that carries out a simple function and drop it into the chat of his server. For example, Jeffrey has to go in and manually drop the StreamYard link into his channel feed. Is that accurate? Jeffrey, your StreamYard link, you have to drop it into your channel. You can't write a bot that'll do that for you, can you? Okay, so the answer is Discord is far more efficient at doing the task. Like, for example, if you had to go to a waiting room, there's ways to automate verifying people. So it makes it easier for you to have high quality conversations because it automates a lot of the shit that us humans have to normally do on clunkier platforms. That's the answer.
I don't think that the lack of clunk is enough of an upgrade to justify all the insidious parts of Discord that result in many of those Discord servers to be just toxic ladder climbing cesspools. I think Discord as a whole, to the gaming community specifically, has just been nothing.
I just want to point out that the gaming community is known for being toxic as fuck. So I don't know how you're going to make a perfect platform for a toxic community. Like,
Well,
best
see,
of
you
fucking
had
luck,
that.
man. You're going to have to censor the fuck out of them. That's
See, you
all you
had
can do. And I don't agree with that.
First of all, you don't need censorship. Second of all, what I'm saying is you don't
Wait,
need.
wait. Pause for a second. I just want to point out that there was a guy that hopped on cam earlier. We thought you were him. Okay, we thought you were him, and you were going to play a stream of a random dude masturbating on YouTube. There's children on this fucking platform. Okay, so the irony of this conversation right now is pretty interesting.
Why aren't their parents stopping them from using YouTube? I'm pretty sure YouTube has a 13-year-old. Why aren't their parents doing that? That's not your job. You're not their parent.
Okay, do you agree that a 15-year-old is a child?
Sure.
Okay, 15-year-olds are allowed to use YouTube.
Still, but pornography is explicitly not allowed on YouTube. So why is it your job?
Okay, well, that's my point.
I understand.
There are
Shady
times that you do need to censor
self-interest.
people, and that was a great example of that. So I disagree with censorship. You disagree with censorship. But there's some times when people will just do things that are just not fitting or appropriate to the moment. And you have to be able to do something about it, right? We all want attention. We all want to be heard. And unfortunately, some messages are just more quality than others.
See, I'm in the idea of self-regulation. As in,
I love that.
You know,
I would like that, but have that discussion with the person that just showed a video of some random dude masturbating to children.
It is, well, that's Shady's jurisdiction, you know. Like Shady has every right. It's his, you know, this is his platform. He has every right to not allow that, but that doesn't mean you should just. I've lost track of this conversation, but I just want to say I'm anti-censorship. But Shady does reserve the right to not allow pornography on his stream.
Who's Shady? I'm confused.
Shady Jeff.
I don't go by that name. That was a staged name several decades ago. My name's Jeffrey these days. No, you know, I'm not a gender.
Where did that come from? I'm curious.
Oh, that's some lore.
It's okay. I was in a band, and I had a stage name, and it was Shady Jeff, and he was calling me Shady.
Gotcha. What was the band, by the way? Because I didn't know that lore about you.
It's called Hollywood Undead. It was like a kind of a funny MySpace thing back in the day, you know.
I know Hollywood Undead. That's
yeah.
I used to be a promoter on MySpace. Like, that's where I got my start in talent management, like a long ass time ago, like to a small degree, of course. I don't count that as part of my professional experience with it because it was fucking MySpace, but still.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here, I think. Thanks for hanging out, Zen. See you
Peace.
later, Bad Cat. Should be streaming some more this week. We can hang out and talk. Yeah, I don't know what to say about all this, but
stay tuned for the debate.
I'm gonna eat something. Yeah.
Yes, the anarchist model and I talking about protecting children as well as Big Broccoli. Hopefully,
yeah.
That was
possibly the next stream will be me moderating a debate between Zen and the anarchist model about some stuff. So keep an eye out for it. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.